Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Part 2 Chapter 15. Namikaze, stay still you filthy little cretin. Hyuga Heishi shouted, his hands lashing out in a blur of movement. Why should I? Naruto grinned, easily dodging around the Mon's strikes. Maybe you need to speed up, old man. Blasted boy, I should have done this a long time ago. Heishi snarled, chakra angrily flaring from his fingertips. When I get my hands on you, I'll make you suffer for this outrage. Naruto's grin immediately vanished, a deep frown taking its place. Which brings me back to the reason I'm here. Tell me Heishi, why is it you hate me? Naruto asked, swatting aside a powerful, chakra-intensive palm thrust. At first I thought it might have been because I was a Jinchuriki, but then I figured someone with the Byakugan would be able to see the difference between my chakra and my tenets. So Hyuga, I'll ask again. Why is it you hate me so much? Heishi only reply was another series of strikes, but Naruto continued to dodge them with ease. You are correct boy, I knew you weren't the demon, the Byakugan was able to easily ascertain that. Heishi finally replied, falling back and slipping into a defensive stance. I didn't hate you because of what you were, I hate you for who you are, for who your father was. Unlike the fools in this village, I could tell with a single glance that you were that man's child. You hate me because of who my father was? Naruto asked, quirking a brow incredulously. I thought you Konohan shinobi were so proud of your darling Yondaime. Heishi snarled angrily at that, a disgusted sneer stretching across his face. What many seem to forget is that I, as well as Orochimaru and Fugaku Uchiha, were candidates to be the Yondaime Hokage. Heishi replied, the veins around his Byakugan twitching angrily. Instead of handing the title to a Hyuga elite such as myself, it was given to that bumbling fool. So it was jealousy? Naruto asked, brow scrunched and eyes narrowed. You were jealous that my father became Hokage instead of you? I was one of the strongest shinobi in the village, the most powerful Hyuga in 3 generations, head of one of the village's oldest and strongest clans. Heishi growled, chakra angrily flaring from his fingertips. The title of Hokage was rightfully mine, yet it was snatched away, given to some clanless orphan with a few flashy tricks. Naruto's face twisted into an angry snarl. You hated me because I was his son, because you weren't made Hokage? The redhead shouted, his chakra flaring in anger. You took away my first true friend simply because you were jealous of my father. Hiyashi's eyes widened in surprise. Did you think I wouldn't remember Hyuga? That I would forget about that day? The only good birthday I ever had thanks to Hinata? Naruto asked, clenching his fists in anger. She showed me kindness that day, she gave me my first ever birthday present and you punished her for it. You beat her in front of me, tortured her and turned her into what she is today, a selfish, cruel, arrogant Hyuga. Heishi frowned at that, his form shifting into a more aggressive stance. No Heishi, I didn't forget. Naruto continued, bluish chakras swirling around his form. You took away my friend, made her hate me, made her like you and the rest of your wretched main family. I will make you pay for that, I will crush you. Releasing a sliver of his killing intent and spiritual pressure, the redhead drove the Hyuga clan head to his knees, an immense and terrifying pressure. What is this? This pressure, it's just like the last time he was here. Heishi gasped, grasping at his pounding chest. I need to escape, I need to run, I need to get away from this boy, As Hiyashi's mind slowly broke down from the sheer terror and immense pressure he was being subjected to, Naruto drew his sword and stalked up to the nearly comatose man, his blade raised and prepared to behead the Hyuga. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Chakra-coated fingers struck Naruto all over his back, his attacker sliding around him and attacking his front, closing his chakra points and shredding organs with each blow. As a powerful palm strike sent him flying towards the courtyard wall, Naruto recognized the enraged face of his attacker, Hyuga Hanabi. As the redhead disappeared under the destroyed courtyard wall, Hanabi knelt down to inspect her father, her hands checking for a pulse while her Byakugan scanned him internally. He was completely uninjured, but despite her best efforts, he simply lay there, mumbling about fleeing and escaping from something. Hanabi's inspection of her father form was interrupted moments later, a fast-moving blur appearing in front of her and lashing out with a kick, sending her tumbling away. Now Hanabi-chan, Didn't your mother ever tell you it's rude to attack someone from behind? An uninjured Naruto asked, an amused grin on his face. How? How are you still standing? The young Hyuga asked, shakily standing. You're a clone, the first strike should have dispelled you. Naruto smirked at that. He wondered why she had realized he was a simple clone while Hishi hadn't. You're correct, little Hyuga, that strike would have dispelled me, at least it would have if it had actually hit me. Naruto replied, chuckling to himself. While the gentle fist is a powerful style, it has many flaws, especially where I'm concerned. Hanabi simply glared at him, most likely for the supposed insult of her clan's style. What flaws? She asked, curious nonetheless. Well, for starters, there's my steel skin technique. I'm sure if you concentrate with your eyes you'll be able to see it. Naruto replied, holding up an arm for her to examine. Pouring more chakra into her eyes, Hanabi felt them strengthen until she saw what she was looking for, a layer of glowing white light hovering just above the redhead's skin. What is that? She asked, Byakugan focusing and examining the glowing aura. Like I said, this is my steel skin technique. Naruto replied, dropping his arm to his side. While it's nearly useless for the real me, it works perfectly for clones, a layer of solid spiritual energy protecting them from all sorts of damage. Your gentle fist strikes won't touch my skin, yet alone my chakra points. Any chakra you use on me will simply bounce off. Hanabi's eyes widened in shock as he finished talking. Such a technique would render the gentle fist style completely useless. Refusing to believe in such a thing, she forced as much chakra as possible into her hands and rushed him, screaming angrily all the while. A chakra-coated palm slammed into the redhead's chest, a second palm hitting home seconds after. To no effect. Hanabi stared in shock as the blow didn't even faze the clone. Her chakra simply rolling off his chest and dispersing into the air, leaving him unscathed. Looking up into his face, she gulped as he smirked, fear replacing the Hyuga arrogance and pride that had been in her eyes. Feisty little thing, aren't you? Naruto chuckled, leaning forward. Hanabi tried to back away, but she found herself unable to move. All she could do was stare into the redhead's eyes as they began spinning, the hypnotic motions drawing her in and in and in. When she regained consciousness, Hanabi found herself standing in the same spot, her arms around the redhead's neck with her lips pressed against his. She was kissing him and she liked it. Why wouldn't she? He was her master after all. Pulling back from the brunette, Naruto grinned widely at the glazed look of bliss on her face. It had taken far more time and energy than it should have, but his first try at rearranging a person's mind was a success. As far as little Hanabi knew, she had always loved and obeyed him. She would do anything he asked, anything to please him, and she would be happy all the while. He had been looking for a chance to test this technique, and Hanabi had presented the perfect opportunity, allowing him to test its effectiveness on someone strong-willed. Her good looks may have had something to do with it as well. At the basic level, the technique involved tearing down parts of a person's mind and imprinting what he desired in their place, essentially rewriting their very being. In Hanabi's case, he had pulled apart her loyalty to her clan and imprinted loyalty to him in its place. Her love for her family was now love for him. Her devotion to her village was switched to him. Essentially, Hanabi Hyuga was now his slave in body and mind. Giving the girl a smug smirk, Naruto opened a portal to one of his hideouts and sent her through, watching as she willingly walked through. Turning to the still mumbling Hishi, he drew his blade again and decapitated the Hyuga patriarch as he strode past, moving from body to body and killing or capturing the rest of the main house Hyuga. Jiraiya and the rest of the Konoha nin continued to stare in shock at the resurrected form of their Yondaime Hokage, the blonde man simply grinning back, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Minato, how is this possible? Jiraiya whispered, his voice carrying across the silent battlefield. How are you summoned from within the Shinigami? That shouldn't be possible. I'm as surprised as you are. The blonde replied, scratching his head sheepishly. 1 second I'm in the Shinigami's stomach, the next thing I know, I'm standing here and staring at you. He paused for a moment, head cocked to the side. Why am I all the way over here? Minato asked, looking around at the assembled shinobi. Didn't you summon me, sensei? Because he didn't summon you, I did. The voice came from behind him, causing Minato to turn around and peer around the empty coffin, his eyes widening as he took in the form of his summoner. "En Naruto?" he whispered, his face a mask of shock. While his son looked completely different from what he expected, Minato could still see plenty of his and Kushina's features in the teen's face, more of Kushina's features than his though. "Hello father." Naruto spoke, filling the word with as much venom and hatred as he could. What's going on here?" Minato asked, eyes wide and face pale. "How did you summon me? Why are you attacking our village?" Naruto snarled and spat at the monk's feet, his face twisting with anger. "Do you know what your precious village has done to me? Do you know how they treated me after you sealed the Kyuubi into my stomach?" he shouted, glaring hatefully at the blonde man. Minato stared over at the Konohan contingent, none of which would meet his gaze, which spoke volumes about how bad things may have been. "No you don't, how about I tell you, for starters there's my godparents," Naruto sneered, gazing over to the Konohan shinobi. "Your sensei over there decided he didn't want the burden of taking care of a child, didn't want me getting in the way of his research so he just left me here, he didn't bother to come to visit or check up on me. In fact, I didn't even meet him until my first Chunin exam." Minato stared at Jiraiya, his face showing disappointment while his eyes burned with rage. This was the man he had once considered a father. Naruto continued on, ignoring Jiraiya's attempts to explain himself. "Then there's Tsunade who, unlike Jiraiya, had a somewhat reasonable excuse for abandoning me seeing as she was still grieving over the loss of her brother and lover, as well as being upset at the death of her best friend, my mother." Naruto spoke, staring at said woman. "Still, after 13 years to get over it and deal with her issues, she never came back to see me, she just continued drinking and gambling her way across the country, ignoring her many responsibilities." Tsunade hung her head in shame, doing her best to avoid Minato's piercing gaze. While one blonde cage glared at the other, Naruto surveyed the damage his clones were currently causing to the village. Things were going well. "Lastly, there are the people you died for, the people you sacrificed both of our lives to protect. Do you know how they repaid that sacrifice?" Naruto asked, turning his attention back to the gathered shinobi. "They saw me as the demon I held at bay. They took their anger out on me, the one who saved them. They demeaned me, starved me, beat me, ignored me, hindered my education, stunted my growth. They did their very best to deny me my humanity." The redhead paused, taking a breath in order to calm himself. "So then father," he continued, his voice even and calm, "do you really need to ask why I'm standing on this side of the battlefield?" Minato didn't reply, hearing about how the people he trusted, the people he protected and sacrificed his life for had treated his son almost broke his heart. He could only stand there with his head hung low, tears trailing down his cheeks. Naruto scoffed at that, his foot lashing out in a powerful mule kick that sent the resurrected cage flying, his form streaking across the battlefield and into Jiraiya's arms. "Quit your crying, it's pathetic." Naruto sneered, knocking the dilapidated coffin aside and taking a step forward. "Now then Jiraiya, insert the seal so we can begin." Jiraiya, after steadying his ex-student's form, glanced over at Naruto. He still wanted to apologize to the boy, to beg his forgiveness, but he knew that wouldn't work. Naruto had turned his back on them. "This won't work Naruto, I didn't summon him so I can't bind him with the kunai," Jiraiya replied, glancing at the sealed covered kunai in his hand. "Just do it, the seal has been changed so you can use it," Naruto countered, rolling his eyes. Jiraiya nodded, he had noticed a difference in the seal but he couldn't tell what it was exactly. Still, the question remained, why did Naruto want him to use the seal? Was he so arrogant to believe he could defeat Konoha and the Yondaime Hokage on his own? The old Naruto may not have, but Jiraiya could see the new Naruto doing so. The teen had challenged the many great villages on his own, why should this be any different? With his face set in determination, the toad Sannin inserted the seal into the resurrected cage, missing the small smirk that graced Naruto's face. As the sealed kunai was inserted into his skull, Minato decided to plead with his son once more, hoping there was some small chance. "You don't need to do this Naruto, I know the villagers haven't treated you like they should have, but it's not too late, you can still be the better person," Minato pleaded, his cracked skin healing as the resurrection technique was finalized. "Forgive them, protect them and show them the real you and they will come to accept you." Naruto pretended to think about it for all of 1 second before he broke out in laughter, his head thrown back and his shut tight. He laughed for a good minute before he stopped, his eyes glowing with amusement as he stared back at the Yondaime. "Forgive them? Protect them? I guess you're a bigger fool than I thought." Naruto chuckled. eyes shining as he sensed the last part of the seal activating. That makes what I'm about to do so much more satisfying. He had lied about the seal Jiraiya was using. While it was different from the original, he had lied about what that difference was. Normally, the seal could only be used by the original creator as it was tied to their chakra and blood. This had been easily circumvented by his use of Jiraiya's chakra and body while creating the seal, causing it to recognize the Sannin as the summoner. The true difference was a trap in the seal, one that only activated once the resurrection technique was finalized. As the trap portion of the seal activated, Minato's eyes glazed over, a pitch-black aura surrounding his entire form. In a flash, the aura leapt from the Yondaimi's form and onto Jiraiya's, surrounding him for several seconds before it vanished. What the hell was that? Jiraiya exclaimed, hand gripping his chest in worry. Kukukukuku. Naruto cackled, drawing their attention from the worried Sannin. I can't believe you actually did it, what a riot. What did you do to them, Naruto? Tsunade shouted, glaring darkly at the redhead. His laughter dying down, Naruto returned her glare with an amused stare. Tell me, Tsunade, the teen began, a grin stretching across his face. Did you know that it's near impossible to summon a soul from the Shinigami's stomach? All eyes snapped towards Minato and Jiraiya, who both nodded in acknowledgement. The two then shrugged when asked how Minato had been summoned. Then how did you summon Minato? Tsunade asked, returning all attention to Naruto's form. It was quite easy if I must say so myself. Naruto replied, looking proud of himself. You see, he built a fail-safe within my seal. The fail-safe was that a part of his soul would reside within the seal, and should I attempt to free the Kyuubi or use too much of its chakra, the Yondaime would appear within the seal and stop me. Minato nodded to confirm this is true. This would have worked too when I released the seal, except my own spiritual power was great enough to overpower and contain the soul fragment, keeping it sealed within my soul until I found a use for it. Naruto continued, ignoring the look of horror on Minato's face when he heard that the demon was free. Using this part of his soul as an anchor in the jutsu, I was able to pull the rest from within the Shinigami's stomach, allowing the technique to succeed where it would otherwise fail. Despite his being their enemy, Jiraiya couldn't deny the brilliance of the action. There were few shinobi that would be able to take advantage of such a loophole. As for what just happened, Naruto trailed off, grinning wide at the annoyed looks he received. One doesn't just steal from the Shinigami and expect to get away with it, that would be foolish, so I took some precautions. I added a special seal to the jutsu. It's basically a revised version of the dead demon-consuming seal, one that ties the summoned and its summoner together. Once the impure world resurrection is released, the seal will drag both my darling father and Jiraiya into the Shinigami's belly for the rest of eternity, appeasing the death god. The redhead's grin stretched wider as everyone paled, the shinobi registering his words, before their faces darkened in outrage. But that's not all it does. Naruto continued, his tone giddy. There's a secondary seal hidden within the first, a space-time seal that will shift the target out of phase, making it intangible and untouchable to anything on this plane. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he reached over, his jaw dropping open when his hand passed right through his ex-student's form. This is your final punishment, father, Naruto crowed, his grin turning feral. You will be forced to watch the destruction of the village you chose over me. Unable to touch anything, unable to help anyone, unable to even run away from here, you will be forced to watch as the village burns and its people die. Minato screamed in anguish, rushing at his son's form in his anger. Naruto simply laughed as he ran through the Mont's form and leapt into the mob of shinobi, killing Jonin and Chunin left and right as he fought with more fervor than before. With nary a sound, 3 red-haired clones landed at an intersection within Konoha's clan sector. They had just finished dealing with the clans that had caused their maker much pain, only missing the few members that were in the main village. As they prepared to head off to the village, they found themselves frozen in place, unable to fully control their bodies. With hesitant movements, their necks were forcibly turned to the side, allowing them to see the clan heads of the Inuzuka, Nara, Yamanaka, and Akamichi clans. Well. The 3 clones spoke in unison, greatly unnerving their captors. Inuzuka Sume, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inochi and Akamichi Choza. Just the 4 we were looking for. From the looks on your faces, we can guess you visited your clan compounds. Did you not like what we've done with the place? Quiet boy. Where is the real you? Sume shouted, her canine partner, Kuromaru, growling from beside her. You'll pay for killing out clan members. You don't approve? The three clones frowned, continuing to speak in unison. We were just returning the favor after all. What do you mean returning the favor? Shikaku asked, eyes narrowing in thought. Do you really think you'll get away with this? Yes, we do. The clones replied, tones confident and smug. As for what we meant, this is payback for all the times you attacked me as a child. The eyes of the clan heads widened in surprise. You thought we wouldn't remember? The clones snarled. Their faces twisted in anger. We wouldn't remember all the times you took turns attacking us simply because you had Inochi wipe our minds afterwards. You would be surprised how many members of your clans did the exact same, attacking an innocent child and wiping his memory of the event. Must have been a game for you people. All three clones turned to fully face them, breaking out of Shikaku's hold, much to the shock of the four clan heads. Didn't you notice the way your clan members died? They all died the same ways you four tried to kill me. The clones spoke, stepping forward. Inuzuka's clawed and torn apart. Nara's forced to slit their own throats. Yamanaka's driven insane and their minds shattered. Akamichi's flattened and crushed. It was the perfect revenge. Enraged at the teen's words, Sume roared and lunged forward, her partner following a moment later. She ignored the cries of her comrades as both she and Kuromaru leapt into the air, becoming a pair of rampaging cyclones. Man-Beast Ultimate Taijutsu. Fang over Fang. As the twin cyclones neared, two of the clones leapt away while the third remained in place, a confident smirk on its face. With a loud crash, the two twisters slammed into the clone, grinding and slicing into the redhead. Surprisingly enough, the clone wasn't dispelled on impact, much to the shock of the watching shinobi. In fact, the clone seemed to remain in existence as it was sent sliding back, its hands outstretched and holding the two cyclones at bay. The three remained frozen in place for a split second, the small redhead managing to hold back the two massive cyclones, before Naruto pushed down with a flick of his wrist. Sume and Kuromaru were immediately slammed into the ground, hard, the impact dispelling their technique and shattering the ground below. Seeing their companion fall, Choza and Shikaku rushed forward to save her, but they were far too slow. In an instant, the two other clones appeared behind the recovering Inuzuka, their clawed hands slicing through the air and beheading them both. Screaming in rage, Choza transformed into a large, fleshy ball and rolled towards the three teens, intending to crush and flatten them beneath his bulk. Seeing this, one of the clones rushed towards the massive ball and leapt into the air, its leg wound up for a powerful kick. The force of the blow sent the Akamichi flying, the massive orb streaking across the village and landing in the midst of the black flames. His legs and arms broken on impact, Choza could only scream in pain as he was slowly burned to death. Choza! Shikaku shouted, his normally blank face twisted in horror and anger. Turning his enraged sight back to the clone that had killed his teammate, Shikaku formed a seal and spiked his chakra, causing every shadow in the surrounding area to ripple. The sky turned dark as hundreds of black spikes were launched from the shadows, all of which seemed to lock onto the clone's form before streaking towards the ground. Grinning smugly, the clone simply stared back at the Nara head as the spike bounced off its steel skin, each one dispersing into a dark mist afterwards. Shadow Impressive, I suppose. The clone chuckled as the last of the spikes dispersed. I wonder how your shadows compared to true darkness. Before the Nara could react, Naruto swung his arm forward, an aura of pitch-black darkness appearing around him. Liberation. A wall of blackness rose from the ground, causing Shikaku's eyes to widen. The technique was quite similar to one of the Nara's techniques. Why would he raise a shield? Shikaku wondered, glancing at the dark wall. The Nara was caught completely off guard when a literal cloud of debris exploded from the wall, wood and stone launching through the air and plowing into him, crushing the Nara beneath a literal mountain of debris. Should one look closer, they would notice various body parts amongst the debris pile, dozens of arms and legs and many other bloody parts. Not much better than the rest of your clan apparently. The redhead scoffed, turning from the remains of the Nara clan and their compound. Walking towards the forms of his clone brothers, the clone quirked a brow as he noticed them standing over the lifeless body of Inochi Yamanaka. What happened to him? He asked, drawing their attention. Both clones shared a look and turned back to him, speaking in unison as they replied. He tried to use a clan jutsu to control us. The two replied, kicking the body. We knocked it aside, broke his defenses and shattered his mind. The single clone stared back for a moment before shuddering. Man, that's creepy. Standing amidst a field of blood and body parts, Naruto surveyed the damage he had caused. Almost all the Anbu and shinobi that had come at him were dead, literally torn apart and shredded by his claws and jutsu. Across from him stood the last three survivors of the battle, Jiraiya, Tsunade and Sarutobi Asuma. The only three skilled enough to survive his initial rampage. He had spent the last few minutes avoiding the three, running circles around them while killing everyone else as they watched. Unable to do anything to stop him, off to the side was the Yondaime Hokage. The blonde Kage slumped to his knees, tears trailing down his cheeks as he watched the slaughter of his village. Unfortunately for Konoha, the last of his clones had dispelled a few moments ago, informing him that the rest of the village was either dead, captured or safe with one of his allies. In less than an hour, the entire village of close to 15,000 had been reduced to 3 people. Not even an army of shinobi could accomplish the same deed. Well, you three appear to be the last ones left. Naruto chuckled, glancing at the enraged shinobi. Any final words? You'll rot in hell for this, Naruto, Asuma yelled. He had been furious when Naruto had told him what had happened to Kurenai. Now the Jonin wanted nothing more than to kill him. That may be so. Naruto agreed, slipping into his six styles stance. But it can't be any worse than living in this village was. With that he attacked, several miles from the village. Madara stood, head cocked to the side as he stared at the wall of fire that blocked his path to the village. He'd been scoping out a megacure in search of the Namikaze brat when he felt a large release of chakra from Fire Country, quite a feat considering the distance between both locations. He'd immediately come to investigate, only to find the way blocked by the familiar-looking flames. Who did this? Itachi is still hiding in a megacure and little Sasuke had yet to gain the Mangekyo the last time I checked. Could there be another Uchiha running about? Madara mused, his single Sharingan gleaming within his mask. Either way, with Itachi in hiding and Sasuke missing, this might be my last chance. This body has just about reached its limit. An Uchiha with an awakened Mangekyo will make an excellent host. Chuckling to himself, Madara vanished into a vortex. Chapter 16, Uchiha. Last time on Naruto. Revenge. Several miles from the village. Madara stood looking at the flames that blocked his way to the village. He had felt a large amount of chakra released from this area and had come to investigate only to find the way blocked by the familiar-looking black flames. Who did this? Itachi is supposed to be dead and little Sasuke didn't have the Mangekyo last time I checked. Could there be another Uchiha running about? And why attack Konoha? Either way, with Itachi gone and Sasuke missing, this might be my last chance. This body has just about reached its limit. An Uchiha with the ability to use such a powerful Amaterasu will make an excellent host. Chuckling to himself, Madara disappeared into a vortex originating from his right eye. Minuetsugo Minato watched in amazement as his son continued to demolish the hidden leaf forces. He had found out a while ago that he could not only sense the life force of everyone around him but also see their spirits as they died. With each person that died, a white luminescent version of them would soar out of their body and into the sky. All around the village he could feel as several lives ended one after the other. 1 second he had a feeling of someone being in some direction, the next nothing. At one point the entire sky was filled with glowing white spirits. It nearly broke his heart to see so many people die at the hands of his own son. As he turned his attention back to the battle at hand, Minato could only feel 4 people still alive in the village. There were of course the small amounts of life force belonging to Jiraiya and Tsunade. He assumed that their old age led to their having so little life force left. Then there was Asuma, who had more than Tsunade and Jiraiya put together. All around them lay the bodies of their comrades, all defeated and killed by the man who stood across from them. Minato shivered every time he tried to gauge Naruto's life force. He had expected it to be as high as Asuma's, maybe a little higher due to the age difference, but what he could sense was incredible. No one in the village even came close to the amount of life force within Naruto's body. It felt like an endless pool. In fact, he was sure that even the life force of all the people in Konoha combined didn't even come close to the amount Naruto radiated. What happened to you, Naruto? How did you become so powerful? He wondered. As he watched Naruto rush at the last of the Konoha nin, Minato felt conflicted. On one hand he was angry at Naruto for destroying their village. He was also disappointed that Naruto would walk the path of revenge rather than forgive the people of Konoha, but on the other hand he was filled with regret for believing that the people would view Naruto as a hero. He was also proud of his son. Disappointment or not, his own flesh and blood had single-handedly taken down the strongest of the 5 great villages. No matter what, Minato was still proud of his son. Minato was brought out of his musing as something flew through his body and into the pile of rubble behind him. Turning, he found it to be the broken and lifeless body of Asuma Sarutobi. His head hung limp to the side, attached to his neck by a flap of skin. His torso and limbs were covered in various claw marks while his chest was caved in, most likely from the blow that sent him flying. In each of his hands were the bottom half of his trademark trench knives. Closer inspection showed that the blades had been cut right through, most likely by the sword Naruto wielded and was attacking Jiraiya with. Looking for Tsunade, he found her kneeling off to the side with one hand holding a bleeding wound in her gut. From where he stood he could see that the wound went through the front and came out her back. She was also covered in multiple scratches and one arm looked like it was broken. Before Minato could count her out of the fight, he saw various patterns cover her body before all her wounds steamed shut. He assumed it was that seal he had helped her develop. Tsunade stood and rushed back into battle, creating craters with each blow. He watched as Jiraiya used his Hari Jizo followed by the Hari Jigoku. He was stunned when Naruto countered with the same attacks, his needles knocking down Jiraiya's, and from the look on Jiraiya's face he was stunned as well, meaning he didn't teach it to Naruto. Then who did? That's not an easy attack to just copy. It takes years of study to understand how to move the chakra to control the hairs as they are made up of dead tissue. Minato pondered. The three engaged in a jutsu battle with Jiraiya and Tsunade flinging elemental attacks at Naruto while he batted them aside, countered with various seal-less jutsu Minato had never seen before. After a few minutes Tsunade got irritated, and when her seal deactivated she was forced to use her remaining chakra on one final attack. Kuchiyose no Jutsu. As the smoke cleared, Minato found Tsunade standing atop the head of the slug queen Katsuyu. Before anyone could react, the slug spewed out a torrent of acid at Naruto, another torrent following it as he jumped into the air. With no way to dodge the incoming flood of acid mid-air and no time to Kawarimi, Minato assumed Naruto was finished. He closed his eyes in order to avoid the sight of his son melting. Instead of the hiss of acid hitting flesh or screams of pain, Minato heard another sound. What was that? It sounded like static. Opening his eyes he saw that Naruto was no longer hanging mid-air in or even near the acid. He was now standing yards away, about to deliver a punch into the slug's front. How did he move so fast? Was it the Hirishin? I don't see any kunai, and what was that static sound? Minato wondered. Jiraiya had yelled a warning to Tsunade, which had caused her to jump from the slug's head and land next to the toad sage. As Naruto's punch connected the slug, instead of flying back or dispelling, the slug broke apart into hundreds of smaller slugs, then cascaded down on Naruto. This time Minato was able to see Naruto use the Sonito. What was that? 1 second he's about to be covered in slugs, the next he's standing meters away. And there was no chakra used at all. That kind of speed should be impossible. Minato thought. More and more he was amazed by the skills Naruto displayed. As the slugs reformed behind her, Tsunade jumped onto her summon's head to confer with Katsuyu. Holding up his blade, Naruto slid his hand across its edge, cutting a gash through his palm. Seeing Naruto cut his hand, Jiraiya followed suit and used the summoning technique. As Gamabunta appeared, Minato looked to see what Naruto would summon, but instead of summoning, Naruto held his bleeding hand above his head. A ball of white energy began to form. The ball grew until it was as big as Naruto himself. From the ball several spokes of energy spiked out, making it look like a large circular saw from the front. Aiming it at the two summons who prepared to dodge, he pulled back, then threw it forward. Gran Rei Sero. Faster than any of them could follow, the ball launched at them, spinning like a razor. It compressed and decompressed several times due to its sheer speed. One moment the summons were about to dodge whatever happened, the next they found themselves back in their realm, severely injured and unaware of what had happened. Minato gaped at the sheer speed and raw power of the attack. It had disappeared less than a second after it was launched, leaving nothing but a long deep trench starting from Naruto's position. The trench at its shallowest point was 2 feet deep, 12 feet at its deepest. It extended from Naruto's position at the front gate across the village, destroying all in its path, and out the other end. It was even powerful enough to extinguish the Amaterasu flames from where it passed. Such power, and he doesn't even look winded. This is unreal. How powerful are you, Naruto? Minato thought. Hearing a groan, he spotted Jiraiya half buried under a mountain of rubble. Across from him on the other side of the trench was Tsunade, or at least what was left of her. Everything from her stomach down had been destroyed in the blast. She had died before her body had hit the ground. Minato slumped to his knees, offering a silent prayer for Tsunade as her spirit drifted farther into the sky. At the sound of flesh hitting cloth, he turned his attention back to Naruto. Smacking imaginary dust from his sleeves, Naruto turned away from the devastation he had caused and began to slowly walk over to Jiraiya standing before the Toad Sage. He frowned as he sensed something off. Closing his eyes, he reopened them to reveal a strange dojutsu Minato had never seen before. When Naruto's eyes widened, Minato wondered what could have surprised him, only for the pile of rubble and Jiraiya to explode into a cloud of smoke to reveal another Jiraiya standing before Naruto with his hands in a clapping position. As quickly as he appeared, Jiraiya reached out and grabbed a hold of Naruto. Behind him a familiar figure began to appear. Minato's eyes widened as he gazed upon a being he had not seen in 16 years. The Shinigami. He took a step back in fear when the death god set its eyes on him. I was wondering where you went, Namikaze. I would have come after you had I not been promised another powerful soul in exchange of yours for a time. Minato shuddered as the dead toneless voice radiated within his mind. Not waiting for a reply, the god turned its attention back to Jiraiya and a smirking Naruto. I don't see why you're so happy, Naruto. No matter how fast you heal or how strong you've become, you can't defeat the death god. Jiraiya said as the Shinigamis turned its head towards them. I seems you've become senile in your old age, Jiraiya. Do you know the cost of asking the Shinigami's aid? Naruto asked as his smirk grew in size. Minato's eyes widened as he realized something Jiraiya had forgotten. Of course I know, he'll take my soul as well as yours. A sacrifice I'm willing to make to avenge the people you killed today, Jiraiya said. Stupid old man, how do you expect to pay his price? Or did you forget he already owns your soul? Naruto's grin turned smug as Jiraiya's face changed from one of grim acceptance to one of shocked horror. The Shinigami replied before Jiraiya could. He is correct, human. Your soul is already mine. Unless you have another to offer me, the contract is void and I shall take your soul here and now rather than wait until you die. Jiraiya hung his head as he released Naruto and sunk to his knees. No, I don't have any other soul to offer. Looking up at Naruto with tear-filled eyes, he continued. It seems you win, Naruto. This was my trump card and even that didn't work. Of course it didn't. Why do you think I rewrote the Edo Tensei like I did? My revenge would have been complete with or without that man here. Other than Sarutobi, you're the only other person that knows the Shikifuin, and since you Konoha types are so into self-sacrifice, I knew you would use it. Offering your soul to the Shinigami in exchange of Minato's was all for this moment. I had other ways to escape his grasp, but this one seems to avenue worked pretty well. Naruto chuckled as Jiraiya's body fell over lifeless. He waved at the Mon's soul before it was devoured by the death god. Turning to Minato, the Shinigami floated over and grabbed his soul. Minato offered his son a final smile before he followed Jiraiya into the death god's stomach. The Shinigami turned to Naruto and chuckled. It seems it pays to plan ahead. You have escaped my grasp today, Namikaze. Congratulations. Giving a bow, Naruto replied, Thank you, Shinigami-sama. I hope the amount of souls I sent your way today won't be a bother. The Shinigami let out what sounded like a sigh. The paperwork will be annoying, but with the number of wars and genocides I've dealt with, this will be over quickly. Grinning at the thought of the death god having to do paperwork, Naruto gave one last bow, but rather than leave, the death god watched him closely before it seemed to ponder something. Finally it addressed him. How would you be interested in a deal, Namikaze? It asked. Naruto quirked an eyebrow at this. What would a god need from a mortal such as I? He asked. Tell me, do you know what happens to souls when they die? It asked. Giving a puzzled look, Naruto replied. I would assume they go to heaven or hell. The Shinigami chuckled. Quite right, and do you know where the souls I devour go? It questioned. To your stomach? Naruto answered, wondering where this was going. Correct. You see, it gets very boring doing what we do, so Kami and myself started a contest. The one who can collect the most souls wins. With Yami gone, I used to run his domain, or as you know it. Hell, with the number of sins you ninja commit, I had a nice little lead on Kami. Now with the ascension of Yami Jubi, I lost control of hell and fell to third place. As such, the rules had to be changed. As such, the souls were given different values and ranks, with more powerful and famous souls being worth the most. Naruto could only nod, slightly bewildered at the contest. With the souls from Limbo, 4 different Hokages and now the Toad Sage, I should be in second with Yami Jubi coming in third with Orochimaru, the Akatsuki members and several different low-ranking souls, and Kami taking first with the Rikudo Sennin, your mother, and several other souls. Naruto smiled at the mention of his mother. The fact she was allowed into heaven showed that she must have been the good person he always imagined her to be, even though she was a ninja as well. His thoughts were interrupted as the Shinigami continued speaking. Alas, my lead on Yami will soon be coming to an end. Once the people you killed today are judged, his score will rise to new heights. As such, I offer you this deal. I know of your second plan to escape my grasp. I will allow you to use it if you allow me the chance to devour Uchiha Madara. A soul as powerful and well-known such as his is worth almost as much as the Rikudo Sennin. Once the death god had finished speaking, Naruto thought it over and asked a few questions. Why can't you just find and eat him yourself, and what would I get in exchange for this? He asked, hoping he didn't anger him with his questions. The Shinigami chuckled. While I would normally do that, the rules of the game state that if I devour a soul without being summoned to do so, I won't get the points for it, so even if I devoured Madara, it wouldn't count. As for your reward, I will grant you 2 things. The first is access to 3 more multiverse realms. Unlike Yami Jubi, I am owed many favors from several gods, and they will allow you to do as you please with one of their worlds. You can take anything you want and bring it here with no fear of any consequences. Naruto grinned evilly as his mind flew through several items he had read about that would help further his goals. The Shinigami, sensing Naruto's joy at the first reward, continued to the second. Lastly, I will grant you the one ability you were unable to acquire, the Zanpakuto of the Shinigami King. While you may have Ryotsu and the abilities of his hollow, splitting a soul and forging a weapon from it is an ability out of your grasp, as you would need to create a separate spirit for it. If not, it would be nothing but an exact copy of yourself. Accept my deal and I will forge such a weapon for you. Naruto was surprised that the death god knew what he wanted most. He had gone to the Bleach universe for the sole reason of acquiring a Zanpakuto spirit. It was what he wanted most, someone that would understand him, someone that wouldn't and couldn't betray him, someone that he would live as long as he would and who he could share his plans and ideas with before acting on them. Without a second thought, Naruto accepted the deal, and with a nod of its head the Shinigami disappeared back where it came. As he prepared to leave, Naruto felt a presence enter the village. Pinpointing it with his telepathy, he smirked as it was the one man he wanted to meet most. Wow, Konoha must have really been hated by the gods. My luck has only improved since I destroyed it. First the deal, and now the very man I'm looking for comes to me. Turning towards Madara's chakra signature, he took a step and vanished. Madara whistled as he looked around at the devastation caused by the mysterious Uchiha. He couldn't sense a single living being in the area, and he was sure none would escape with the flames of Amaterasu surrounding the entire village. Walking through a large trench left over by what he assumed was a very powerful attack, Madara spread out his senses and tried to find the one who had caused this. He stopped walking as he sensed a presence appear behind him. One moment there was no one in a 30-meter radius, the next someone was standing right behind him. Has he mastered the Sharingan as much as I have? Only the Izanami technique would allow one to erase their presence this close to me, Madara thought. Alright, since Kishimoto hasn't explained Madara's time-space technique, I decided to invent an explanation myself. While Madara will explain what it does in a few paragraphs, I just wanted to let you know that the name isn't made up. The technique will be similar to Izanagi, but it will be the exact opposite of it, hence the name. In Japanese religion, Izanagi was the first male as well as the father of the gods and the god of creation and life, while Izanami was the first female, his wife and sister, as well as the goddess of creation and death. Thanks for reading, and back to the story. Turning slowly, Madara came face to face with a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy, not the black hair and eyes of the Uchiha. Fuming, he decided to question the boy. Maybe he was hiding his Uchiha heritage behind a complex illusion. He must be a powerful Uchiha to fool even my eternal Mangekyo, Madara thought. Out loud he asked, "Who are you?" Naruto smirked at the founder of the Uchiha clan. "I can't believe you would forget me already, Madara," he said as he activated his eyes at their lowest level. "You, Namikaze Naruto, you blasted child, you would dare show your face to me? First you free my puppet, then you destroy my organization and take away my next body. I'm going to kill you, boy," Madara yelled. Naruto quirked an eyebrow. "Your next body? You sound just like that snake Teme. I thought those Sharingan eyes of yours made you immortal?" Madara scoffed in response. Reaching up, he removed his mask to reveal the half-crushed face of someone Naruto recognized. Uchiha Obito? I guess Madara found his body after he died. Shows what you know. The Sharingan is a spiritual ability. All the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan does is keep my mind and soul immortal while my body rots away. That's why I invented that immortality jutsu. Orochimaru was only able to recreate a weaker version of it from my notes which he discovered, and thanks to you boy Itachi is dead. With him dead, unless I find Sasuke, I'll have inhabit the body of a commoner. Because of you I'll be reduced to live in the body of a weakling. This body belonged to a young Uchiha I found in a hospital in Iwa. He was scavenged from a collapsed cave. My current body had reached its limits and was falling apart, and since he was the closest Uchiha I took his body. Even this half-blind and weakened body would be more preferable to that of a non-Uchiha. Naruto smirked as Madara finished his speech. Man, now I know where Sasuke got his arrogance from, thinking the Uchiha are so great. You people are so pathetic it's not even funny. Oh, and just so you know, Sasuke is dead as well. If you hurry now you might be able to gather his ashes from what's left of the hospital. Madara screamed in rage before his visible eye spun and black flames flew towards Naruto. Countering with his own flames, Naruto grinned as his flames overpowered Madara's and flew towards the man. He frowned when the flames passed right through Madara's body and set the ground behind him aflame. Both fighters shared the same though about two separate things. What was that? Madara spoke first. How are you able to use Amaterasu? The Namikaze and Uzumaki clans were more related to the Senju than the Uchiha. There is no way you can have the Sharingan, he stated. That's my little secret. Naruto said with a smirk. Why did my flame not harm you? He asked. That's my secret. You may have somehow been able to copy the Amaterasu, but that won't protect you from the might of the Sharingan. Running at Naruto, he began throwing punches at him. Naruto avoided all the punches and countered with one of his own, but was surprised when his hand then the rest of his body passed right through Madara's. Spinning on the ball of his feet, Madara pulled a kunai and jammed it into the back of Naruto's head. Seconds later, Naruto's body faded away as another fist passed through Madara's head. Turning to look at him, Madara seethed. How did a brat like you achieve the Izanagi? You may have Senju DNA, but you definitely don't have the Uchiha DNA. And you couldn't survive an experiment to input the DNA. Coupled with the fact you can still see, that means you don't have a Sharingan. How did you do it, boy? Madara demanded. I told you already, old man, that's my secret, Naruto taunted. Madara screamed in outrage again and attacked Naruto. After exchanging a few blows and several jutsus, he jumped back and called out, Kamui! The vortex opened right in front of Naruto and began to suck him in. Once half his body was through, it began to fade before another Naruto appeared a few meters away, firing a fire jutsu at Madara. As the flames passed through his body, Madara countered with a fireball. Naruto pierced right through the fireball with a Chidori, which he used to stab Madara, but once again the attack passed through him. Jumping away, Madara yelled out, Susanoo, you can't win, boy. This is one of the most powerful jutsu belonging to the Uchiha clan. Madara's Susanoo was twice as large as Itachi's. It was the same red color and was protected by a large suit of armor. Instead of a shield and weapon, it held a large two-handed blade in its hands. There were 3 smaller bladed extending from each side for the sword, giving it 7 branches including the point. Just Google 7-branched sword for a pic. Seeing Naruto's eyes on the blade, Madara decided to gloat. That is the Nana to no Richie. 7-headed leech. It has the ability to drain the life force out of anyone it cuts and give it to the user, healing any injuries they may have. Unfortunately, it can't be used to heal any wounds older than a day, hence the reason I still have this damaged body. That thing is almost as dangerous as Itachi's. I best avoid it at all cost. Standing across from Madara, Naruto spiked his chakra and called out, Susanoo. Madara's eyes widened as Naruto was surrounded by the cloaked fur of his own Susanoo. Screaming in outrage of having yet another Sharingan ability stolen by a commoner, he attacked with his own Susanoo. His blade met Naruto's shield and bounced off. They continued like this for a while, with Madara trying to break or move around the shield. Deciding to end it, Naruto swung his Kusarigama at Madara. As the miniature scythe hit the 7-branched sword, Madara's eyes widened as his Susanoo disappeared. Jumping away from the still descending Kusarigama, he tried to summon his Susanoo once more, only to drop to one knee as his body was racked with pain. I wouldn't bother if I were you, Naruto shouted at him. Looking up, Madara snarled. What did you do? He asked. My Susanoo wields the Sajori Yeba. binding blade. It has the ability to bind the chakra of anyone it cuts. It can also seal any attack it cuts. By cutting your Susanoo, I have sealed it away for 24 hours. Any attempts to use it will only result in pain, and don't bother asking how I can use it, that's another secret, he answered. For the third time in less than an hour, Madara found himself shouting out in rage. Pouring a large amount of his chakra into his eyes, he shouted, Amaterasu. The large torrent of black flames slammed into Naruto's shield. The shield was able to absorb some of the attack before it cracked and shattered. The rest of the flames continued on, destroying the Susanoo and incinerating Naruto where he stood. A second later he reappeared a few feet off to the side with a hand cocked back. Throwing a punch, he hit Madara square in the face, sending him flying into the side of the trench they were fighting in. Naruto almost broke out in laughter at the look of surprise on Madara's face. He had tried out a theory of his and it worked. Assuming Madara was like a spirit, he had coated his fist with pure concentrated Ryotsu. His theory was correct, as he was able to hit Madara for the first time since the battle began. Dashing to the Mont's side, he kicked him in the side, sending him rolling and tumbling for a few feet. Madara jumped to his feet as his look of surprise was replaced by anger. How do you keep hitting me? He yelled at Naruto. Smirking, Naruto gave him the same reply as always, that's a secret. No, no more secrets, I've had enough of this. When I'm done with you, you'll tell me everything you know. Tsukuyomi, he shouted as illusion set in. Naruto found himself attached to the familiar black cross in the black and red realm of the Tsukuyomi. Madara appeared in front of him with a sword drawn. I will give you one chance to beg for mercy, boy, Madara said as he raised the blade. You truly are a fool, Madara, Naruto replied. He continued before the Uchiha could attack, don't you remember what I said the last time we met? Seeing the confused look on the normal half of Madara's face, he continued, I told you my eyes were created to manipulate the mind, and what did you do? You've brought me to where my eyes are at their most powerful, my own mind. As he finished speaking, the sky above turned black while the ground turned red. Madara found himself tied to the cross while Naruto stood before him. Your Uchiha arrogance caused you to disregard my words. You thought your eyes would overpower mine, didn't you? After all, why else would you willingly enter my domain? Inspecting the blade he held, Naruto began to slowly change it, making it longer with a jagged edge. He could sense Madara attempting to break out of the illusion and smiled. You can't escape this, Madara. My chakra capacity is far larger than your, and my chakra is more potent. You won't be able to overpower me, he stated. Madara's head dropped as reached the same conclusion. His head snapped back up, screaming obscenities as the blade cut into his leg. I am a god in here, Madara. I've increased your sense of touch. A small cut will feel like you lost a limb and had the wound dipped in salt. By the time we're finished here, you'll wish you were never born, and with the amount of chakra I have, I can keep this illusion running for months. Taking the blade, he allowed himself a maniacal grin as he cut into Madara's arm. That was for controlling the Kyuubi. He spoke over Madara's screams. This is for my mother. Cut, scream. This is for all the people you killed that day. Cut, scream. This is for ruining my life. Cut, scream. And so it went. Naruto would remember a part of his life that was ruined due to him being a demon vessel. The same demon that Madara had controlled and sent to destroy Konoha. He would cut into the man, causing him as much pain as he could. Never stopping, never resting. Madara broke down after the third day within the illusion. Naruto grew bored after the fifth. Finally stopping, Naruto took a calming breath and sat on a chair he created. For the first time in years he felt at peace. While destroying Konoha had been great, slowly exacting revenge on the man who ruined his life was like ecstasy to him. He had enjoyed hearing the man scream and blubber for hours on end. Madara had even begun to tell him all about his time-space technique in order to end the suffering. Naruto found the technique to be quite interesting and had absorbed Madara's DNA and chakra afterwards. The technique was known as the Izanami, while the Izanagi could only be used by mixing the blood of an Uchiha and a Senju. The Izanami could only be used by mixing the blood of two Uchihas and achieving the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The Izanagi, named after the Shinto god of life, and the Izanami after the Shinto goddess of death, were complete opposites of each other. The Izanagi made illusions into reality, while the Izanami made reality into an illusion. Using the technique, Madara was able to turn himself into a living genjutsu, able to walk through any object or person, able to move from one place to another through an illusionary dimension he created. It was quite a powerful technique that had taken the Uchiha decades to discover and master. Naruto reminded himself to teach it to Itachi once his new eyes were healed and ready to use. For once in his life Sasuke was doing something to benefit another. Then again T wasn't like he had a choice. Breaking the illusion, Naruto and Madara returned to their bodies. Only 5 seconds had passed in the real world, but to Madara it was like an eternity. Once his mind returned to its body, it immediately shut down, going into a coma to try and heal the damage it had sustained. As his body dropped to the ground, Naruto walked up to the body while going through hand seals. Clapping his hands together, he grabbed onto Madara's body and held him up while behind him the Shinigami materialized. The death god chuckled as he saw the unresponsive body of Uchiha Madara. "You work fast, don't you, boy?" Naruto laughed sheepishly. "It's not my fault he came chasing after me. I thought I would have had to hunt him down first," he said. Shaking its head, the Shinigami stretched its hand through Naruto's body, who shivered as he felt the cold touch of death, and grasped onto Madara's soul. Pulling his soul from the body without a fight, he swallowed the soul whole. As the hand pulled out from Naruto, it grasped onto his soul and pulled. Out of Naruto's body came the screaming soul, none other than the Nibi no Shukaku, held there by several Ryotsu chains that let go as it was pulled out. "I knew I would find a use for him," Naruto thought. Devouring the soul, the Shinigami held out a hand. In the palm was a small ring like the one Naruto wore, except the gem within it was colored black. Taking the ring, Naruto slipped it onto his finger next to the one he already wore. "You can use that whenever you please. I have already marked the 3 worlds that contain the items you seek. As for the second part of your request, it was already granted when I took the Nibi. You just have to search for your weapon within your soul." Giving the boy a nod, the Shinigami faded from existence. Naruto smiled as wide as he could as he tossed Madara's body several yards away into the black flames. Absorbing the Uchiha's knowledge, he used Madara's teleportation technique to appear on top of the Hokage monument, or what was left of it. Sitting down, he released his control on his Amaterasu and watched as the flames rushed into the city, burning everything in their path. Closing his eyes, he began his search. Naruto opened his eyes as he felt his feet touch the ground. He found himself within a familiar sewer system. He frowned as he looked around at what was once his mindscape. Walking the familiar path to where the demon's cage once was, he entered the large circular room and looked around. Half the room was the old sewer that was once his mindscape, while the other half was the new throne room that he was expecting. Sitting upon the thrones was who he assumed was his Zanpakuto spirit. The figure on the throne stood up, allowing Naruto to see him clearly. He looked like a carbon copy of Naruto except for his colors. Where Naruto had light blonde, almost white hair, the man had black hair. His eyes were a crimson red that let off a light glow. His clothes were fashioned the same as Naruto's except the colors were reversed, black with red and red with black. "Greetings, Naruto," he spoke. His voice was deeper than Naruto's own. The man walked forward. "Hello, I take it you're the spirit of my Zanpakuto," Naruto said. "Correct. Welcome to my realm. I'm sure you recognize the place," he said. "Yay, my old and new mindscapes. Why is it like that?" he asked. "This is part of your test. A test you must pass in order to call on me," his copy answered. "And what exactly is this test?" "It's quite simple really. You just have to choose. You will view both the lives of the new you and the old you, and you will choose which you want," the spirit said. Before Naruto could reply, a red orb rose from the floor of his old mindscape and flew into his body. He dropped to the ground, gripping his head in pain as memories flashed into his mind. He first saw the smiling face of his mother as she held him, then the face of his father as he marched off to his final fight. Afterwards he viewed his life growing up, spending much of his time alone. Avoiding the people of the village, he watched as he was beaten and attacked each day. Nearly killed on his birthdays, shunned by everyone but 3 people in a village of thousands. He watched as he sat alone each day, ignored or picked on by the other children as their parents cheered them on. Then came the day he entered the academy, being ignored by the teachers. Always made to stand in the hall and miss out on class. He watched as the years passed by and Iruka finally accepted him. The Chunin even helped him in class. After came his 9th birthday, the day Hinata gave him his first birthday present. He watched as he thanked her profusely as tears slid down his cheeks. Then came her father. He destroyed the present before it was even opened. Beat her before Naruto as no one in the schoolyard even tried to help her, and dragged her home. She never spoke to him again after that day. Then came his 10th birthday. He had spent the entire day with the Sandame and Iruka. He watched as he smiled in joy, celebrating his birthday for the first time. The memories flashed through Naruto's head, some good, many more bad. Finally they came to an end on the day he left the village. As the pain receded, Naruto stayed on his knees gasping for breath. Once he had caught his breath, a black orb rose from out of his new mindscape and entered his body. He grabbed his head again. As the memories returned, he saw himself as he gained his new power. Watched as he traveled the multiverse before returning home. They came his adventures around the elemental nations as he went from place to place meeting new people. Killing bandits and bounty hunters, he saw as he fought and killed all who challenged him. Watched as the life slowly bled out their eyes, then he saw himself with Mei and Yugito as they went on dates. Walking around talking, learning about each other, finally came his battle with the Akatsuki, then Orochimaru and lastly Sasuke. He watched again as he tortured the one he once called a brother, leaving him nothing but a pain-filled reek. Then came the destruction of Konoha. He saw each person he cut down. Watched as the life left their eyes, and lastly came the battle and torture of Madara. After the memories ceased, Naruto lay gasping on the floor. After regaining his composure, he stood and turned to his copy, who had returned to his seat upon the throne. Looking down at him, the spirit smiled. So you have seen your past and your present. You must now make a choice on your future. Will you follow this path you have chosen? Killing all who have wronged you and those that get in your way? He asked. Naruto took a moment to think about it and answered. I will do anything to achieve my goals. You know my past. I refuse to return to how I used to be, allowing others to walk over me, taking their abuse with a smile. I will walk this path no matter the cost. The spirit stared at him blankly for a few minutes before he smiled. That was the correct answer. You have passed my test, Naruto. This was to teach you a lesson. Never live with regret. Do what you want and don't let others dictate your actions. I refuse to serve someone who can't commit to their goals. Never regret your decisions, Naruto, and always march forward. Now go, I will be with you when you wake. Turning, Naruto walked back towards the tunnel he had come. As he walked by, the walls of the sewer disappeared and were replaced by the black walls of his new scape. Opening his eyes, Naruto suppressed his flames and looked out over the endless wasteland that was once Konoha. The flames had destroyed everything, leaving only a field of ashes behind. Sensing a large amount of chakra nearby, he spread out his senses and found the source several miles from the village. Focusing chakra into his eyes, he zoomed in on the location and spotted a contingent of samurai marching towards the village. They all bore the mark of the Fire Lord. Standing up, Naruto looked down as something clattered to the ground. Picking it up, he found it to be his new blade. Picking up the weapon, he whistled in appreciation. The weapon was 60 inches in overall length, with the blade being 50 inches long and half an inch wide. The entire weapon was curved slightly, making it an udachi. The blade was completely red with black script running up the side. Upon closed inspection, he found that to be his name on one side and his sword's name on the other. The lettering was written in dark blue that seemed to glow as he read it. The hilt was wrapped in a black cloth, providing a steady grip. Smiling down at the blade, Naruto attached it to his back with So chakra and cast an illusion over top, making it invisible. Holding up Demos, he used his new ability and sent it to his personal dimension. Taking a step off the cliff, he vanished, headed towards the approaching army. Chapter 17. Conquest. Last time on Naruto, Revenge. Opening his eyes, Naruto suppressed his flames and looked out over the endless wasteland that was once Konoha. The flames had destroyed everything, leaving only a field of ashes behind. Sensing a large amount of chakra nearby, he spread out his senses and found the source several miles from the village. Focusing chakra into his eyes, he zoomed in on the location and spotted a contingent of samurai marching towards the village. They all bore the mark of the Fire Lord. Standing up, Naruto looked down as something clattered to the ground. Picking it up, he found it to be his new blade. Picking up the weapon, he whistled in appreciation. The weapon was 60 inches in overall length, with the blade being 50 inches long and half an inch wide. The entire weapon was curved slightly, making it an udachi. The blade was completely red with black script running up the side. Upon closed inspection, he found that to be his name on one side and his sword's name on the other. The lettering was written in dark blue that seemed to glow as he read it. The hilt was wrapped in a black cloth, providing a steady grip. Smiling down at the blade, Naruto attached it to his back with So chakra and cast an illusion over top, making it invisible. Holding up Demos, he used his new ability and sent it to his personal dimension. Taking a step off the cliff, he vanished, headed towards the approaching army. Naruto reappeared in the middle of an ash-covered wasteland. Marching towards him were several hundred samurai bearing the mark of the Fire Lord. The army came to a halt several meters away from him, and a large muscled man wearing the headgear of an officer stepped up. "You there? What is your business here? We have received word that Konoha is under attack. This is no place for civilians. Leave the area," he ordered. Smirking, Naruto shook his head. "You and your men are far too late. Konoha has already fallen," he replied. The men behind the officer began to whisper amongst themselves but were immediately silenced by a glare and spike of killer intent from their leader. Turning back to Naruto, he frowned. "Did you get any look at the attackers? What village were they from?" he asked. There wasn't any village involved. Konoha was destroyed by one man. This caused further unease in the army. "And you're speaking to him right now." Several backs stiffened as various weapons were drawn. The leader, sneering at him, unrolled a scroll and began to read. "Your actions against the village of Konohagakure are as grievous as attacking the Fire Lord himself. Surrender now and you shall be granted a quick death," he read. Tapping a finger on his chin, Naruto looked like he was thinking about it. Turning back to the leader, he answered, "Tell your lord that I plan to build a village on top of Konoha's ashes. He can either hire me as his cage or bow to me as his lord." "You would dare threaten the Fire Lord? That is be a declaration of war. The Fire Lord's army outnumbers Konoha's forces by a factor of 10. Would you still challenge his might knowing this?" the officer asked with a smirk. Naruto returned the smirk with one of his own. "Without a second's hesitation," he replied. The leader seethed but backed down. They had been ordered to assess the situation with Konoha, and if this boy spoke the truth, then his strength would be a great addition to the country. Writing a quick message, he sent a hawk back to the capital city while some scouts circled around Naruto to go check if he was telling the truth. Turning back towards Naruto, he shouted, "I have sent your words to the Fire Lord. A reply should arrive in a few hours." Getting a nod from the boy, he put his forces at ease and gave them a break. Hearing the sound of skin meeting skin, he turned to see the boy with his hands together as if he were praying. As the boy slammed his hands into the ground, several men stiffened expecting an attack. But they watched in amazement as the ashes below him seemed to rise up, hardening as they went until a throne had been created. As the boy sat, he noticed that the throne included cushions as well. "What was that? I've never seen a ninja do that before," he thought as he turned back to his men. A couple hours later, the scouts returned to inform him that there was nothing left of the village, only an ash-filled trench that extended for a few hundred meters. Half an hour later, the Red Hawk of the royal family arrived with a scroll in tow. Taking the scroll, the commander began to read. After a few seconds, he waved his arm and several arrows were fired at Naruto from the back of the army. Without even batting an eyelash, he sat there as the arrows all seemed to flow around him and into the ground. Yawning, he looked up at his bewildered audience. "I take it that's a no then," he said. The commander frowned before answering. He had hoped this would have been ended quickly. "You attacked one of our villages, burned down the forest created by the Shodem Hokage, and threatened the Fire Lord. That classifies as an act of war. You have been classified as an enemy of the state and will be treated as such. The hawk that just left has a picture of you drawn by one of my men. By this time tomorrow you will be marked in every bounty hunter's book. That is if you survive past today." He finished smirking. Naruto stood. "Well, I was hoping I would get to test this out soon," he said. As he spoke, a crimson udachi appeared in his hand out of thin air. The experienced members of the army noticed the genjutsu being released. Holding up a hand, the leader brought his men to attention. Looking over at his opponent, he spoke. "I am Lieutenant General Ko, Deputy Commander of the Fire Lord's 3rd Battalion. Tell me, what is the name of the boy we are to kill today?" he asked. "Nam Uzumaki Naruto," he replied. With Konoha rightfully punished, he no longer had any use for his father's name. Nodding to him, Ko gave the order to attack. As the army approached, Naruto held his sword off to the side in a reverse grip with the edge facing away from him and the tip pointing behind him. Bringing his arm forward, he called on his Ryotsu and slid the blade backwards. It seemed to sink into the very air, sending ripples through the air as if it were water. Turning the blade, a loud click was heard by all in the area, bringing all the men to halt as they prepared to dodge whatever jutsu he used. Naruto's voice carried loud and clear in the resounding silence. "Desata Estragos de toda vida. Rey de Heroes, Gilgamesh. Unleash devastation on all life. King of Heroes, Gilgamesh." The men watched as the blade in his hands exploded into a yellow light that caused some to cover their eyes. When the light faded, it revealed his new form. He was now clad in a golden suit of armor with a blue trim. From the waist down, running from the outside of each thigh, was a red cape that hung down to above his heels. His head was covered by a golden helmet made in the shape of a human skull. Wrapped around the skull's forehead was a golden jewel-encrusted crown. Within the dark pits of the skull they could see the purple glow of his rippled eyes as the red tomo spun. The soldiers all stumbled back in fear and awe. He was giving off a powerful aura that matched his royal look. The ones closest to him found themselves falling to their knees in his presence. Gilgamesh's armor from Fate, Stay Night mixed Barag and Louisenbarn's released forms skull, pictures on my profile. Surveying the army of samurai, Naruto took a step forward, causing some to back up while the closest cowered further into the ground. I could get used to this, he thought with a grin. You better, it will be happening more and more. He heard a voice within his mind say. Gilgamesh, thought. A moment later all movement around him ceased as a person materialized next to him. The man was as tall as Naruto with short hair that was spiked upwards. His eyes glowed a dark red as they studied Naruto. He wore black pants with a white V-neck shirt underneath a black coat with white stripes running down the arms. Picture on my profile. Who are you? Naruto asked. It's me, Gilgamesh. This is my true form. Last time you had yet to pass my test, so all you saw me as was a copy of you with opposite colors. Now that you have called my name you can see my true form, he replied. Oh, Naruto said. He didn't know how to respond to that, so he continued on. What did you mean this is going to be happening more and more? This is one of my special abilities. While the armor will protect you just like any other suit of armor, it also releases a presence that makes those weaker than you cower. It's like your spiritual pressure and killer intent. Except less potent, so they won't die of fear or shut down mentally. Gilgamesh explained. Okay, so I can't wear the armor if I don't want this to happen then, Naruto said. No, you will need to learn to control the presence like you do your spiritual pressure. From the moment you unlocked me the armor became a part of you. Even when sealed the presence will remain. Now then let me teach you one of my other abilities to deal with these pests. Naruto felt a rush of information enter his mind as he smirked beneath his helmet. Gilgamesh smirked back before he disappeared and time resumed. Standing before the army of close to 400 men Naruto spoke. Puerta de Babilonia, Gate of Babylon. Behind him a line of red light about 10 centimeters wide shot into the sky, stopping 20 feet above his head. The ground began to rumble as the light widened, opening up like a gate to reveal a glowing red void within. As soon as the gate was fully opened the void shifted from red to a light gold glow. Ko tried his best to make his men move forward, but the closer they got to the strange boy the harder they found it to move. They had tried firing arrows at him, but all the arrows simply swerved around him, disappearing into the void behind him. He stiffened as the blonde held up an arm. Then he noticed that ripples began to appear in random parts of the void. As the ripples grew in size, various objects rose from the liquid-like surface of the void. From what he could tell there were multiple swords and spears sticking out of the golden wall. Bringing his arm down, Naruto called out his attack, Camara de Cielo, Vault of Heaven. The vault turned from the golden glow into a deep red before all the weapons fired out at the army. As soon as the attack began it ended. Returning the blades to the vault, Naruto sealed his blade once more and began walking towards the capital of Fire Country. Behind him several birds were landing to feast on the scattered remains of the army. An hour of practice later Naruto had almost mastered his presence. He was able to reduce the range from several hundred feet down to about 5 feet around him, as well as regulate its power. It was like using killer intent, but instead of feeding it with anger and a will to kill he powered it with his ambition and willpower. While he could increase and decrease the range, he would need more practice in order to reduce the range down to his skin. Setting foot once more in Kerrang, capital of Fire Country, Naruto walked right through the village towards the large palace built into a mountain range. As he walked he cast an area-wide genjutsu which caused all the people in his path to move to the side, clearing a path for him straight to the palace gates. None of them were even aware of this fact as his genjutsu took hold. The palace guards watched in amazement as all movement in the area ceased for a second before all the villagers cleared a path. At the far end they could see a blonde-haired man walking towards the palace. They watched as everyone the man passed fell to one knee before standing and resuming their daily tasks once he had passed. Looking at each other they nodded before one guard turned around to go report this. As he approached the gates Naruto spied several guards marching out to meet him. At their front was another man dressed in the attire of a general. They stopped a few feet away from him and the general took one step forward. Halt, state your name and business, he ordered. How cliché, Naruto scoffed. Perhaps all guards get a list of cliché lines to use when meeting new people. Smirking at the joke, Naruto activated his Kote no Mi, causing several to twitch as his eyes changed and gave off a light glow. Sleep. As the command left his lips, the squad before him all fell to the ground unconscious. Walking over them, Naruto stopped in front of the gates. The men in the guard towers, seeing what he had done to the other guards, began to fire arrows at him. All the arrows stopped moving an inch away from his body before they erupted with a black flame and were sent flying back at the towers, setting them aflame. Drawing his sword from behind him, Naruto channeled some wind element chakra through it, extending the length of the blade. To the civilian observers, his arm and sword seemed to vanish for a second before they reappeared, reattaching the sword to his back. A moment later, the gate shattered into thousands of small pieces and Naruto continued his walk into the palace. The 15th daimyo of Fire Country, Kasai Iruji, was currently holding an audience with his various ministers and head generals. They were discussing the current situation with Konoha. There were 14 ministers sitting at a table to the left and 8 generals sitting across the room from them. In the center of the room sat the Fire Lord. So what if they were all killed? This goes to show that the ninja are inferior to us, Your Majesty. They were defeated by one boy. Instead of rebuilding a shinobi village, we should just increase the samurai forces. One of the generals said, getting murmurs of agreement from a few others. We need to rebuild Konoha. Our position as the country with the strongest hidden village is at risk. Without it we will lose clients that wanted ninjas. And it's only a matter of time before the other hidden villages attack. A minister countered. What about the boy who defeated Konoha? Didn't he say he planned to build a village there? With him at our side we could take over the other countries. Another minister suggested. No, he must be made an example of. His actions and comments are an insult to the Fire Lord himself. Our country can't be seen as weak by bowing to the whim of one child. The order was already given to capture him for execution or kill him if unable to. Another general shouted. The room erupted in shouting and arguments on how to handle the situation. A raised hand from the Fire Lord brought all arguments to an end. Before Kasai could speak, the doors were thrown open as a guard rushed in, breathing heavily. What do you want? Can't you see we're busy right now? A minister shouted. Forgive the intrusion, my lords, but the palace is under attack. The guard huffed out. What? Several voices screamed as the generals jumped to their feet. What do you mean we're under attack? How did an army get this close with no one noticing, and why are there no sounds of battle? A general shouted. There's no army, sir, it's just one boy. Eyes widened as everyone in the room realized who was attacking. And there is no battle. He just walks through the palace. All our attacks miss him and any who get too close fall unconscious. We have no way of fighting him. Growling, one of the generals marched towards the door and dragged the soldier out with him. I'll handle this, he said. Less than a minute after the door had closed, they were thrown open as the same general flew into the room. He sailed over everyone's heads before hitting the wall with a thump and falling to the ground. Turning their attention back to the door, they saw Naruto standing in the doorway, glancing around the room. Behind him were several soldiers and workers lying unconscious in the hallway. Finally his eyes rested on the Fire Lord and he entered the room, the doors closing by themselves behind him. The remaining generals rushed in front of him to protect the Fire Lord. How dare you enter this place, boy? You may have made it this far, but we are the Fire Lord's most powerful soldiers. Reinforcements are already on their way. You will not escape from here. One of them shouted. Ignoring the generals, Naruto continued to stare at Kasai. After a few seconds he spoke. I gave you the opportunity to hire me as your cage, but you spat it back in my face. Like I stated before, you will now bow to me as your lord. Kasai frowned before he chuckled. You have quite the big dreams, boy. I am Kasai Iruji, 15th Lord of Fire Country and heir of the first Fire Lord Kasai Hanhu. I bow to man. He stated as the generals drew their blades and the various ministers stood back to avoid the battle. Naruto just grinned. Then let me put it this way. His eyes flashed on, obey me. Everyone in the room stopped moving before they fell to one knee. Yes, my lord, they all answered simultaneously. Smirking at the kneeling figure of the Fire Lord, Naruto turned and opened the door with his telekinesis. Lead me to the throne room, Kasai. Ministers assemble all court officials. Generals assemble all important military officials. It's time they meet their new lord. Yes, your highness. They all said as they stood and exited the room behind him. Chapter 18, Aftermath. Last time on Naruto. Revenge. Ignoring the generals, Naruto continued to stare at Kasai. After a few seconds he spoke. I gave you the opportunity to hire me as your cage, but you spat it back in my face. Like I stated before, you will now bow to me as your lord." Kasai frowned before he chuckled. "You have quite the big dreams, boy. I am Kasai Iruji, 15th Lord of Fire Country and heir of the first Fire Lord Kasai Hanhu. I bow to man," he stated as the generals drew their blades and the various ministers stood back to avoid the battle. Naruto just grinned. "Then let me put it this way." His eyes flashed on, "Obey me." Everyone in the room stopped moving before they fell to one knee. "Yes, my lord," they all answered simultaneously. Smirking at the kneeling figure of the Fire Lord, Naruto turned and opened the door with his telekinesis. "Lead me to the throne room, Kasai. Ministers assemble all court officials. Generals assemble all important military officials. It's time they meet their new lord." "Yes, your highness," they all said as they stood and exited the room behind him. Sitting upon his throne with all his new servants before him, Naruto was a bit disappointed. It had taken less than an hour to seize control of Fire Country. He would be crowned the Fire Lord in a month's time, giving him plenty of time to build his village among other things. Spending the night in the royal guest room, he contacted Itachi to let him know to continue as planned. The next day he had breakfast in the royal dining room and had a bit of fun ordering the ex-Fire Lord to wait on him. Leaving Kasai in charge with orders to continue as normal but to spread word he was stepping down in a few months' time, Naruto took his leave of his palace. Stepping out of his Garganta, Naruto was immediately blindsided by a hug from both Mei and Yugito, nearly knocking him over. Smiling at the two, he returned the hug as well as giving them each a kiss to the cheek. "Welcome back, Naruto-kun. We were all so worried about you," Mei said. "We really missed you, Naruto-kun." Yugito added, "Thank you, Mei-chan. Yugito-chan, I missed you both as well," Naruto replied. A loud cough brought his attention to the other individuals in the room. Before him at a large round table with a large blue end painted on it sat Onoki, Gaara, Itachi and a woman by the name of Guren. She had been chosen by Naruto to run hidden sound for him while he wasn't there. A few hypnotic suggestions and be watching over her, and she had brought hidden sound under her command in under 3 days. Many willingly obeyed her due to the fact that she was a far better leader than Orochimaru. Others because they had found out she worked for the man that slew the snake Sannin. Beside her sat Shion of Demon Country and Princess Koyuki of Spring. Across from them sat Tazuna and Prince Michiru of Moon. The cough had come from as everyone in the room were staring at the three of them. Blushing, Yugito and Mei returned to their spots. Mei in her seat and Yugito behind A. Behind each of the leaders stood 2 guards, with B and Yugito for A, 2 Jonin he didn't know for Onoki, Kankuro and Tamari for Gaara. He sent Tamari a smile causing her to blush. He chuckled as she stiffened from 2 bursts of killer intent from Yugito and Mei. Behind Itachi stood Kisame and an AIM Jonin. Guren had brought 2 ninjas he had rescued from Orochimaru's bases, Suigetsu and Jugo. Suigetsu was currently exchanging glares with Kisame while Jugo was playing with some birds on his shoulders. The two had sworn loyalty to him when Naruto had offered to find or create a sword more powerful than that of the 7 swordsmen for Suigetsu, and he had locked away the part of Jugo's mind that craved violence. Shion, Michiru and Koyuki all had guards from their countries, while Tazuna had been accompanied by Inari, who Naruto had taught a few ninja exercises and jutsu whenever he visited, and surprisingly Shino, who gave him a nod. Though we're currently in one of Naruto's bases within Wave Country, he had told the others to meet here for when the battle was done with Konoha. Taking his seat at the table, Naruto gave A and allowing him to speak first. "It's good to see you safe and well, Naruto-san. I take it the battle went well," A said. "Yes, it did. There were a few complications at the end, but nothing I couldn't handle," he replied. Onoki arched an eyebrow. "What complications?" he asked. "Oh, not much, just Uchiha Madara showing up," Naruto replied. He grinned on the inside as all their eyes widened. "Of course I had to kill him at that point, so no problem there." His gin was now displayed on his face as everyone's jaw dropped. "You fought Madara, and won after just fighting the full force of Konoha?" Kisame asked. "Well, I did have a few seconds to catch my breath in between," Naruto answered as he examined his nails, ignoring the odd looks he got from the others. "Oh, and Itachi, I learned a new trick for those eyes of yours. I'll teach it to you later." The last Uchiha nodded in response as his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan came to life before his eyes returned to their original black. "Okay, I know he shouldn't get the M's unless Sasuke had the Mangekyo as well, but I chose to disregard that fact. Also, I know he shouldn't be able to deactivate it, but..." He's Uchiha Itachi, he can do the hell he wants. As everyone regained their composure, Gaara asked, "What was the other complication, Naruto?" The others turned their attention back to the blonde. "Ah well, the Fire Lord kind of sent an army to investigate what was happening, and I kind of told them what happened and they tried to arrest me. He turned down my offer to build my village in his country," Naruto answered. Some frowned at this, but Gaara narrowed his eyes. "What aren't you telling us, Naruto?" he asked, grinning sheepishly. Naruto chuckled. "Well, I sort of, took over the country," he replied. Everyone's eyes widened once more. "How the hell did you do that?" "You know what, never mind, I'm not that surprised considering all the things you've done already. Does this mean we're still building this village?" Tazuna asked. "Yes it does, let's get on to business then. Why don't you start?" Naruto said. Giving him a dazed look, started talking. Right. Well, I got a message yesterday from my men in. You know what? No, how the hell did you take over a country in one day?" he shouted, with a few of the others agreeing with him. Activating his eyes, Naruto smirked. "I can be very persuasive," he replied, then all nodded in understanding and chuckled a bit before he looked down at the page in front of him. "Right then, I had my men send me a status report once everything was finished. According to this, the Hyuga branch clan all arrived safely and had their seals removed. They all swore allegiance to Kumo and moved into their new homes. Everyone was a bit confused about the depressed green-clad teen that came through afterwards, but one of the Hyuga spoke for him and he's currently living with said person, a Hyuga Neji," he said, giving Naruto a questioning glance. Naruto nodded back. "Yes, that's Rock Lee. I sent him there because I felt it would do him good to talk with his teammate," he replied. Nodding, it continued. "Well, since you've kept your end of the bargain, the council has finalized our alliance. We are ready to send you the men and supplies we can spare at a moment's notice," he finished. Nodding, Naruto looked to Gaara, who began to speak next. "Well, we received Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji, Iruka Amino, Konohamaru Sarutobi, Moegi, Udon and several civilians. Any who reacted negatively were brought down by my men and they are all being held in Suna until you can come collect them," Gaara announced. Unfortunately, the Wind Lord had chosen the day before to drop in for a status report. After explaining why we felt the need to betray Konoha yet again, he grudgingly relented but was quite upset over the whole issue. "But considering you'll be the Fire Lord, I guess we don't have to worry about any repercussions from Fire Country," he finished. Naruto gave him a smile as he turned his attention to Onoki. "The people you sent didn't cause any trouble and were given rooms to spend their time in. 2 of the Chunin even volunteered to do gate duty for us," he said. Naruto smirked as he figured out which 2 it most likely was. Huffing, Onoki continued. "The contract has been finalized and we can send what you need whenever you want," he finished. "That's good to hear, Onoki. What about you, Mei-chan?" Naruto asked. "Nothing's really changed. Kiri was going to side with you either way. We did however receive a letter from Yagura. He's on his way back from his trip and should arrive within the week," she answered. Nodding, Naruto turned to Tazuna. "That's good. With Madara gone, you won't need to worry about being controlled again. How are things on your end, Tazuna?" "Everything went fine. Aburame-san was a great help in calming any that were upset and his clan were a great help in stopping any people that reacted negatively. I have my men ready to leave at any time. We can build a village to your specifications whenever you want," Tazuna said. "That's good to hear. Thank you for your help, Shino-san." Shino gave him a silent nod. "I recently acquired a gift that will help further my plans. I will need to redo the blueprints for the village, but you and your men should be able to begin in a few days," Naruto replied as he fingered his new rein. "How are things coming along in Oto Guren?" "Everything is going as planned, Naruto-sama. We were able to close down many more of Orochimaru's bases, and with both his and Kabuto's notes, Karen has started healing those that need it. She has requested that we send more medics to help her though due to the amount of people to help," Guren answered. "Alright, I'll send Shizune and Yamanaka Ino along once they have both settled down from the excitement," he answered. "How about you, Itachi? Any problems with aim?" he asked. "Everything has been calm, Naruto-kun. Kisame looked after the paperwork while my eyes were being healed and the Jonin took care of the missions and patrols. The village is still prospering and they eagerly await the return of their god," Itachi said with a smirk at the end as Naruto groaned. "As for the prisoners you sent, we kept them locked in the sealed cells you designed and they await your arrival. One of them had to be moved to a separate cell though she got in a fight with the others when they insulted you," One Hanabi Hyuga, I think. Naruto chuckled in response. Ah yes, Hanabi-chan. Yugito growled quietly at this. I will head to AIM as soon as possible and speak with them as soon as I can. He said. How about you, Koyuki Haim? Any complications? She blushed as he called her Haim but responded quickly. No problems, Naruto-kun. The people were a bit upset that I would be leaving the country with only 2 guards, but when word spread that I would be meeting the hero that saved our country, they were all but ecstatic. As for the supplies we promised to send, they are ready to leave at any time. I will have them sent to the capital city once I return, she replied. That's good, thank you, Haim. How about you, Shion-san? He asked. The land of demons is prepared to lend you any assistance we can, Naruto-san, but I have had a vision about the rebirth of the demon Morio. I will need to spend all my time preparing to reseal him should it come to pass, she finished. This all happened before the Naruto Shippuden movie, so he and Shion haven't defeated Morio and Yomi yet. While she's not an arrogant bitch as she was in the movie, they aren't really friends at this point, just allies. Nodding, Naruto was in thought for a few minutes. Very well. I will lend you any assistance I can should your vision come true. I have a few methods for dealing with a demon, so you need not worry of my safety, he replied. Thank you, Naruto-san. Any help you can lend will be most appreciated, she said. Turning to Michiru, he gave the man a smile. The leader of the Land of Moon looked completely different than he did years ago when he met Naruto. Thanks to his wife, Michiru had lost much of his weight, being no longer pudgy but now tall and muscular. Any problems with you, Michiru-san? He asked. Michiru chuckled before he answered. Not at all, Naruto-kun. I will also have the supplies sent to the capital city once I return. Although it would be nice if you come pick them up yourself. Hikaru-kun wants to see you again and was a bit put out when I didn't bring him with me, he answered. Naruto smiled at him. That's quite alright, I'll come when I can, it will be nice to see him again. Naruto answered. Now then, I will also be turning in the bounties for the Akatsuki members to their respective villages. Have the money sent to the Fire Lord, please. He said, getting a nod from the cages. He continued. I will be leaving in a few weeks before my coronation. I'll need to get as much done in these next few weeks as I can, as the coronation will be in 2 months' time. All of you and your respective daimyos and other important political figures are welcome to come, he said. Where are you going, Naruto-kun? Yugito asked. Naruto gave her a smirk. Somewhere far, far away. He answered. Dun, foreshadowing. Yugito pouted at his cryptic answer. Giving her a smile, Naruto continued. Now then, if that's all, I can send you all back to your villages, he said. No one had anything to add, so they wrapped up the meeting, promising to come visit Yugito in May when he had time. Naruto opened several gargantas and returned his allies and friends back to their homes. When he was finished, only Tazuna and Itachi remained behind with their 2 guards. Turning to them, Naruto spoke. Tazuna, I will have the blueprints for the village ready soon. First, I will need to prepare the area for you. The village and surrounding area were scarred in the battle, so I will have to repair what can first. Getting a nod from the old man, he turned to Inari and Shino. The 2 of you will be welcome to join the new village as shinobi. That includes your clan as well, Shino. He got a nod from Shino and an excited agreement from Inari. Opening a portal, he and Itachi returned to Omegakure. Hinata sat in her cell sulking. Her village was under attack and there was nothing she could do to stop it. She was a member of the mighty Hyuga clan. Being beaten so easily by a commoner was disgraceful. If she ever saw him again, she would destroy him. She was brought out of her musings by a giggle from down the hall. Hinata frowned at that. Hanabi had been acting strange since she returned. She had attacked the others when they had insulted Naruto, and after being moved to a new cell she would giggle every few minutes. It was so strange. She no longer behaved like the stern Hyuga heir Hinata remembered her sister to be. What had Naruto done to her? It had been over a day now and she didn't know what was happening in Konoha. Had they already defeated Naruto by now? Would a rescue team be coming for her? Would they even know where she was? She sulked more and more as she figured no one would know where she was. Are you okay, Hinata? A voice asked. Looking up, she tried to school her face into the blank mask of a Hyuga elite. Of course I am. Thank you for your concern, Azuki-san. Across the cell from Hinata sat Yugo Azuki. Beside her was her friend Genma Shiranui, who was currently asleep, as were the several other people in the cell. They had all been sent here after her, coming individually or in small groups through portals that opened in the roof. Of the few she recognized, there were Ibiki Morino, Anko Mitarashi, Ino Yamanaka, Shizune and of course Hanabi, who was in a separate cell other than those few. The rest were mainly newly promoted Chunin and Genin. There were 36 of them in total. Giving her a nod and a reassuring smile, Yugo closed her eyes and tried to go back to sleep, but immediately jumped to her feet as they heard approaching footsteps. The sound woke the more experienced ninja as they waited for whomever was coming down. They all gasped as Itachi Uchiha walked in from the doorway. Hinata had informed them who their captor was, but none of them had really believed it. "Greetings," he said as he stopped in front of the cell. "What do you want, traitor?" Anko asked. The talking woke the rest of the ninja inti cell. "Ah, that wasn't very nice, Anko-san," a voice said from behind them all. Turning, they all jumped back with widened eyes as they saw Naruto leaning against the wall behind them. Growling, Hinata lunged at him with several strikes aimed at his pressure points and organs. She fell over as the first strike passed through his body, causing her to lose her balance. "Bushin!" everyone thought as Hinata stood and looked around for him. She gasped in surprise as the Bushin behind her leaned forward and wrapped its arms around her waist. "That wasn't nice at all, Hinata-chan," he whispered in her ear. Throwing her head back, Hinata attempted to smash her head into his face. She was caught by surprise as her head and body fell through his, landing her back on the floor. Chuckling, Naruto walked past the surprised group, smirking as the attacks passed through his body. Walking through the bars, he stopped at the other end and turned to address them. "It's good to see that you're all doing so well," he commented. A cry of "Naruto-kun" came from down the hall, causing Naruto to chuckle. "Please go free Hanabi and take her to a room, Itachi," he said. The Uchiha nodded and wailed further into the dungeon. "What do you want with us, Uzumaki?" Ibiki asked as he studied Naruto. "Don't bother trying to interrogate me, Ibiki-san. I'll know what you're trying to do before you do it." Naruto's voice rang in all their heads, causing them to jump in surprise. "As you can all see, I have telepathic abilities. These abilities were what led me to capture you instead of killing you," he stated. "Why would they make a difference?" Shizune asked. "Most of you were saved because you were good people that didn't deserve to die for the crimes of others. The rest is a punishment," he said, glaring at Ino at the end, causing her to flinch slightly. "What are you going to do now? Someone will find out we're here and come save us," Genma said. "Unfortunately, that's not true. You see, Konoha is gone. There are under 300 survivors and they are all being held with one of my allies. The only reason you're here is because you didn't willingly join me, and you can't be left alone like civilians," he answered. A few of the genin broke out in tears hearing this, while the older ninja had to take a seat. "What are you going to do with us then?" Ino asked quietly. Naruto's reply was cut off as Hanabi tackled him, giggling like a schoolgirl. The others watched with wide eyes while Hinata frowned. "What have you done to Hanabi?" she asked. "Nothing you need to worry about, Hinata-chan," Naruto replied. Turning to Hanabi, he whispered a few words in her ear, causing her to giggle and nod furiously. Speaking louder, he said, "Go with Itachi-san, Hanabi-chan. I'll come visit you later, okay?" She nodded and gave him a final hug before following Itachi up the stairs. Turning back to the group, Naruto spoke. "As for an answer to your question, Ino, you all have a choice of joining me willingly or being made to," he said. "I'll give you a chance to think on it and have someone bring you each to me." After an hour to think, he had Itachi or Kisame bring them to his office one at a time. All the young genin chose to join him as they were either orphans that were forced to join the academy or they were informed that their families had survived the battle. Of the others, only Anko joined him willingly after he gave her not only Orochimaru's head and sword but promised to remove her cursed seal. She had tried to jump him right then and there, but they were interrupted by Kisame bringing in the next person. He was forced to use his eyes to enslave the rest. While they still had their free will and thoughts, he made them all loyal to him, except for Ino and Hinata. Hinata he gave the same treatment as Hanabi, turning her into a love-struck teen girl. Without any of the Hyuga brainwashing she had gone through, she returned to that kind, gentle girl he used to know as a child. As for Ino, he really only kept her because she had matured into a beautiful woman. He destroyed most of her mind, leaving behind only her basic thoughts and shinobi skills. He also imprinted her with total devotion and love for him. Unlike the others, he couldn't just lock away part of her mind due to her clan's abilities, so he just destroyed and replaced them. By the end of the day, Naruto had gained 36 devoted shinobi to add to his village. Standing atop the remains of the Hokage monument, once more Naruto looked out over the distance. Itachi whistled X to him as he surveyed the remains of Konoha. "You really know how to make a mess, Naruto-kun," he said. Naruto waved him off. Yay, just give me a hand with this." Naruto replied as he created a few clones. With multiple cries of futon. Daitopa, all the ashes were herded into a large pile the size of a small mountain. Another wind jutsu from Naruto spread the ash into a larger square area. An earth jutsu from Itachi buried it all underground. Naruto penned off the area with some rocks. Why didn't we just blow away? Itachi asked, as they could have done it much quicker that way. Well, for one thing, there would be ash everywhere and the people wherever we sent it wouldn't be too happy about that. Also, ash is a great tantalizer. This area will be used as farmland. The ash should help the crops grow. Naruto replied. Ash is fertilizer? I didn't know that, Itachi stated. Not many in this realm do. Naruto replied as he walked away. Itachi chose to ignore the strange response but couldn't help but wonder where Naruto had learned a fact like that. No one had ever thought ashes had a use like that. Itachi watched in amazement as Naruto used several earth jutsu to not only rebuild the Hokage monument, minus the faces, but to also create more mountains to either side, creating a large valley within the mountains with only a few exits. It was a perfect location for a village as T was easily dependable with the mountains surrounding it. Creating 10 clones, the Narutos each bounded off in a different direction. Sensing a large buildup of chakra, Itachi activated his Sharingan only to see Naruto and his clones pouring their chakra into the ground. The chakra just kept flowing from his body as it spread out across the area, flowing into the distance further than Itachi could see. A minute later, 10 shouts rang out. Mokuton Hijutsu. Jukai Koden. Wood release secret technique. Nativity of a world of trees. Itachi watched in amazement as roots rose up from the ground, spreading in every direction. They soon turned into trees that continued to grow. 5 minutes later, the entire forest had been regrown. Itachi noted that Naruto's trees were at least twice the size of the Shoden's and they would only continue to grow as time passed. Turning from his forest, Naruto grinned at Itachi, who noticed that he didn't even look drained. Returning to the valley, Naruto created several thousand planks of wood for Tazuna and his men to use. While he could have built the village with his Mokuton, he lacked the artistic skill needed to make the village look beautiful. News of Konoha's destruction spread all across the elemental nations. Many daimyos and village leaders sputtered in disbelief when they heard this. Remembering the boy who had come to them with talks of alliance, after it was confirmed that Naruto was the one who defeated not only Konoha but several S-rank criminals, offers of alliances or marriage proposals were sent to him. All were returned ripped apart with a note saying, "Too late." Tazuna began construction on the village later that week. He was a bit surprised at how Naruto wanted it built. The new village would be half the size of Konoha and would only be able to house 500 people, but Naruto had assured him that it was all he would need. Tazuna was also further confused when no shinobi buildings were included in the blueprints, but Naruto simply told him he had a plan and that he should build it as was drawn. Deciding to trust in the blonde, Tazuna and his men began construction. Due to the smaller size and the amount of men Naruto had paid for the village would be completed just 3 months' time. Naruto spent a week visiting each of the girls he was now in a relationship with. He had planned on having a big family with many kids, and that would take many mothers, so he began dating the women he was interested in. He was currently seeing Yugito, Mei, Guren, Hanabi, Ino, Hinata and Anko, who had claimed him as hers after he had removed her seal. He had also been receiving marriage proposals from Koyuki, who had fallen for him after he saved her country, while Gaara and Onoki had been dropping hints about him maybe dating Temari since she seemed to like the blonde and Gaara knew Naruto would take care of her. And Kuretsuchi, Onoki's daughter, he mostly wanted a mixing of their bloodlines as she was one of the only Yoden, lava release, users left in the village, and he didn't want to be the only village that Naruto wasn't tied to, since he was dating Yugito and Mei and was considering Temari. Saying his goodbyes to everyone and letting them know he would return soon, Naruto appeared in the Fire Palace and left a few orders with Kasai. After that, he spent the rest of the day writing letters to the various wandering clans and missing nin, informing them of the situation and when to begin migrating to the village. Once all the letters were sent, Naruto went shopping and stocked up on storage scrolls for his trip. Activating his ring afterwards, he disappeared in a flash of black light. Reappearing in the familiar hallway of the multiverse, Naruto looked to the door in front of him. The door was completely metallic with many small grooves cut into it. Reading the plaque next to the door, he smirked as he entered. Instead of a room, he fell into a black void with no floor. Around him floated different doors held aloft by swirling green lights that flowed around the room. The lights surrounded him, swirling around like a stream of liquid. The way it seemed to move made it seem alive. The lights brought him to a door made of red painted wood. The door opened as he approached. Stepping through, he turned to wave at the lights, but the door shut behind him. Looking around at his surroundings, Naruto found himself in a futuristic city. Above him, things he recognized as vehicles flew by at high speeds. There were humans as well as many strange creatures walking around him, some giving him strange looks since he had just appeared out of thin air. Smirking, Naruto joined with the crowd and headed towards a large building in the distance. Elsewhere in a room within a large building, several eyes snapped open as their owners awoke. They had been meditating when Naruto had entered the realm. I sensed a great disturbance in the force. A blue feminine creature stated, with several others nodding as L. It was like a person just appeared in the center of the city from thin air. A tall, dark-skinned man replied. Troubling this is, powerful this being is. Deep within the dark side has he fallen. The smaller green figure replied. Chapter 19, Galaxy. Last time on Naruto. Revenge. Elsewhere in a room within a large building, several eyes snapped open as their owners awoke. They had been meditating when Naruto had entered the realm. I sensed a great disturbance in the force. A blue feminine creature stated, with several others nodding as L. It was like a person just appeared in the center of the city from thin air. A tall, dark-skinned man replied. Troubling this is, powerful this being is. Deep within the dark side has he fallen. The smaller green figure replied. All around the Jedi Temple of Coruscant, figures could be seen rushing around in panic. Older Jedi were moving all the younglings to a safe room, while others were using the communication center to broadcast a message to all active Jedi. The rest were preparing for battle. This was the scene 14-year-old Anakin Skywalker viewed as he stepped out of his speeder. Walking through the crowd, he spotted his master and made his way to his side. Obi-Wan was currently meditating with his lightsaber in his lap. As Anakin drew closer, he opened his eyes to view his apprentice. What's going on, master? Why is everyone so worked up? Anakin asked. Didn't you sense it, Padawan? Obi-Wan asked. A being of dark force energy was sensed in the lower area of Coruscant. As we speak, I can feel it approaching the temple. We are preparing for war, Anakin, he said. But it's one person, master, why call in all active Jedi? Anakin asked. He had sensed the being when it appeared. Frankly, he was sure anyone slightly knowledgeable in the Force had sensed it. While it felt powerful, it was still only one person, and from what I sensed, master, they're far less powerful than you are, he commented. Obi-Wan chuckled. That's what I thought too, Anakin, but this being is able to block its true power from being sensed. It took deep meditation for me to even gauge its strength, and believe me, Anakin, he is very powerful, far more so than anyone I have ever met. We will need all the help we can get if we hope to win should a fight break out. Obi-Wan replied. Anakin was struck speechless. How could someone be so powerful? He had believed that Obi-Wan and the Jedi Council to be the most powerful Force users in the galaxy, but from what Obi-Wan had said, this being was more powerful than all of them. He sat beside his master and began to meditate. Searching out the being, he tried to delve deeper into the Force and gauge its strength like Obi-Wan had done. Following the Force, he arrived before a dark area that seemed to be moving closer to his body. Floating up to the energy, Anakin attempted to study it. As soon as he touched the energy linked to the being, Anakin felt as though he was being watched. All of a sudden his vision was filled with a pair of large eyes. Eyes that looked so different than any he had seen before. The whites of the eyes were purple in color and was full of concentric circles moving towards the center. Strange little red comma marks were spinning with the circles as they drew him in towards the center. Where the pupil and iris were meant to be, there was only a black diamond staring at him in distaste. Anakin could only cower as the eyes studied him. Then he heard a voice within his mind. Run away, little Jedi, you are not welcome here. We shall soon meet, and you will die if you stand against me. Warn all who will stand against me that they do so at a risk to themselves. The voice whispered in his mind. Before Anakin could reply, he felt a pressure descend on him. He was filled with unexplainable pain and terror. Seconds later, extreme pain coursed through him before he was thrust back into his body. His scream alerted Obi-Wan and the others nearby to his problem. Mace Windu had been speaking with Master Yoda when they heard a scream come from Obi-Wan's direction. Rushing over with the other surrounding Jedi, they came upon the side of Obi-Wan trying to calm his thrashing apprentice. Rushing to the boy's side, Windu joined Obi-Wan in calming the boy through use of the Force. After a few minutes they were able to calm him down and ask what had happened. His explanation of what had happened to him caused murmurs from the crowd as many began to prepare for the battle soon to come. Yoda stood beside Windu and Obi-Wan within the temple. They were discussing what Anakin had spoken of while the boys sat to the side recovering. "What are we going to do, Master Yoda?" It's obvious the being consensus attempting to enter its mind. And those strange eyes Anakin saw, they were not yellow in color. "This may not be a Sith at all, how should we handle it?" Obi-Wan asked. "It's obvious it wants something here. Anakin was told we would only die if we stood against it. Perhaps we should find out what it wants first before resorting to battle," Windu said. Like Obi-Wan and the other Jedi Masters, he had gauged the being's power and it truly frightened him. He had never felt such a large concentration of dark force energy, and he hadn't even been able to sense its limits. It seemed endless. This was definitely not someone he wanted to face. "See, we will. Approaches soon it is," Yoda answered. "Questions first we must ask. Battle we must avoid." Chancellor Palpatine, known to a select few as Darth Sidious, stood upon a rooftop examining the being as it walked towards the Jedi Temple. He had felt the large concentration of dark force energy far before the Jedi had. Unlike he knew that this being was not what he seemed. He had felt as it was created from thin air rather than simply landing upon the planet. He already had Dooku on his way, but Sidious felt he should meet this being on his own first. He had been unable to completely study the creature, but it looked to be a human teen with blonde locks and blue eyes. The boy had at some point raised the hood of his cloak, making him seem like a red-clad Sith Lord. As the boy turned a corner, Sidious turned to follow along the shadows, only to come face to face with the same boy he had spied turning a corner down below. "Why are you following me, Sith?" the boy asked. Sidious shivered at the cold tone of his voice. He ignored the fact this boy could tell what he was while the Jedi had been unable to. "You are a being of great dark force energy, my boy. I simply had to investigate an unknown Sith appearing within the city," Sidious replied as his hand slowly inched towards his lightsaber. A saber he saw the boy now holding in his hand. Trying his best not to show how distressed he was at the situation, Sidious put on a friendly face. "Do not compare me to one of your ilk, Sith. I am not one of you, and you will do best to remember that," the boy replied. "Very well, perhaps you would be interested in joining us. Sith or not, you are powerful in the dark side of the Force. I can help you become far greater than you are now, teach you to control your powers," Sidious said. Promise of power always attracted those of the dark side, and if he could have this boy within his control, then the Jedi would stand no chance. The boy scoffed at him and turned away. "You have nothing to teach me, Sith. I have no use for a weakling. Leave me and pray we never meet again." As he spoke, he began to walk away, tucking the lightsaber within his robe. Sidious seethed at the sheer audacity of the youth. Powerful or not, he would be unable to control the Force at such a young age, making him no match for a trained Sith Lord. If the boy would not come willingly, then he would force him and have him trained to obey. Raising an arm, he sent a surge of Force lightning towards the boy. As the lightning approached his unprotected back, the boy stopped moving. The lightning seemed to swerve around him before spinning around him like a protective cocoon. Surprised by this, Sidious cut his connection to the Force, but the lightning remained spinning around the boy. "That was very foolish, Sith," he heard. Before he could reply, his own lightning flew back at him, hitting him square in the chest. Sidious fell to his knees, writhing and screaming in pain as the lightning coursed through his body. He was still aware enough to feel when his mental barriers were smashed apart and his mind bared open. Memories flashed through his mind as they were viewed by another presence within his mind. "At least you had some use to me, Sith," he heard within his mind. The youth turned to look at him, and through his pain-filled haze Sidious viewed a pair of strange purple eyes staring right at him before he heard a strange word. "Amaterasu." The world exploded in black flames as everything went dark. Sidious snapped his eyes open as his body fell out of the stasis tube. He had barely been able to reach a clone body to inhabit. Had it not been for his base instincts, he was sure he would be dead right now. As the droids helped him dress, he shuddered as he remembered those cold eyes staring into his soul. "That boy is very dangerous. I need to wait for Dooku to get here. The two of us will be able to take him down. Or at least my fool apprentice can distract him," he thought as he exited the room in his new body. Naruto stood before the Biomedical Institute of Coruscant. The first of his stops on his way to the Jedi Temple. The Jedi usually stationed here were called to the temple, making his mission far simpler. Walking through the doors, he cast a widespread genjutsu coupled with his spiritual pressure. All beings within the area dropped to the ground asleep. Walking through the mass of bodies, Naruto came to the receptionist's desk. Pulling the information he needed from her mind, he turned towards the hallway he needed. Halt, state you business here. He heard. Seriously, you need to look into this list. If you're going to build a village, your guards are going to need to fit in. Gil, as he had come to call him much to the spirit's ire, stated. Chuckling quietly, Naruto turned to the voice. It was a security droid, which would explain why it was still conscious. A pulse of electrical energy solved that problem as the droid shut down. Surveying the surrounding people, Naruto spotted one dressed in a lab coat. A quick absorption later proved him to be the head of techno-medical studies. Stealing his ID card and identity, Naruto walked down the hallway. The other droids ignoring his presence, as he was now someone that was allowed to be there. While he could deactivate them all with a large electric pulse, he didn't want to interfere with any other mechanics he might need. Reaching the first room, he entered the lab and spotted several people laying on the floors. While a couple clones dragged them out and absorbed their memories, Naruto walked over to a large vat. Within the vat was a silver-gray liquid that flowed around the vat. A look at the computer showed him what he needed to know. Perfect. A blank batch. He mumbled as he read, several million. Ready to be programmed for use. Self-sustaining. Excellent. Walking around the computer and vat, he inspected the generator hooked up to the machines in the room. Good internal power source, but I should grab a few spare generators to work with. Creating several clones, he sent them out into the building. Several minutes later, the clones returned, each carrying an unplugged generator from the other rooms. The generators were stacked in the corner of the room. Standing in the center of the room, Naruto sent out a pulse of concentrated chakra. Checking the machines, he noted no changes. Chakra has no negative effects on them. Good, these will be able to be transported. He muttered to himself. Walking to the door, he turned to face the room and spread out his chakra along the walls and floor, covering everything in the room with it. His eyes began to glow as the room twisted and seemed to flow into his eyes. A second later, the room disappeared, leaving a square-shaped indent in the building. Focusing once more, Naruto's body twisted before it flowed into his eyes as well. A second later, he was gone. Appearing with his own pocket dimension, Naruto looked around. The place was similar to Madara's, except instead of dozens of cubic blocks, Naruto had several large black spheres floating in a white void. Walking into his newest addition, he entered the lab and began to study the computers once more. Seeing as everything was running fine, Naruto checked the generators. Viewing the energy displays, he was surprised to see that they were all fully charged, even the one that had been at half power when it was brought in. I wonder how that happened, he thought. It's simple if you think about it, he heard Gil say. Sending confusion through their link, Naruto heard the spirit sigh before it answered. Your pocket dimension is still another part of your mindscape. While inaccessible without the technique you took from Madara, it is still a part of the mindscape. And from where I'm sitting in the throne room, I can see the energy being drained from your electricity control. Any electronics you bring in here will be powered from the gem, he explained. How much power is it taking? I don't want to die because I brought something too draining in here, Naruto asked. No need to worry about that. It's only taking the electricity generated by the gem, not your own energy. Even if it fully drains it, you will only lose control of electricity until it recharges. As for the amount, it doesn't seem like much, maybe 1 to 3%, Gil replied. Alright, let me know if it takes too much. I might need that control if I run into any more of those lightning attacks or droids, Naruto said as he left his dimension. Reappearing in the hallway he had just left, Naruto headed for his next goal. Behind him, a sign dealt from the door he had just exited. On the front, in multiple languages, was the word nanotech. Did you feel that? Windu asked as all the Jedi within the council chamber seemed to perk up. Several minuets ago they had felt the clash of two dark forces, with a strange being coming out the winner. They assumed it was another Sith challenging this new force. Now their attention had been drawn to another matter. Yes, the energy vanished for a few minutes before it reappeared. It was as if it had just disappeared into thin air. Jocasta Nu, Jedi Chief Librarian, said. What could it possibly mean? Obi-Wan asked. Irrelevant it is. Still with us the being is, Yoda replied. Walking through the city once more, Naruto couldn't help but stare at all the strange creatures moving about. It was quite a change from all the humans he saw within his realm. Brushing past some tall furry creature, he slipped into an alleyway. Following the memories he had stolen from that Sith, he arrived at his destination, the shipyard. The place had information on all sorts of transport and battle vehicles, information he needed. Several bursts of genjutsu and spirit pressure later, Naruto stood in the main archive of the shipyard. A simple download later, he had all their files saved onto a stolen datapad, which was then sealed into one of his scrolls and placed within his robe. A jump over the fence and he was headed towards his final destination, the Jedi Temple. "It comes," Windu announced. The beings had stopped moving around the city and was now headed straight for them at high speeds. "I'll prepare the others," Obi-Wan said as he rose. "I'll check the younglings," Jocasta added, joining him. "Meet at the Central Hall afterwards," Windu ordered. One by one the Jedi High Council filed out of the room, many looking down sullenly as they sensed the approach of the dark being. Walking up the stairs to the temple, Naruto was quite surprised none of the Jedi had come to meet him. He knew they had sensed his approach. He could feel their annoying stings as they tried to invade his mind. Those attempts were easily swatted away with only a thought. Entering the sort of entrance chamber, he found himself facing off against a large force of Jedi. While they had yet to draw their weapons, he could feel the unease and fear flowing off of them. In at the front of the group he spotted those he recognized as the High Council as well as the little Jedi who he had spoken to last time. The boy's eyes widened as Naruto activated his Kote no Mi. A shudder ran through the crowd as they saw his eyes. A few were afraid, he could tell, but most of them held curious looks as to his eyes. Others he noticed were surprised at his age, expecting him to be far older than he was. The tall, dark-skinned man, Mace Windu, he recognized, stepped forward. He opened his mouth to speak but stiffened as Naruto vanished from his spot at the entranceway several meters away to appear behind him in the blink of an eye. Everyone else nearly tripped over themselves as they took a step back from the boy. Taking a step forward, he stopped in front of Anakin. Windu and Obi-Wan prepared to jump in should something happen. "We meet again, little Jedi," Naruto said. Anakin flinched as those strange eyes seemed to stare through him. He tried to reply but found himself unable to speak, only stare on in silence and fear as he remembered what happened the last time he had seen those eyes. Leaning forward, Naruto chuckled. "Sleep?" The boy dropped like a sack of rocks, falling unconscious at his feet. Turning around, he walked away from him past Windu. Stopping a few feet away, he turned back around to face the crowd. Cocking his head in curiosity, he waited for someone to say something. Mace, seeing the boy wait, chose to speak up now as Obi-Wan attended to Anakin. "Who are you? What do you want here?" he asked the boy before him. He had been mildly surprised to find out the being they had felt was but a young boy. Maybe 15 or 16 years old. He had also been relieved as he thought maybe the boy wasn't as dangerous as they had thought. He was far too young to be trained enough in the Force to be a big threat to them. Those thoughts had been crushed to bits when the boy had displayed inhuman speed even for someone using the Force. He had traveled over 40 meters in the blink of an eye. And then he had put young Skywalker to sleep with one word. It would take significant training to be able to overpower the mind of a sentient creature like that. Especially the mind of a Jedi, even an apprentice Jedi. No, Mace decided to stick with his first assumption. This boy was very dangerous. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. As for my reasons for being here, you have something I want," Naruto replied. "And what precisely is that?" Mace asked. The boy reached into his cloak and pulled out an object. Mace and the other Jedi stiffened when they recognized it as a lightsaber. Rather than activate it, the boy held it up for them to view. "I'm searching for either more of these or a way to make them. While I could just take all of yours, it would be better for you to help me," Naruto said as he activated the red lightsaber. Windu frantically thought about what to do. It was obvious that the boy had taken the weapon from someone else. Had he built it himself, he would know how to make more, and they couldn't very well tell him how to make more. Who knows what he planned to do with them? But he had stated he could just take the ones they had, and with the tone he had used, Mace knew he was sure he could defeat them all, and should that happen he might find the holocrons which would tell him how to build more. Mace's thoughts were cut off as the boy deactivated the lightsaber and put it away in his robes before speaking. Those holocron things sound interesting. Where can I find them?" the boy asked. "How did you just read your mind?" "Oh yes, it wasn't that hard since you were practically broadcasting your thoughts," Naruto said. Everyone gasped as they heard this. It was impossible to read the mind of another. Manipulate it to a degree, yes. But mind reading had never been heard of. Ignoring them all, Naruto turned his head to Jocasta. "So you're the chief librarian. Where is the archive room?" he asked. Jocasta felt a presence in her mind and tried her best not to think about the archive room. A second later the presence disappeared. She sighed in relief but cried out as a force slammed into her mind. Her mental barriers were shattered as she felt the presence flood through her thoughts, pulling out everything she knew. When the process was finished, she dropped to the ground unconscious. As Jocasta cried out and fell, Mace Windu drew his lightsaber and activated it. He heard the sounds of the others following suit. With a cry, he and the others charged. Rather than draw his lightsaber again, the boy reached behind his back and seemed to pull out a long, curved, crimson sword out of thin air. Force illusion. But when did he use it, and how did he keep it active so long and with no one noticing? Windu thought. High thoughts changed as a small green blur zipped past him. Master Yoda? He watched as the diminutive Jedi Master leapt at the boy, and he was just as shocked as the rest when the normal-looking blade held up against the lightsaber. Further observation showed a sort of energy covering the blade. It was most likely what protected the sword from the lightsaber. Glancing at his attacker, Naruto smirked. "Well, aren't you the cutest little thing? What are you, some sort of elf?" he asked. Getting no response from the Jedi other than him pushing harder with his lightsaber, Naruto sighed before pushing back with his blade. This sent the Jedi flying backwards. As Yoda was flung back, Mace attacked with a force push. His attack was countered with another telekinetic push, canceling it out. At this time, he and the other Jedi had reached the boy, and using their force perception, the ones closest to him all attacked, alternating their strikes to hit him but avoid their allies. Those who were further back spread out in case he managed to escape or repel his current attackers. With the circle of blades, Naruto weaved around lightsaber after lightsaber, avoiding all the attacks or deflecting them with his blade. Being able to see all around him in slow motion and pick up the thoughts of his opponents made it mere child's play to dance around the Jedi. While the weapons or anything else they did couldn't kill him, it was still worth it to avoid their strikes. He was already finding this more of a challenge than his battle in Konoha. Also, he could see each of them using a different sword style. Sword styles that his Sharingan was copying as he dodged around them. Seeing their sword strikes failing, Mace turned to the bystanders and ordered them to help as much as they could with their force abilities. The boy should find it harder to fight as he was assaulted by force illusions, mind tricks and force pushes. As he heard the order called out, Naruto spread out his telepathy. While he couldn't use the force like these Jedi seemed to believe, he could still rework any of their techniques to be used with chakra. As the illusions and mental probes assaulted his mind, he sighed. They were only using things he could already do easily. Perhaps he should look into that Sith from before. Hard to believe that even a whole realm away there were people using body switch techniques like Orochimaru and Madara. Perhaps the Sith had some better techniques he could learn. He would need to investigate this later. Seeing their opponent distracted, the Jedi, assuming the mind tricks and illusions were working, rushed in, lightsabers blazing. Naruto, having gotten bored and thinking about whether or not to hunt down that Sith Lord, ignored the incoming attacks as several lightsabers passed through his body. The Jedi gasped as the attacks passed through his body without causing any damage whatsoever. The subconscious activating of his Izanami brought Naruto's attention back to the fight. "Oops, I'm sorry, you guys were being so boring, I must have gotten distracted. Do you guys have any more techniques to throw at me, or can we end this already?" he said. The Jedi just stared back, shocked. "Well, that's a pity." Feeling a buildup of energy, Mace Windu began to shout out a warning. He was far too late as Naruto beat him to the punch and called out his attack. Shinra Kaden, Divine Rotation. A dome of pure gravitational kinetic energy swirled around him before exploding outwards, pushing all the Jedi back. The attack tore up floor tiles, destroyed pillars and cracked all the walls. When the dust cleared, Naruto stood alone in the center of the destroyed room as the Jedi lay injured, having been slammed into the walls over 100 feet away from them. Those that could began to stand back up but froze as they felt another flare of energy. They fell to their knees as a pressure seemed to slam down on them, filling them with terror. The pressure began to increase as more and more of them fell unconscious, until only the High Council were left standing. The pressure increased even more as they too began to fall one by one. The last thoughts through their minds as they lost unconsciousness were all the same. Force, fear. Looking around at all the now unconscious Jedi, Naruto stopped leaking killer intent and Ryotsu. Humming to himself, he began to walk around the room, collecting and sealing lightsabers as he went. Finding no more of them littering the floors, he entered the inner section of the temple and headed for the archives. Entering the Jedi archives, Naruto whistled at the sheer size of the room, and stretched out for a few hundred feet with bookshelves to each side. Instead of paper books, there were many glowing databanks. In the center of the room was a large rotunda. Walking past the shelves, desks and more, he headed straight of a lift at the back. Activating it, he descended to the holocron vaults. Arriving at his destination, Naruto ghosted through the doors and defenses and entered the vault. He found several small polyhedral objects stored in dilating niches in the walls. There was also a pillar in the center of the room, filled with the palm-sized artifacts. Walking around the room, Naruto read the labels below each holocron. He grabbed one on the building and maintaining of lightsabers, another on the different fighting styles known to the Jedi. He found several detailing how to build several different machines, buildings, chemicals and droids. Lastly, he found a section filled with spare empty holocrons. Once all the items were sealed in a scroll, he left the Jedi archives and headed for the classrooms. Entering the room, Naruto was greeted by the sight of several children hiding all around the place. They grew frightened as he entered the room. Looking around, he linked with their minds and sent them feelings of calm and safety as he slowly put them to sleep. Once all the children were out, he went about looking for what he sought. Opening a storage area at the back of the room, Naruto found what he was searching for. Stored within the area were several small round orbs the size of a melon. These were known as remotes, small automatons used by the instructors to teach. Sealing several to study when he would need to rebuild them, Naruto took his leave of the Jedi Temple by use of Sonito. Landing outside the temple, he began his search of the Sith that he had met earlier. He chuckled at the gasps and shrieks of fear as the Jedi Temple exploded behind him. "Was that necessary?" Gil asked. "I told them what would happen if they fought me. Besides, the rooms with children were protected by my seals, and most of the Jedi should survive the explosion. This was simply a warning," he answered. Picking up a familiar energy signature, Naruto began heading towards the Sith Lord. Sidious was overjoyed. Dooku had finally arrived with a squad of droids. With this many of them, they could finally capture that boy. He had just received word from a spy droid in the Jedi Temple. The boy had soundly crushed them all and destroyed the temple. Unfortunately, he had left many Jedi alive and had even saved the younglings. It would seem he wasn't as cruel as a Sith should be, but that could always be beaten into him. Yes, he would teach the boy, make him powerful and loyal. Nothing would stand before the might of the Sith Empire. "What are your orders, Master Sidious?" Dooku asked, drawing him from his thoughts. The boy approaches Tyrannus. "I don't know how he knows where we are, but he will be here soon. Prepare your droids for battle and remind them to aim to incapacitate, not to kill. I want him alive. Do not fail me, Tyrannus," Sidious hissed. "Yes, Master," Dooku answered as he left to prepare. As his apprentice left, Sidious chuckled to himself from his throne. Unknown to him, a clone up in the rafters smirked as it dispelled. Naruto soared through the skies of Coruscant with a weak genjutsu to hide his presence. He had received the clone's memories of his target minutes ago and had taken to the air due to the distance he would need to cross. Sidious was currently in an airship away from the city and several yards in the air. The fool probably believed he would be able to know when Naruto approached with his radar systems, but since he had no use for an airship, Naruto wouldn't appear on the radar. Seeing the ship off in the distance, Naruto sped up and reached it within moments. It was a large carrier ship, at least bigger than the village he currently had Tazuna building. Flying to the rear of the ship where the carrier bay located, Naruto grabbed a hold of the door and dipped it open through strength alone and slipped into the vessel. He was immediately under fire as droids spotted him and began firing their blasters. Dodging past the weapons fire, Naruto glided around the docking area with his sword in hand. He cut through droids as quickly as he could, destroying them all in a few minutes. He then turned his attention to the ships and escape pods, destroying them all should Sidious or his apprentice attempt to escape. Gliding through the hallways, his arm was a blur as he was forced to cut down droids and blast shield doors as they attempted to box him in. He finally arrived within a factory area that was producing more and more droids to combat him. Shutting down the place with a few powered-down Ceros, Naruto proceeded on his hunt for the two Sith. He finally reached a round room with various computers in the walls. Standing in the middle of the room surrounded by several droids were Darth Sidious and Darth Tyrannus. He noticed there was a guard rain surrounding the upper level of the room, which was also filled with droids. "We meet again, young one," Sidious said. "This is the one you needed my help for, Master?" "He is but a child," Tyrannus said as he sneered at Naruto. "A child who just defeated all the forces within the Jedi Temple and still has enough energy to cut his way through your ship." Naruto snapped. Dooku snapped his head to Sidious for confirmation, and when he received a nod, he looked back at Naruto with an appraising look. "So what is it you have come for, boy?" Sidious asked. "I was disappointed with the Jedi. I had hoped they would have something to teach me, but I could already do everything they could. For your sake, hope you can teach me something new, Sith," he said as he brandished his blade. An order from Tyrannus and the droids began to fire. Dodging around the bolts once more, Naruto rushed towards the two Sith. He cut through the droids that stood in his way and took a swipe at Dooku. The blow was blocked by a red lightsaber, but the force behind it sent the Sith flying into the computer behind him. Turning on his heel, Naruto blocked a blow from Sidious and began to parry the attacks coming from the Sith Lord. As he studied his movements, he could see that the Sith used the same sword styles that he had copied, but with Sidious the style was more refined. This new version replaced the old as Gil within his mind destroyed the old copies and put in the new. Recovering from his flight, Dooku attacked Naruto from behind, but was blocked as Naruto activated the lightsaber he had stolen. Not used to dual-wielding, Naruto was too focused at using the two swords, which caused him to miss dodging as a couple bolts struck him from behind and paralyzed him for a second. The second was enough to give Sidious and Tyrannus an opportunity to move around his blades and cut off his arms. All firing ceased as Naruto's arms fell to the ground. Sidious rejoiced in his head. They had done it. With his arms gone, the boy would soon lose consciousness. After having him healed, they could outfit him with a pair of robotic arms, and he and Dooku's combined powers could override his mind and use Force Corrupt on him. If that failed, some Force mind control would work. Sidious was snapped out of his thoughts as Naruto growled. Instead of falling to the ground, the boy turned to glare at the droids that had hit him. His eyes widened when the boy's arms, then hands, then fingers regenerated with a glowing blue orb at the tips. Pointing the orb at the droids, he shouted, "Sero!" A beam of concentrated energy flew from his finger, destroying the droids. The beam continued through the walls of the shim before blasting a hole out the hull. Sidious and Tyrannus looked on in shock as they could clearly see the blue sky from the hole that had blown through 18 levels of the ship. Turning back to he held out his hands and his two blades flew into them. Such power, I've never seen a force ability like that. Where did he learn it? Sidious thought. Before they could resume the fight, a loud alarm rang through the ship as the lights began flashing red. Warning, warning, the control room has been destroyed. The ship will crash land in T-3 minutes and 27 seconds. A voice blared over the intercom system. Hearing in, Naruto smirked. I suppose we better finish up then, he said. Are you mad? If we don't get to the docking bay soon, we'll all die. It takes at least 3 minutes to get there, Dooku shouted. A pity then, since I destroyed all the ships and pods within the bay area. Your only hope of escaping is through me. Naruto replied as he floated into the air. You have 3 minutes to prove to me that you have something worth my time, unless you will die, he said as he flew towards them with his weapons ready to strike. Dooku, using his telekinesis, began flinging the droids at Naruto in an attempt to stop if not slow him down, but they were all flung aside by Naruto's own telekinetic abilities. Sidious threw all his mind tricks at him, trying to either control his mind or stop his attack, but all his strikes proved useless as they failed against Naruto's mental defenses. Reaching the two, Naruto engaged them in 2-on-1 sword combat. As he fought, he became more and more adept at using the two blades. Slowly but surely he was beating back the two Sith Lords. While they were more experienced with their sword styles, the amount of force he put into each blow was throwing off their rhythm as he pushed them back. Screaming out, Tyrannus used his force rage to increase his abilities. He began to strike back faster and stronger than before, but Naruto continued to hold his own. Finally, after a slip from the rage-blinded Tyrannus, Naruto gained an opening which he used to behead the Sith with his lightsaber. As Tyrannus's head fell from its body, both parts of the Sith turned to dust as his clothes fell to the ground. Seeing Tyrannus fall, Sidious jumped back. Without his apprentice, his odds of winning became even slimmer, and since the boy showed no chance of saving him, he decided that if he was to die, he would take the boy with him. The pest was too dangerous to leave alive. Even if he would be reborn in a clone body, taking the boy down was proving to be far too costly. Calling upon his powers with the dark side, Sidious prepared to use his most powerful ability, Force Storm. Using all his focus and mental power, Sidious called upon the dark side energies to rip open a wormhole. It would take all his concentration to keep the attack from destroying the whole planet, but he knew it would defeat the boy. As the storm began to form, he heard the boy sigh. It seems there really is nothing you Jedi or Sith can teach me. Sidious looked up as the boy's eyes began to spin. Kamui. He watched in amazement as a wormhole formed before him. Sidious could only stare in shock at such mastery of the Force, and his body was ripped asunder. For the second time in one day he had been killed. As Sidious flew away from the ship towards a new body, he couldn't help but ponder about this strange boy. That last attack had definitely been like the Force Storm, unlike his, though it had formed instantly and closed afterwards. That showed true mastery. Before he could ponder more on the blonde enigma, he heard a voice behind him. Soul drain. Sidious felt a tugging sensation before everything went dark. Naruto floated along as he reviewed his new attack. He had developed the soul drain after reading an ancient comic known as Mortal Kombat. It was a technique meant to drain the souls of others and empower the user, but so far it didn't work like that. He had reinvented the technique by combining a few of his abilities. By pouring Ryotsu into his Bansho Tenin, he could use the Rinnegan's ability and pull a soul from its body without having to touch them. Then using his absorption he could absorb the soul like he did chakra. But that's when the technique failed. Instead of absorbing the soul, all he could do was hold it within his body like he did the Ichibi, or destroy it, coursing a large amount of Ryotsu through his core. Naruto ripped Palpatine's soul apart, leaving nothing behind. Sighing, he thought about his technique as he rose higher and higher into the air. He would need some way to absorb the soul into his body and keep it there. He had read up of 2 worlds that held beings with this ability but had yet to decide which to go to. The first held weapons which could transform into people and devoured souls to become stronger. He was sure he had a soul-devouring weapon within his vault. He had tried absorbing it, but his ability didn't work with objects, so he was reluctant to waste a trip to a world and not gain anything from it. The second world contained an individual who could most likely defeat him. The being was a vampire of great power. He held the ability to absorb blood energy and souls and add them to his power. While this was just what he needed, Naruto was a bit skeptical of his chances of winning. This vampire was one of the most powerful creatures he had read about. His inability to use a separate energy source was the only thing keeping him from ascending to a god. If he were to gain such a power from Naruto during their fight, it would be near impossible to win. Naruto's thoughts were cut off as he breached the atmosphere and floated up into space. Frieza's DNA was the only thing keeping him from dying within the airless void he had ascended to. Using the memory he had taken from several minds, Naruto plotted his course, turned his body into an unbreakable metal substance and took off at full speed. While he could be there in an instant with a Garganta, he still had time to kill before he headed out, and when would he ever get a chance to explore the confines of space without getting lost? So he chose to fly. Moving at top speed, he pulled on his ki, increasing his speed as he began to break the light barrier. He passed whole worlds and ships flying by before anyone could spot him as more than a streak of blue light. Finally, I thought we would never get here, Naruto said as he descended towards the planet. It had taken a week of flying with a few stops in between to rest for him to reach this planet. He had gotten bored after 3 days of nothing to do but talk to Gil, so he had taken to doing anything to relieve the boredom. He had even flown through several planets in his ghost form, seeing their cores or the tunnels beneath the surface. I agree, you should have just opened a Garganta after you got bored, Gil stated. Well, yay, but I didn't want to miss anything interesting just cause I took the lazy way, Naruto replied. Gil snorted within his mind. We didn't see anything interesting at all, he commented. Yay, but we could have. Naruto countered, landing on the now covered surface of Ilum. Naruto transformed his cloak into a heavy winter jacket as he increased his core temperature. Turning in the direction his memories showed, he floated an inch above the snow and glided towards his goal. Reaching a temple built into a mountainside, Naruto entered and made his way through the tunnel systems and into one of the many caves in the mountain. He stopped when he found what he was looking for. All around the caves were hundreds of blue and green gemstones growing out of large pointed cylindrical rocks. These were known as Adagen crystals. They were used in the building of lightsabers, while Naruto could transfigure the crystals through the use of his shape-shifting ability. The ones he made would not be able to collect and focus energy as well as these. Looking around the cave, he found a few he recognized as Cathracite, Relicite and Danite. These were weak and were used in training sabers by the Jedi. Pulling out a scroll, he began to seal a large amount of the gemstones into the scroll. Further into the cave, he found a few collections of Mephite, which was used in the building of an average lightsaber. He began to seal groups of these away as well. As he reached the end of the cave, Naruto could sense a larger amount of energy coming from deeper in. Hardening his hands, he began to dig into the stone wall. Careful not to bring the whole cave down on him. Reaching a few meters in, he smiled as he found the energy source. He had unearthed a cache of Panite, the rarest and most powerful of the Adagen crystal. Unlike the blue and green stones in the cave, the Panite he unearthed was purple in color. Sealing as many as he would need, Naruto put his scroll away, double-checked his mental checklist, and finding that he had all he came for, opened a Garganta and stepped through. Exiting the Garganta, Naruto found himself in his bedroom within the tower in a megacure. He smiled or resisted the urge to cheer. He hadn't been sure if he could cross dimensions with the ability, but even though it had drained about 80% of his reserves, he was able to do it. At least now he could save up the 2 charges left within Shinigami's ring for another time. Flopping down onto his bed, he threw off his cloak and kicked off his shoes. It had been a very long week and now he could rest and recover. The sound of his door opening brought his consciousness back to the surface. As it closed, he attempted to fall asleep once more. A squeal of "Naruto-kun" threw that plan out the window. Damn it, he swore in his mind as the door opened and several women rushed in. Chapter 20, Village. Last time on Naruto. Revenge. Exiting the Garganta, Naruto found himself in his bedroom within the tower in a megacure. He smiled or resisted the urge to cheer. He hadn't been sure if he could cross dimensions with the ability, but even though it had drained about 80% of his reserves, he was able to do it. At least now he could save up the 2 charges left within Shinigami's ring for another time. Flopping down onto his bed, he threw off his cloak and kicked off his shoes. It had been a very long week and now he could rest and recover. The sound of his door opening brought his consciousness back to the surface. As it closed, he attempted to fall asleep once more. A squeal of "Naruto-kun" threw that plan out the window. Damn it, he swore in his mind as the door opened and several women rushed in. Naruto sat within his bedroom deep in thought. He was currently seated on the side of his bed twirling a senbon. It had been 3 months since his return from the multiverse and much had happened in that time. Spinning the senbon one more, he sent it flying at his wall, hitting his target. He was awarded with a slight whimper of pain. Looking up, he smirked at the porcupine-like form of Tenten. She was strapped to a wooden cross on the wall covered in multiple senbon, each avoiding a critical spot that would kill her or cause enough pain to render her unconscious. Out of all the other women he had captured from Konoha, she was one of the few he had taken the time to break down physically rather than with his abilities. The others being Yugo, Kurenai and Ino. Those 3 had been made to suffer because of their treatment of him while he still lived in Konoha. Yugo, the now Anbu captain who had at many times stopped her men from lending him any assistance while he was being attacked. He had tortured her repeatedly with pain and pleasure for months on end until her mind had snapped, leaving behind nothing more than a puppet who only lived to serve her master. Kurenai, who had found pleasure in testing her newest genjutsu on him when he was unawares. She had received the same from him as he had trapped her within several realistic genjutsu which would last for days. She would be forced to watch as her loved ones were raped and then killed by various grotesque monsters before she received the same. Breaking her mind had taken only 3 sessions. And lastly there was Ino, the schoolyard bully, the one who incited all the others to hunt and attack him during breaks and then getting him in trouble with the teachers. She had even used that damnable jutsu of hers to make it seem like he confessed to starting all the fights. Her mind had been slowly and painfully destroyed piece by piece, leaving only parts that served his needs behind. He had of course shared his memories of the Uchiha's fate with her. It had been refreshing to hear her screams as he watched himself rip open the weakling's chest. Looking over his shoulder, he grinned at the pile of naked bodies that lay sprawled all over the large bed. It had been another night of passion as he had reminded them yet again what they were to him. This had started after his coronation as Lord of Fire Country. XXFLASHBACKXX. Naruto straightened his robes for the 5th time in an hour. He had just given his speech to all the people who had attended his coronation. It had been a great surprise to the masses to find out that their new lord wasn't even a member of the royal family. But some subtle subliminal messages during his speech had won them over. Withdrawing into his palace with the delegations from the other nations, he stopped as shouting was heard from up ahead. A few meters away from them, the blank-faced Kasai was being yelled at by his oldest son. Kan. Off to the side, his siblings Kabun, the second oldest son, and Sumi, the youngest, stood with glowering faces. Waving the delegation towards the throne room, Naruto walked over to the ex-royal family. "How could you do this, father? He isn't even a member of the royal family. I am your successor, not some upstart commoner," Kan screamed. "Naruto is the best choice for the position. He will lead our country to greatness," Kasai replied monotonously. "How is that even possible? I have been studying to succeed you all these years and you give the position away to some stranger. What could have possibly possessed you to do such a thing?" his son retaliated. "Naruto is the best choice for the position. He will lead our country to greatness," Kasai replied monotonously. "Wah!" Kan was cut off by a hand landing on his shoulder. All eyes turned towards the smiling form Naruto. You You would dare show your face here? What trickery did you use on my father? Kan yelled. Calm down, Kan, I don't know what you're talking about, like your father said I am simply the best choice for the position. Naruto replied, still smiling. Like hell you are, I don't know how you did this, but this isn't the last you'll heard of me. I will find out what you've done, Kan shouted. Naruto's smile dropped as his face seemed to darken. Well, we can't have that now, can we? He said as he leaned in. Kan prepared for an attack or for Naruto to summon the guards, but his movements stopped as Naruto's eyes seemed to flash for a moment. Smirking, Naruto turned and began to walk away. With a wave over his shoulder he shouted a parting remark. Make sure the three of you behave now. Yes, my lord, three voiced answered in unison. Retiring to his room, Naruto sighed as he flopped down on his bed. The day had been spent reaffirming trade agreements and listening to the requests of several delegations. Many of the nations who had turned him away before had sent their ambassadors to talk about alliances now that he had already destroyed Konoha. He had of course gracefully accepted after milking them for everything they had. Fire Country was a major partner to some of the smaller countries and they needed his supplies and protection unless they would be easily overtaken by another nation. Naruto had used this fact to his advantage and made outrageous demands of them, demands they had no choice but to accept. Ambassadors who had thought they could lie or trick him due to his young age soon found themselves in a corner with no way out, as if he could read their every thought. His thoughts were interrupted as Hinata, Ino, and Hanabi entered the room with shouts of his name and congratulations. Congratulations, Naruto-kun, so when are we getting married? Ino asked as she jumped onto the bed, landing next to him, causing him to groan. What do you mean, Ino? Naruto-kun is marrying me, Hanabi shouted. You're both wrong, I get to be his queen, Hinata added. The three then broke down into shouting fits as they argued over who would be his queen. With a snarl he sat up. Will you three shut up? None of you will be marrying me. Do you think I don't remember how you treated me all these years? You are nothing but cattle to me. You will bear my heirs as mistresses, nothing more. He shouted in a fit of anger. This had of course just exited them more, since he had made it nearly impossible for them to hate or deny him. With squeals of glee the three jumped him. XXFLASHBACKENDXX. After that night he had begun experimenting with the girls under his thrall. He could use them any way he pleased and they would just smile and thank him for it. He had found it a great way to decrease the stress of being a ruler and had taken to screwing them senseless every night. After a while that had lost its charm as he grew bored of them. This had led to the torture sessions with Tenten, Kurenai and Yugo. After breaking the last two he had added them to his nighttime activities while he still worked on Tenten. His boredom returned once more and he had taken adding more and more women to his harem when he found someone interesting. At first Yugito and Mei had protested to this, but after he had promised to marry them both and take them as his queens they had acquiesced. Of course the large orgy he had dragged them into with the other women and clones had helped push the issue. Standing from his bed, Naruto slipped on a grand robe made of red silk with his clan symbol embroidered on the back. The golden Uzumaki swirl stood out against the red of the robe. Walking past the dazed Tenten he headed out, giving her a chance to rest before he resumed in a few hours. Or perhaps Anko would take care of it while he was gone. Nodding to each of the guards that saluted towards him, Naruto entered his office. The room was quite plain for the office of a daimyo. It only had a desk covered in several stacks of paperwork, a comfortable chair for him to sit on, 2 chairs in front of the desk for guests, several shelves along the walls each filed with different books and scrolls, a cupboard off to the side that was filled with tea and sake should he require them. Creating a clone to deal with the paperwork, Naruto walked over to the tea cupboard. Reaching to the back he grabbed a hold of a small bottle and twisted. There was a click as a section of the wall to the left of his desk began to glow as several seals appeared on the surface. As quickly as they had come the seals disappeared, leaving a doorway behind. Stepping through the door, Naruto entered a small elevator that closed behind him before descending into the ground. The elevator was one of his security measures to prevent any from stealing his secrets. It would only work for someone with his blood and would kill anyone else that entered. While it was not needed for him to reach his destination, he planned on having an heir one day and they would not be able to just open Gargantas like he could, so he had built and tested several secure routes to reach this place. A cavern deep beneath the city, his lab. The lab was a large square room about 50 meters long and 40 meters wide. It was lined with thin metal plating and covered in seals. Most of the seals were to keep out strangers while the rest kept the occupants safe from the various experiments that were conducted within. In the center of the room were 3 long tables set about to look like a triangle. On top of the tables were various papers as well as metal parts. To the left of the elevator was a wall covered in shelves, each full of books, scrolls and different metal objects. To the right was another table, except it was covered in various stored chemicals and chemistry equipment. Across from the elevator was the vat he had stolen from the last universe, complete with computers and generator. Naruto had built the lab after his return. It had taken a few earth jutsu and several clones, but he had finished it in less than 2 hours. Walking towards the center tables, he created a few clones which spread out throughout the room, heading to various workstations. The lab was where he learned and tested the knowledge he gained from the Star Wars universe. After hours of studying and learning from books, datapads and holocrons, he was finally ready to begin his work. In 6 days Tazuna would be finished building the village. A week after that the first of his new clans would be arriving. He would need to work hard in order to finish in time. Grabbing a stack of blueprints and sealing notes, Naruto returned to the elevator, after making a few more clones to help the current ones he left. Closing the elevator behind him, he nodded to the frowning clone that was currently doing the paperwork before opening a garganta and stepping through. Exiting the portal, Naruto now stood in a large clearing devoid of all life. This was a small island he had found a fair distance away from water country, too far away for ships to go to. He had cleared the area of trees, grass and all animal life when he found it, leaving it as a barren wasteland. Drawing one of his blueprints, he double-checked it to make sure he had every little detail memorized before putting the paper away and placing both palms on the ground. There was a large surge as his chakra poured from his body and coating the entire island from top to bottom. As his chakra retreated into his body, it gave him details about the composition, size and density of the island. The island was about 3 times the size of Konoha, which would suit his plans perfectly. Creating a clone, they split up and moved in separate directions. Following the information from his scan, Naruto and his clone began to sink sections of the island with earth jutsu until it was reduced to half its original size and was circular in shape. Then, cutting a wide gash in his hand, he began to draw a large seal. 2 hours later the seal was complete. He had covered the entire island in 4 different seals, each with a separate function. One seal absorbed water from the surrounding atmosphere and spread it out as mist. The next was a new seal he had created. It absorbed nature chakra from the air, split it into ki and ryotsu, then used the ryotsu to solidify the air in the vicinity of the seal, while the ki covered the entire island, strengthening it. The third seal, which he had also created, collected chakra from the atmosphere and turned it into ambient electricity like inside his mindscape, allowing any and all electronics to work by just being on the island. The last seal collected all excess chakra on the island and returned it as nature chakra. Standing on the sea, Naruto placed his hands on the island and began to focus. In a pulse spreading away from him, the island began to turn from rock and dirt into metal. It took him an hour and a half to shapeshift the entire island, and he had only made it 10 feet deep. Sinking down into the water, Naruto gathered his energy in his sword and with a clean slice sent a large blade of energy that sliced clean through the island. Grabbing a hold of it, he began to lift with all his strength. It took several seconds, but he managed to flip the 10-meter deep disc of metal over, causing ripples in the water that turned into large waves. He then began to pour his chakra into the island, coating it all over yet again. After completely covering the island with his chakra, Naruto activated the hundreds of seals at the same time. It took a second as the chakra was drawn in before the island began to float. It rose 3 feet above the sea level and hovered there. He could feel the ambient electricity as it was released into the air surrounding the island. After that, the mist was released, making the entire island look like a giant cloud from below. Flying underneath the island, Naruto opened a wide garganta off to the side and with all his strength began to push it through. The garganta deposited him and his island 100 meters above the mountains he had created. It was so high up that he could barely see the village Tazuna had built down below in the valley. Letting go, he smirked in victory as the island continued to float in place. What followed were hours of transporting dirt onto the island before growing grass and trees on it with his Mokuton. After that, he began to build houses, markets, clan districts, shops, schools, hospitals and more with his Mokuton and shape-shifting abilities. He started from the outside of his island, covering a large part of it in trees before making the buildings. When he had finished, it was a large round city the size of Konoha with an empty section in the center. There he built the Cage Tower and a smaller royal palace as well as other government buildings. One such building was large hall with nothing but several circles painted into the flower. In the center of each circle was a seal. He had an identical building with the village at the base of the mountain as well as in Karain. These buildings were known as the transport halls. The seals within the circles were in fact a variation of the Hirishin he had developed for this purpose. They would allow individuals to transport within the 3 cities with only a thought. It took him 3 days to build the village as he envisioned, as well as draw up security seals and other safety measures. Due to the requirement of his blood for the seals, he was unable to use clones to make it faster. While he had been working on the seals, Naruto had a clone supervising his newest creation. It was an automated factory that created service droids, air vehicles as well as lightsaber parts. He had gone through a large list of items created in the Star Wars universe and had chosen simple ones. Some had been crossed off the list due to his inability to acquire or make the materials needed for them, others because he didn't find them useful enough. He had disregarded weapons due to the fact that blasters wouldn't make much difference against a fully trained shinobi, while lightsabers would put his village at the top in Kenjutsu, making other weapons unnecessary. The village had been completed when the first of the clans arrived. They were of course the Aburame clan, who had made the short journey from Wave Country. Naruto had met them at the gates of his new village, simply called Shimo 10, Lower Heavens. "Greetings Shibi-san. I hope the journey here wasn't too bothersome for you and your clan." Naruto greeted the Aburame clan head. He offered a nod to Shino, who stood beside his father. "Not at all Naruto-san, the journey went smoothly," Shibi replied as they entered the village. Naruto could hear murmurs from the clan's men as they noted the reduced size of the village. Shibi chose to voice their thoughts. "The village is much smaller than before Naruto-san. Are you certain it will be enough to house all who want to live here? My clan alone numbers 200, he asked. "Wait and see Shibi-san. You're in for a surprise," Naruto replied with a grin as he led them to the transport hall. The hall had 250 small circles for individuals and 50 large ones for small groups, as well as large items like carts and supplies. Getting each of the members to step onto a circle, Naruto instructed them on how to use the seals. A minute later they were all exiting the hall of his hidden village Tenkugakure no Sato. The village hidden in the heavens. Naruto grinned at the surprised looks upon the normally stoic faces of the Aburame clan as he led them through the village and explained where the village was exactly and how it was protected. He chuckled at their exclamations as they viewed a security droid patrolling the streets as other droids walked around with nothing to do as of yet. He led them to the clan districts, offering them one of the larger compounds due to their being a founding clan. Naruto was slightly put out when he received no surprised looks or exclamations as he built a small forest and flower patch for the clan's insects with his Mokuton, but he supposed that was a small surprise compared to all they had seen so far. Time skip 4 months after the Aburame's various clans and missing nin began to trickle into the village, followed by civilians from villages that were destroyed or plagued by bandits. As time wore on, the population of his village began to increase. Naruto served as both the Fire Lord and the Sorakage, Sky Shadow, and his country had become one of the biggest and most powerful due to its many alliances and the absorption of AIM and Otto. With most of the elemental nations as his allies, Fire Country was safe from attack from any small countries that would even fathom the thought. Naruto stood with his mistresses beside him as he awaited the arrival of several important figures. His village was hosting the Chunin exams this time around, and the cages. Daimyos and important clients would be arriving soon. This was the first Eni would be viewing the ninja of Tenkugakure. Naruto had kept all his ninja from going out on missions until they were trained up to his standards. Any who wished to serve as a ninja in his village were sent to the academy no matter their age and were taught through the use of holocrons and remotes. Other than the lightsaber holocrons, he had also programmed a few with the knowledge of the ninja arts from both himself and various other ninja that had mastered their disciplines. He also chronicled every jutsu he knew or could get his hands on into several data pads that were used instead of scrolls in his library. "Why are they taking so long?" Hanabi complained as she rubbed her enlarged stomach. Like the rest of his mistresses, she was also pregnant with Naruto's child. They were all due to give birth in 2 to 3 months' time, birthing the first of his heirs. "Don't worry Hanabi-chan. I can sense the transport seals activating, they should arrive momentarily," Naruto replied, and as he finished, the seals glowed before there was a white flash and many individuals were exiting the transport halls. Naruto smirked as he saw the astonished looks on the faces of the other 4 cages. While they were all allies, he had never allowed them or their men to enter past Shimo 10, so they were surprised to view his floating city for the first time. "Welcome one and all to Tenkugakure," Naruto announced, drawing their attention to him. Your teams have all arrived safely and we will begin the exam in 2 days' time, giving you all time to view our village." He snapped his fingers and the ninja guards all jumped in front of their wards as several large balls rolled in from an alley. The balls stopped in front of the gathered crowd and transformed into large robotic figures. "These are my droids. They will follow and protect you all for the duration of your visit and should answer any questions you may have." He smiled inwardly at the awe-filled looks on Ai and Onoki's faces while Itachi and Gaara kept their blank looks. "Quite the impressive village you've built, Naruto-kun. Where exactly have we been transported to?" Mei asked, sending a glare to the pregnant mistresses. He had yet to announce his engagements to her and Yugito, so many thought the mistresses were his brides, something she would need to set straight. "Thank you for the compliment, Mizukage-sama." Naruto replied with a bow, which caused Mei to send him a mock glare at the formality. This village is currently several thousand feet above Shimo 10. The lower village serves as a home, outpost as well as a place to meet clients and merchants, he answered, causing eyes to widen at the fact the village floated in the air as none of the mountains they had passed reached this high up. "What are these droids, Naruto-san? I've never seen technology like this before," Gaara asked, with the various daimyo and cages nodding as well. "These are one of my many creations. You will only find them within the village. I can't tell you more due to the fact they are included as village secrets," Naruto replied, causing several faces to fall. "Come, let us enter the village. My droids can answer your questions, or you may ask what you want at our meeting tomorrow." He finished leading them from the hall as more civilians began to transport in. Walking through the streets towards his palace, the group was casting their looks from side to side as they viewed various objects flying through the air or the different robots walking through the streets cleaning and patrolling. "What are all those objects flying through the air, Sorakage-sama?" Gurren asked. "Ah, those are the air buses and air speeders. They are used for transportation throughout the village, decreasing traffic on the streets. You will all receive an opportunity to fly in one when the exams begin," he replies. This caused many eyes to widen and the crowd began to whisper in excited tones as they reached his palace. "Welcome to the second palace. Unlike the main palace within Kerrang, this one was created to house important political figures. There are more than enough guest rooms for all of you. Please follow a droid and they shall guide you through the palace," he explained, then with a bow turned and walked into the palace with his mistresses following behind. Naruto sat within his council chambers awaiting the arrival of his fellow members. They were meeting today with the cages and daimyos to discuss the running of the exams since Tenkugakure was a new village. Naruto sat on a throne at the far back of the room on a raised platform. To his sides were 2 long tables where the council members sat. The civilians to his left and the shinobi to his right. Across from them were several tables, each with a label on it. They were currently labeled with the names of the 4 main hidden villages. The civilian council was constructed of 10 civilian members that were voted in by the villagers to represent them. A new vote was held every 3 years. The shinobi half was made up of the 5 clan heads, and the heads of the various shinobi departments, namely Anbu, torture and interrogation, the police force, the hospital, research and development, and the shinobi academy. The clan heads included Shibi Aburame of the Aburame clan, who controlled their chakra insects. Tokai Enheru of the Enheru clan, who had the ability to create chakra wings allowing them to fly for a limited amount of time. The clan's only weakness were their hollow bird-like bones that allowed them to fly but could break easily in combat. The wings could also be used to attack or defend, allowing them to create and use a special taijutsu style that was built around using their winds like their arms. Yakumo Kurama of the recreated Kurama clan. They had the ability to create powerful genjutsu that were nearly unbreakable and could fool the brain into making anything that happened within the genjutsu real. Hiriko Tsuchiru of the Tsuchiru clan, who were able to use Koton Jutsu, steel release. They were able to harden their skin to near impenetrable levels, which increased their strength as well as other various jutsu they had invented over the years. Courage Gorugan of the Gorugan clan. They had a dojutsu that when activated turned all who looked into their eyes into stone temporarily. The time depended on the strength of the target. The stronger they are, the less time they were petrified for. They were the 5 main clans of his village, each with a separate district under their control. While new clans were always welcome in the village, Naruto had created strict rules that stopped anyone with a bloodline from acquiring a seat on the council. They would need to be Jonin as well as have over 20 people in their clan. This kept the number of council members at a manageable level. As for the other heads, he had given the T&I department to Anko and Ibiki. Shikamaru took over the Anbu and was currently training with the first of their squads with several holocrons on strategy, lightsaber styles and stealth. Choji ran the police force, which was made up of civilian volunteers, weaker ninjas that needed the pay, and several types of security droids. He had given the hospital to Shizune, who had taken Ino as her apprentice. They were still training with the other medics on using the Bacta tanks, creating Bacta and other new age medicines. The process was made easier by use of medical droids he created, making his hospital the best in all of the elemental nations. Research and development was run by Karen. He had given her free rein with his research notes, data pads and holocrons. She was still reading through them all while working on what would be their village's greatest secret, the vat he had stolen from the Star Wars universe. Contained within the silvery liquid were millions of microscopic nanites. When programmed, the nanites would enter a ninja's body and would serve to strengthen muscle, increase healing abilities, protect against poison, disease and viruses. He had Karen currently working on increasing the survival rate of the procedure, as well as programming the nanites to work with and strengthen the body's chakra. Lastly, the academy was run by Iruka, whose job was made far simpler by having the remotes and holocrons. The new teaching methods had taken him a while to get used to, but he was currently training the next generation of Tenku shinobi at the school. Naruto's thoughts were interrupted as the automatic doors to the chamber slid open and the council members entered, followed by the Reikage, Tsuchikage, Case-Kage, Mizukage and their respective daimyos and council members. Each took a seat at their designated tables and Naruto stood from his throne. Good morning, I hope you all slept well. This meeting will be to discuss how Tenkugakure will be running its Chunin exams. Should you have any questions, please ask at any time, he announced. Almost immediately questions began to fly about the various technologies and fighting styles they had seen within the village. Naruto sighed as he returned to his throne. This is going to be a long day, he thought. Chapter 21, Family. Last time on Naruto. Revenge. Naruto's thoughts were interrupted as the automatic doors to the chamber slid open and the council members entered, followed by the Reikage, Tsuchikage, Case-Kage, Mizukage and their respective daimyos and council members. Each took a seat at their designated tables and Naruto stood from his throne. Good morning, I hope you all slept well. This meeting will be to discuss how Tenkugakure will be running its Chunin exams. Should you have any questions, please ask at any time, he announced. Almost immediately questions began to fly about the various technologies and fighting styles they had seen within the village. Naruto sighed as he returned to his throne. This is going to be a long day, he thought. Well, if that's all, I'll call this meeting to a close, Naruto said. As the others filed out of the room, Mei and Yugito stayed behind until only they and Naruto were left. Did you wish to discuss something, Mei-san, Yugito-san? He asked. Don't be a jerk, Naruto-kun, Yugito said with a pout. There's no reason to be so formal, Naruto-kun, Mei added as she sashayed over. Naruto chuckled before enveloping the two in a hug. It's been a while since I've spoken to the two of you, I missed you. Oh, even surrounded by all those other women? Yugito asked. Of course, I told you they mean nothing to me, but I've always wanted a big family and the two of you are much too important to bear that many children, he replied, leading them through the door. Good, when are we getting married, Naruto-kun? Mei asked silkily as they followed him out from the room. As soon as the exams are over, I will be announcing my marriage to the two of you, as well as to Koyuki, Tamari and Kuritsuchi, Naruto replied, nodding to the people they passed as they made their way through the palace. Why do you have to marry those three bimbos as well? Yugito asked, crossing her hands and returning to her pouting. Naruto chuckled. I helps our alliance. We wouldn't want any of the other hidden villages to feel left out now, would we? And Koyuki has always liked me since I saved her and her country years ago. Besides, Yugito-chan, the two of you will always come first in my heart, he replied. On a separate note, what do you think of the village? Oh, it's just wonderful, Naruto-kun. I've never seen such advanced technology. How is all this possible? Mei spoke in an exited tone which caused him to laugh. That's a secret, Mei-chan. I built this place using all the knowledge I've gained on my travels. It's the safest hidden village in the elemental nations, he answered. But according to you, we're so high up. How do you get air up here? In the mountains of Kumo, only ninja can survive so high up, Yugito asked. Ah, you saw all the trees surrounding the village? Well, they help produce more oxygen, but a large number of them are also hollow and contain machines that create oxygen from chakra, making it easy for civilians to survive this high up, he replied. That's so fascinating. Could you build me a village like this as well, Naruto-kun? Mei asked sweetly. Maybe if you ask extra nicely, Mei-chan. Naruto jokingly replied. I'm sure we can persuade him, Yugito stated as she pushed him through the door they passed, which led into her bedroom. I'm sure we can, Mei replied as she entered behind them and shut the doors with a click. Is everything prepared? Naruto asked as he entered the room. Yes, Naruto-sama, we are ready to begin the first test, Karen replied as she and her research team saluted him before the others returned to their work. Good, are the volunteers ready? Receiving a nod, he walked up to the 3 Bacta tank, then begin. Naruto watched as several thousand nanites entered the 3 tanks and latched onto the bodies within them. Finding the head, they entered through the mouth, nose and ears, spreading further as they entered the bodies. This was the first test with the nanites. Should everything go well, these 3 would be displayed in the upcoming Chunin exams in a day. As the process finished, he turned to Karen. What do the monitors say? He asked. All 3 have survived the process, Naruto-sama. The nanites will finish downloading information to their brains and enhancing their bodies in 3 hours. We will need to examine them further then, she replied, reading the computer screen. Very well, contact me when it's done, he ordered, leaving the room. 3 hours later, he received a signal from the labs. Heading down, he met with Karen as she finished running her tests. She turned as he entered the room. The process is complete, Naruto-sama. Everything is going well. Their speed, strength, endurance, intelligence, and regenerative abilities have increased almost tenfold. They are newly graduated genin, but the nanites have taken those attributes up to high Chunin level. Their chakra capacity is up to med Chunin level and their control is near perfect, with the nanites helping regulate chakra, she reported while the 3 genin beamed at the news. Excellent, you 3 have the rest of the day off to train and rest. Be at the academy tomorrow for the first stage of the exam, he ordered, giving them a smile as they rushed from the room before turning to Karen. Good job, Karen. Should this go well, the operation will be offered to all newly graduated genin. Are you sure there is no chance of any going rogue on the village with our technology? He asked. Yes, sir. Should they die or betray the village, the nanites will automatically shut down, she replied, handing him a list of everything she had programmed them with. Very well, I'll have the factory create another batch for you. Use the rest on the VAT on all our current shinobi. But wait a month to make sure there are no complications with those 3, he ordered as he turned to leave. Yes, Naruto-sama. Welcome to the 5th stage of the Chunin exam, brats. My name is Shin Gomen, second in command of the T&I department. Shin shouted to the room of Chunin aspirants. Shin was a wandering shinobi from Sea Country. He had been recruited into the village after Naruto had defeated him in a fight when Shin had come after his bounty. The Jonin now worked under Anko in the T&I department as they both had a love of causing pain. His scowl caused some of the genin to shiver. There were currently 87 genin within the room, 3 teams from Kiri, 6 from Suna, 7 from Iwa, 4 from Kumo, 5 from Kusa, 3 from Taki and the 1 Tenku team. Now here's how the first exam is going to go. You will each be handed a sheet which has the address and information of a house within the village. Your aim is to break into said house undetected, sneak around any guards within the building and retrieve the scroll in the house's office. This exam is made to test not only your stealth skills but your ability to work as a team. These Chunin beside me will hand you each your mission scrolls, he announced. Any questions? Several hands shot up. Good, your mission scrolls will now be handed to you, Shin stated as he ignored the raised hands. Inside a lounge area in the cage tower, Naruto and his fellow cages and political allies sat within the lounge area. Around them were many monitors observing the examines by use of remotes that flew behind the genin and broadcast their actions to the room. Are you sure this exam isn't too easy, Naruto? Gaara asked. While they had discussed the exams briefly yesterday, Naruto had refused to divulge how the exams would be run in order to avoid cheating. While it does sound easy, the houses are equipped with the latest in security droids and cameras as well as shinobi guards. While it's been made easy enough for a Chunin to bypass, those who are not at the level will find it hard, he explained. Want that just make it easier for your team? Our teams are not used to all these technologies, the Earth Daimyo asked. Not at all. This technology has yet to be implemented in any homes within the village, and all the genin receive enough information on the security systems to be able to pass, he answered. They watched as the team spent an hour reading the scrolls and making up plans before being led to their houses. Many laughed as they watched genin being caught and stunned by droids or getting caught in traps and activating alarms. By the end of the first stage only 16 teams remained, 1 from Kiri, 3 from Suna, 3 from Iwa, 3 from Kumo, 3 from Kusa, 2 from Taki and Naruto's team. Well, that was interesting to watch, A announced. Only because your teams figured out electricity shut down the droids, Itachi stated with a chuckle. Something I really need to fix, can't have my droids fail from being overcharged, Naruto said. How do you power those things by the way, Naruto? Neji asked. He was a member of the Kumo contingent as one of their Jonin sensei. I don't see any chakra running through them. All eyes turned to Naruto, who smirked. I've developed a seal that turns chakra in the air into electricity. The electricity in the air powers everything in the village. Naruto answered. Eyes immediately widened as everyone began to clamor around him with offers to buy such a seal for their villages. Welcome to the second exam runs. I'm Special Jonin Okit Kagakusha, assistant head of the R&D department. Okit announced. He was a missing nin from AIM who had been exiled for conducting experiments on villagers. Naruto had him employed in his research and development department under Karen. The amount of information to be learned from the holocrons and data pads were enough to satisfy Okit's thirst for knowledge. The genin barley paid him any attention. They were currently staring at the several large gates surrounding them. They had been taken to an arena-like building with many gates in the walls leading into large rooms. Within these gates are creatures you have never seen before and should hope to never see again. To pass this stage of the exam you must survive for at least a day against them. This stage is meant to test your combat skills and your ability to deal with stressful situations and new enemies. He explained, getting the genin to sign a waiver in case they died. He opened a gate and sent them in. The audience watched with open mouths as the genin fought against a Reek, a Rancor or a Nexu. Most of the fights featured genin running from their lives as they tried to avoid the alien creatures. What are those things? Demons? The water daimyo squeaked out, most wondering how the village had tamed demonic monsters like those they were seeing. Of course not. Naruto assured them. Those are just clones hanged in the form of those creatures. They are extra sturdy so they won't dispel easily. But the genin don't know that. He answered, causing everyone to sigh in relief. He expertly avoided mentioning that the clones were actually using shape-shifting, not henge, and that those creatures did exist in another realm. He had no need to worry them after all. 5 teams passed the second stage of the exams. One Suna team had defeated a Reek by avoiding its horns and attacking with wind jutsus. An Iwa team defeated their Nexu by trapping it in a fissure and crushing it with an earth jutsu. One team from Kumo destroyed their Reek with several powerful lightning jutsu. It turned out that all the ambient electricity in the air made their attacks more powerful. The Kusa team poisoned their Reek and avoided it until the poison reached the heart, killing and dispelling the creature. The Tenku team were the only team to defeat a Rancor. They used their enhanced speed and strength as well as their lightsabers to finish the creature in record time. What were those strange weapons your teams used? They looked like the Nidaime's Raijin, A asked as all eyes turned in Naruto's direction once more. That's another village secret, but I can tell you those will be the signature weapon of every ninja from this village. He replied with a grin. Now the exams are done for today. The teams will have 1 week to rest and train before the final stage. You're all welcome to join my family and I in for dinner, he announced as he stood up. Your family? So these lovely women following you are your brides? The wind daimyo asked. He shivered under the glares sent his way by Yugito, Mei, Koyuki, Tamari and Kuritsuchi. No, I will be marrying those 5 women over there. These 4 are my mistresses. Naruto answered nonchalantly as he pointed out his brides. He ignored the combined killer intent sent his way from the other men as they left the lounge. Week later the teams had gotten time to calm down and rest after their ordeal in the arena last week. They now stood within the arena once more as they waited for the final stage to finish. The genin couldn't help but notice the large caves with gates were gone and were now replaced with high walls that contained seats for the many that had come to see the exams. Welcome one and all. My name is Genma Shiranui and I'll be the proctor of the 3rd stage of the Chunin exams. Genma shouted to the crowd before turning to the 15 genin. This round will consist of fights against security droids. Individual teams will face off against hordes of droids in order to show off your skills as well as how well you work as a team and how you deal in a situation where you are outnumbered. He explained, the exam had been set up this way to not only show off the skills of the aspiring Chunins but to also exhibit Naruto's droids to the clients since they would be able to hire droids for certain missions. The exam began as the teams faced off one by one against an army of droids. Each of the teams managed to last about 5 minutes against the droid army before they were defeated and stunned. The team that lasted the longest was the Kumo team, who were able to slow down this new version of droids with their lightning attacks. Unfortunately, their attacks no longer shut the droids down. The Tenku team came in second as they stood back to back in a triangle and reflected the droids' bolts. They were eventually overwhelmed and stunned though. The exams came to a close with 12 genin receiving a promotion and Naruto's droids and ninja displaying their skills to the clients. He had received many requests during the exam from nearby neighbors for the droids and weapons used in his village, but had declined all offers since the requested items were village secrets. With the exams finished, the various delegations and merchants left the village while Naruto received many missions requesting his droids or ninja, putting Tenkugakure and Fire Country back up as one of the strongest in the elemental nations. With the popularity they received, the village grew in strength with Naruto as the leader, and time passed. He married Mei and Yugito a month after the exams, then Temari and Kuritsuchi a week after that. Mei continued on as Mizukage, but Naruto visited her or sent a clone daily with a Garganta or his Hirishin Kunai. Temari, Yugito and Kuritsuchi moved into the palace on Tenkugakure, serving as ninja for the village as well as ambassadors between their homes and Tenku. The 4 women were declared pregnant a month after the honeymoon. The same month his mistresses gave birth. Hinata gave birth to twin boys that were named Suwaru and Konrin. They inherited Hinata's facial features and Naruto's blonde hair. His dominant bloodline was also inherited, but it had mixed with Hinata's, giving them an Ojagen that could see like the Byakugan. They had also inherited his healing abilities to a lesser degree. Absorbed abilities don't pass on even if they are in his DNA. He only passes on the Ojagen, which was his original bloodline, and the weakened healing which he gained from Kyuubi when it was sealed in him. Hanabi gave birth a girl. They named her Hitomi after Hanabi's mother. The girl inherited all Hyuga features except for her bright blue eyes, which she got from Naruto. She also inherited the Ojagen, Byakugan mix as well as a lesser form of his healing abilities. Ino had a daughter named Inomi. She received blonde hair like both her parents, but Ino's shade of blue eyes. She had also inherited the Ojagen and healing abilities from Naruto. Anko gave birth to a little baby boy who inherited her eyes and hair color. They named him Koshin. While he had Naruto's bloodlines, he still had Anko's brown eyes. Gurren had a boy as well who had both her hair and eye color. He inherited both the crystal release bloodline and the Ojagen, but did not receive the regenerative abilities. She had chosen to name him Suisho after her father. The whole village had thrown a large festival at the birth of their lord's children. The festival had lasted a week before things had returned to normal. It was at the end of this week that word arrived from Shien about the rebirth of Morio. Naruto had kissed his mistresses and children goodbye before heading out to meet the lesser demon. Gwahahahaha, foolish mortals. Allowing me to regain my body will be your final mistake, but I shall have mercy and kill you. RK. Morio's rebirth monologue was cut off as a large ki blast hit him in the face, unbalancing the demon. You talk too much. Naruto commented as he started to float up to the demon's large head. Meanwhile, in the background a fair distance away, Shien and her guards watched the battle that was about to commence. Are you sure this is wise, priestess? Perhaps we should have resealed the demon before it reclaimed its body. I know Naruto-sama is powerful, but this might be too much, the captain of the guards stated to Shien. Have no fear, Captain. I believe in Naruto-san. I have already seen his victory in my visions. Now pay attention and don't blink, you may miss it. She answered. The captain and his men turned to her with a questioning look. Might miss it? This is the demon Morio. There is no way he can defeat it? Final flash. Boom. Gwar. Crash. That fast. All heads snapped back to the batted before their jaws dropped as they saw that the bottom half of the demon from his chest down was utterly destroyed, as well as the rest of the landscape. From the look in the demon's eyes, it was already dead as it was burning in a sea of black flames while Naruto floated down to them. You were saying? Shien asked with a smug tone as the guards babbled, trying to find an answer. News of Naruto's feats spread far and wide, proclaiming his power and strength as the strongest in the world. Eventually other villages found a way into his alliance, bringing peace to the elemental nations. 8 months after the battle with Morio, his brides gave birth to their children. Mei blessed him with a daughter who inherited her mother's long red hair and Naruto's blue eyes. She also gained both their bloodlines, giving her the rapid healing. the Ojagin as well as the lava release bloodline. They chose to name her Kushina after Naruto's mother due to her red hair and resemblance to his mother which she gained from Naruto. Yugito gave birth to a son named Taiga. He had spiky blonde hair like his parents and had inherited Naruto's bloodlines and had also gained the blaze release bloodline from the Sanbi within Yugito. Temari gave birth to twins, one boy and one girl, both blonde with Temari's shade of dark blue eyes. Both had gained Naruto's bloodlines and were named Gaara and Korora after Temari's mother. Kuretsuchi gave birth to a baby boy that she named Onoki after her grandfather. The boy gained her looks with the black hair and pink eyes. He had also gained Naruto's bloodlines as well as his mother's lava release. Koyuki had a daughter who inherited her mother's looks and hair but got Naruto's blue eyes as well as his bloodlines. She was named Shiroyuki and was proclaimed Princess of Spring Country. While his other children lived within the palace in either Kurang or Tenkugakure depending on where Naruto was at times. Both Shiroyuki and Kushina stayed with their mothers in Kira and the Land of Spring. Naruto visited them when he had the chance so they would know their father. He didn't want them to grow up wondering who their father was like he had to, so he spent as much time as he could with all his children and doted on them. Years passed and his children grew. They were all currently 5 or 6 years old and would soon begin their training. He had named Taiga his heir as his oldest male son born to his wife, while Shiroyuki was Princess of Spring Country. Kushina was being trained by Mei and Yagura with some help from Kisame to take over as Mizukage when she was older and stronger. Hitomi, Suwaru and Konrin were being trained by Hinata and Hanabi in the gentle fist style since their eyes worked just as well as the Byakugan. Gaara had declared he would teach his nephew how to use sand release, and when Naruto had agreed had dragged him off to Suna while Temari began training her daughter Korora. She wanted to be a wind mistress like her mother and was eager to learn. Onoki had passed away 2 years ago and Kuretsuchi had replaced him as Tsuchikage since her lava release made her one of the strongest in the village. She had taken her son Onoki with her and was training him in the use of the bloodline. Guren trained her son in using his crystal release bloodline since he would one day need to take over Sound. Since the village like AIM now belonged to Fire Country, it was ruled by the royal family, the Uzumaki clan, so the position as leader would go to a member of the family when the current leader died. Anko had enlisted Itachi's help in training Koshin. The little boy had showed great skill and a mature personality. He reminded Itachi of himself at that age, and Koshin was also turning into a little prodigy like Itachi had been. Ino with the help of Shikamaru and Choji trained little Inomi to be a fine ninja. She had already mastered the basics at 6 years old and was starting to learn the Yamanaka mind techniques from Ino. Naruto, when he found time to visit, which wasn't hard with the use of shadow clones, trained the children in using the Ojagin as well as teaching them other ninja techniques. He was also training Taiga to be his heir. When the boy reached the appropriate age, he had also convinced Koyuki to allow him to train Shiroyuki in ninja techniques to better protect herself, so the two learned politics and ninja training together. Chapter 22, Vampire. Last time on Naruto. Revenge. Years passed and his children grew. They were all currently 5 or 6 years old and would soon begin their training. He had named Taiga his heir as his oldest male son born to his wife, while Shiroyuki was Princess of Spring Country. Kushina was being trained by Mei and Yagura with some help from Kisame to take over as Mizukage when she was older and stronger. Hitomi, Suwaru and Konrin were being trained by Hinata and Hanabi in the gentle fist style since their eyes worked just as well as the Byakugan. Gaara had declared he would teach his nephew how to use sand release, and when Naruto had agreed had dragged him off to Suna while Temari began training her daughter Korora. She wanted to be a wind mistress like her mother and was eager to learn. Onoki had passed away 2 years ago and Kuretsuchi had replaced him as Tsuchikage since her lava release made her one of the strongest in the village. She had taken her son Onoki with her and was training him in the use of the bloodline. Guren trained her son in using his crystal release bloodline since he would one day need to take over Sound. Since the village like AIM now belonged to Fire Country, it was ruled by the royal family, the Uzumaki clan, so the position as leader would go to a member of the family when the current leader died. Anko had enlisted Itachi's help in training Koshin. The little boy had showed great skill and a mature personality. He reminded Itachi of himself at that age, and Koshin was also turning into a little prodigy like Itachi had been. Ino with the help of Shikamaru and Choji trained little Inomi to be a fine ninja. She had already mastered the basics at 6 years old and was starting to learn the Yamanaka mind techniques from Ino. Naruto, when he found time to visit, which wasn't hard with the use of shadow clones, trained the children in using the Ojagen as well as teaching them other ninja techniques. He was also training Taiga to be his heir. When the boy reached the appropriate age, he had also convinced Koyuki to allow him to train Shiroyuki in ninja techniques to better protect herself, so the two learned politics and ninja training together. Naruto sighed as he drowned out the sounds of the party. From his seat upon his throne he watched as various individuals moved and danced around his ballroom. They were all celebrating Taiga's 31st birthday. His son had finally finished his training and was ready to accept the responsibility of being a daimyo. Naruto sighed once more. It seemed to him that he had been sighing quite a lot recently. His children had all grown and were each high-ranking ninja or politicians now, and his wives had all retired and now spent all their time entertaining their many friends in the palaces, his mistresses as well. His takeover and subsequent reign of Fire Country had brought peace to the elemental nations. While small fights did occur, there were no longer the territorial disputes between hidden villages since they were all allies now. He had ended the wars and brought peace to the land. Naruto found it boring. He was the most powerful being on the planet and he had no one to fight against. No super strong ninja rising from the ranks to battle against. No escaped Biju terrorizing villages. He had nothing to do. For a while, taking care of and training his children had occupied a majority of his time, but they had reached the limits of their training. While they could get stronger, it would only be by constant practice of all he had already taught them. After that he had moved on to his own training, but in 3 years he had mastered all he knew without the use of shadow clones, and there wasn't anything left to learn in this realm. He had even mastered the use of nature chakra to levels even Jiraiya and the Toads didn't know about. That had taken just under a decade to master, but he had done it. His mastery over seals and jutsu surpassed that of any ninja past or present, and his illusion skills were unsurpassed. There was really nothing left for him in this world. His children had grown. His wives had grown as well. They were now in their late 40s or early 50s, and it showed. While he had remained never changing after he turned 18. He hated the reminder that they would one day die while he remained the same. This had led to him distancing himself from them as time passed until he barely saw them during the day as he worked in his office as Fire Lord, a position he would be handing over in less than a month. He had already selected his son Gaara as the Sorikage years ago. The boy was one of the strongest in the village next to his twin sister, and she was now head of the Anbu. Koshin had moved to AIM once his training was completed and would become a Mikage sometime this year once Itachi stepped down. Suisho had replaced Gurren as Otokage. His mother had died in battle against an army of missing nin and bandits that had attempted to seize the village. The boy had slaughtered them to the last man after he had seen his mother fall. Shiroyuki was now daimyo of Spring since her mother retired, and she had created her own hidden village with Naruto's help, and her favorite sibling Inomi served as her cage. Onoki had taken over for his mother as Tsuchikage when she retired, as he had been the strongest in the village, even being able to defeat their 2 demon vessels at the same time. Kushina had replaced her mother as Mizukage. Not that anyone really noticed, the two looked practically the same and shared the same personality, the only difference being their ages for those who did not know them well. With the exception of Kumo, which was run by B and Samui's son Ii, and Suna, which had Gaara's son Akurio as cage. The Uzumaki clan ruled the major hidden villages. Since he was godfather to both Ii and Akurio, Naruto had helped to train them as well, which further strengthened the alliance since they had both come to like him. All in all, he was very bored these days. Naruto was jostled from his thoughts as Itachi came to stand next to him. Over the years the two had become good friends and comrades. Naruto had even given him Deimos as a gift after they had defeated the Rokubi after its vessel died. Since his retirement from Amikage, Itachi had taken up residence in Kurang Palace as commander of the palace guards. He was also Naruto's sparring partner since he was one of the few who could keep up with the blonde if only for a few minutes. Turning his head in Itachi's direction, Naruto sighed once more. "I think I'm going to leave soon," he said. Itachi turned his head from the dance floor with a raised eyebrow. They had discussed the subject many times, but Naruto had always wanted to stay and watch his children grow up. "What made you decide?" Itachi asked. "There's nothing left to do here. The children are all grown up, and in a few weeks I'll hand my throne off to my son. The village is one of the strongest with our technology and fighting styles. They no longer need me to protect them," he replied. "Very well," Itachi stated. The two turned their attention back to the ballroom floor. Naruto hadn't really expected much of an answer from the Uchiha. No matter how close they had gotten over the years, Itachi was still Itachi. Throwing his Fire Lord attire on his bed, Naruto picked up and slipped on his red cloak with the black lightning bolts. The coronation for Taiga had been today in the morning. After it had finished, Naruto had spent hours with Gaara and Itachi as well as saying his goodbyes to his wives and children. None of them had put up a fuss over his decision to leave, and they wouldn't until his hypnotism wore off in a day's time, earlier for his children since their eyes had become stronger over the years. Slipping a few scrolls inside his robe, Naruto did a final sweep of the palace with his telepathy. He picked up thoughts of people having a good time at the party down below as well as others within the village celebrating. He could also feel his children as they tried to fight off the hypnotism and come find him. Giving one final smile, he disappeared in a flash of black. In a flash, Naruto reappeared in the familiar halls of the multiverse. He hadn't visited since his last trip to the Star Wars universe, and he was curious as to where Shinigami had sent him this time. Turning to the door, he blinked in surprise as the door seemed to be bleeding. The black wood had several pairs of small holes all over it, and each was oozing out blood that trailed down the door and disappeared as it hit the floor. Shrugging, he turned to the plaque and read where he was headed. Hellsing Universe. Number of sub-universes. 1. Patron Gods. Count Dracula Nosferatu. Naruto read the plaque several times before a wide grin spread across his face. Well, I did want excitement. This will be an exciting battle, he thought as he grabbed the blood-soaked handle and entered the room. Wow, that's a lot of blood. The entire room was covered in blood. It ran across the ceiling, defying gravity. He noted down the walls, across the floor and into a pool at the center of the room. There was so much blood he couldn't even see the material making up the walls, roof and floor. So you finally come. A voice hissed out. Naruto's head snapped in the direction of the voice as a figure slowly rose out of the blood pool. He noticed that the person wasn't covered in any blood whatsoever. A throne formed out of the blood, and as the figure sat down, Naruto took in his features. He was a tall and lean man about 6 feet 6 in height. He had a short black beard and sideburns that pointed upwards. His eyes were covered by a pair of silver reflective sunglasses, but a slight reddish glow could be seen coming from under the glasses. His attire consisted of a wide-brimmed black hat, and a long, open black coat with no shirt underneath, with blood-red sleeves and collar. He wore white pants held up by a decorated black belt, and tucked inside a large pair of black boots strung around his neck was a golden crucifix pendant. You must be the brat Shinigami was speaking about, the figure stated with a frown. Naruto gave a slight bow and smiled at the deity. Greetings, Count Nosferatu. I apologize for waiting so long to come here, he replied. He was rewarded with a small smile. Please call me Dracula, and don't worry about it. Time is inconsequential to beings such as us. Dracula replied. So I take it you are here to see my champion. Your champion? Naruto asked. Yes, my champion, the demigod and vampire Count Dracula Nosferatu, or Vladimir Tepes as the mortals called him. Dracula answered. Naruto rose an eyebrow. He's a demigod as well? I knew he was a powerful vampire, but a demigod as well is simply too much. Naruto muttered to himself. Looking up, he addressed Dracula. Ah. Yes, I'm here to fight him. His ability to hold souls within himself, other things, is something I desire. Excellent. A battle against one such as you is what he requires to reach the next level. Dracula chuckled. A battle between two demigods, this shall be most entertaining. Naruto's eyebrows shot up at this. You must be mistaken, sir. I am not a demigod, both my parents were human, he stated. So were Dracula's. Demigods are not born young when they are made. I bit and turned Dracula into a vampire. Giving him my blood changed him into a demigod. You have been touched by not one but two gods that has changed you as well. The vampire god explained. Oh. Naruto replied as he tried to wrap his mind around this information. He had been touched by both Shinigami and Yami-Jubi. Their chakra had swam through his body since the day he had been born until the day he had freed Jubi from his seal. He had never speculated that this would somehow change him or turn him into a demigod, no less. Wait, what did you mean next level? He asked as he recalled what the vampire had said. Dracula smirked down at him. All demons and demigods have the potential to evolve into a full god. All they require is enough power. As you can see, I am the only god within this realm, even though there have been thousands of vampires turned by me, or those that carry my blood, making them all demigods to a degree. He explained, the only thing they lack is the ability to use an energy source, be it internal or external. This limits the maximum amount of power they can acquire and stops them from ascending. You're the god of this realm, why don't you just give them one? Naruto asked. And then what? With the number of vampires being created within my realm, we would see dozens if not hundreds of gods springing up in this realm. No, that's something I can't allow. That's where you come in. If Dracula fights you and drinks your blood, I will allow him the ability to use this chakra you have, which will ultimately raise his power to new levels. With your chakra flowing through his body, he will be one step closer to attaining godhood. Dracula answered. Naruto pondered on this for a few seconds before frowning at the vampire god. And what do I get out of this? I'm not going to let some vampire drain me of my blood and soul just so you can have some company in here, he stated. Ah, but he only requires some of your blood for this. Should your soul be in danger, you already know how to offer another's in exchange. Just carry a spare should you require it, and as for what you shall gain, I will grant you Dracula's soul flexibility, allowing you to carry other souls within your body. This is not an ability you can gain by absorbing his blood, and since he has no energy source, you can't absorb that to gain it. Dracula replied. Naruto took a second to ponder his offer. You would do well to accept. This benefits you greatly, young one. You will never reach ascension without it. Naruto snapped out of his thoughts at this. What do you mean? Dracula smirked as he leaned back in his throne. I know of your abilities, boy. You are powerful, but the amount of power one such as you would need in order to ascend is far too large. Your absorption powers only give you a fraction of a being's strength and can only be used once on a person, correct? Naruto nodded in reply. You could absorb power from every creature in your world and you would still be too weak to ascend. I offer you the ability to drain their full power and knowledge, as well as holding their souls within you for any use you may have. Naruto frowned. He knew Dracula was right, since he had tried to absorb Rokubi's power during their fight. The amount he had gained barely increased his reserves. The offer was very tempting, but did he even want to be a god? That would just make him more powerful and more bored. He had been satisfied at his current level. Was more strength really what he needed? As he thought, Naruto was assaulted with several visions as memories entered his mind. Flash 10 doors lined up in a circular room. Flash Sharingan eyes staring at him in fear and awe. Flash people bowing at his feet chanting his name. Florida. Alright, already I got it. I'll accept, he shouted in his mind as the last vision died down. Good, don't forget Naruto, you swore to have no regrets and to always move forward. Besides, there must be some entertainment to be found as a god. Gilgamesh's voice reverberated in his mind. You've already been a warrior. A leader and a ruler. Being a god is nothing more than the next step. Naruto smirked in reply as all his questions and doubts died down. Gil had been pushing him for years to take over the elemental nations, but it seemed this would be a fair trade to the sword. Looking up at Dracula, he noticed the vampire giving him an inquisitive glance. Very well, I accept, but I want the ability first, since I most likely won't be coming through here when I teleport out, and the ability will prove useful for the fight against Dracula, he stated. Dracula smirked at his request. Very well, it only makes this entertaining for me to watch. With a flick of his wrist, some of the blood flew from the pool and into Naruto's chest, sinking in rather than splashing as it should have. Naruto felt his whole body tense up for a few seconds before everything relaxed once more. His muscles felt sore as if he had just finished a rigorous workout before his healing kicked in. He then felt a slight twinge in his mouth, and a quick check with his tongue revealed that his canines had lengthened. I have given you some of my blood, your strength and speed have increased, and you will be able to survive off blood like a vampire without any of their weaknesses. You will also be able to hold any souls by either sucking their blood or using one of your techniques, Dracula explained. Naruto barely comprehended what he said. He had been distracted by Gil ranting within his mind. It totally ruins the decor. Why the hell would I want something like that in here? It better not cause any stains. The spirit ranted. Apparently a pool of blood had formed within his mindscape to represent his new ability. Naruto shook his head and blocked out the spirit's rants. He turned his attention back to Dracula. Alright, I'm all set to go then. You should know I won't make it easy for him. He'll have to earn my blood if he wants it. Naruto answered. The vampire smiled in response. I wouldn't have it any other way. Enjoy yourself, boy, he replied as he waved his hand at Naruto. Immediately a whirlpool formed underneath his feet as the blood swirled around him. Looking down, Naruto only had a chance to blink as the blood shot up around him before it dragged him down into the floor. Naruto was awakened by the sound of roaring wind as he felt himself falling through the air. Snapping his eyes open, he found himself to be several meters away from the ground as he had been falling for quite a while. Focusing his energies, he managed to stop himself just in time to avoid being impaled on a tree below him. God damn it. What is it with gods needing to drop me from the air? Would it be so hard to just let me out on the ground? He raged inside his mind. What would be the fun in that? Gil asked jokingly. Shut up, Naruto grumbled as he floated down to the ground. He was in a heavily forested area with no form of life in the surrounding area. In fact, his senses told him there was no life at all on the planet. He was surprised at this fact before he remembered that this realm had no form of internal or external energy other than the power vampires gained from Dracul. This made him unable to sense anything at all. There wasn't even any nature energy in the air or trees. To his senses it was like floating alone within a void. Disregarding his energy-based senses, he spread out his sense of smell and hearing as well as activating his dujutsu. He immediately spotted a small town several miles to the south and began heading that way. He shuddered when he couldn't see any chakra flowing within the people's bodies. It was slightly creepy since he was so used to it. Now where would I be if I was the strongest vampire in the world? And I wonder what time period Dracul sent me to. It's been so many years since I read that book about this realm. Hopefully I remember where to find Dracula or Alucard as he goes by. Naruto pondered. Why don't you just go from place to place leaving a trail of blood? He'll probably find you for a meal, Gil stated. Yeah. That's what I'll do. Naruto replied with a sweat drop. Despite Gil's dumb jokes and Dracul's need to drop his from the sky, Naruto couldn't help but grin. He could feel his blood pumping in anticipation of the coming fight. It had been so long since he had done anything exciting, but now after close to 2 decades of boredom he would be fighting one of the most powerful beings he had read about. I can't wait. He thought, his grin widening as he shot off from the branch he was jumping along and high into the air, clearing several meters with each jump. And this crossover is going to be held before Alucard absorbs Schrödinger due to the fact that quantum reality manipulation would be really hard to write about. I mean, how do you fight a guy that can be anywhere and everywhere at the same time? This crossover is going to take place around chapter 10 to 11 after the fight with Luke Valentine. Also, nothing that occurs in the anime counts. This crossover is solely based on the manga, meaning Alucard doesn't know incognito. Finally, Naruto thought as he arrived at his location, the Helsing mansion on the outskirts of London, England. It had taken him a month to arrive here due to his being dropped off in America by Dracul. With no way to sense energy and find Alucard, Naruto had been forced to research the Helsing organization on his own. He had already tested his new ability by drinking the blood and draining the soul of several criminals within the city he had arrived at. Their souls had immediately gone to his mindscape and their power had been added to his own. Rather than live within the mindscape like Gil, the souls floated around in the blood pool as little balls of light. Gil had found this more accommodating than having others wandering the mindscape asking him inane questions. Naruto had spent that month testing what he could do with the souls other than just browse their knowledge or gain their strength. He had found out he was able to manifest them as bodies that he could control, sort of like his summoning ability, except he didn't have to split his soul to do it, and he could give them shadowy bodies that shifted from form to form. He currently had the souls of 13 criminals he had found on the streets as he tested and perfected his soul drain technique so he could use it instantaneously. Using the knowledge he drained, Naruto had learned how to use this world's computer to access something called the Internet. This had greatly sped up his research on the Helsing organization as well as the continents of this realm. He had printed off a map and immediately flown across the ocean and into England. Naruto looked up as another explosion shook the mansion. It appeared that the Helsing organization was under attack. He could feel many minds within the buildings, and some seemed to be then empty minds of those creatures he made when he drained someone's blood. Ghouls. They had been called by another vampire he had met and killed once he arrived in England. He was unable to feel Alucard's mind within the mansion, which caused him to frown. Spreading his mind farther, he entered into the underground tunnels of the mansion. As he searched with his telepathy, he lightly brushed against another mind. This one far more guarded than the others within the mansion. Pushing against its barriers, Naruto was surprised as the other mind pushed back before connecting with his. "Who is this? What do you want?" the other one asked. "I am searching for the vampire Alucard. I would assume you or he, as the others were far too weak to even sense me within their minds," Naruto replied. "Oh, a vampire with this much talent in telepathy. I'm impressed. Yes, I am Alucard. If you too wish to test yourself against me, then you are welcome to come, but you'll need to wait your turn as another weakling seeks to fight me." Alucard's voice spoke within his mind. He could sense the amusement within the vampire's tone as he spoke. "Very well, I'll come to you, Alucard," Naruto replied as he severed their telepathic link. Jumping over the fence, he made his way into the mansion. Naruto snarled as he smashed yet another ghoul aside. Since he entered the building, the creatures had been attacking him around every corner. Firing a ki blast down the hall, he wiped out the remaining ghouls before proceeding further into the mansion. Reaching another hallway, Naruto found himself standing behind a squad of the ghouls and the vampire that seemed to be controlling them. Across from them was an old man in a butler outfit who he figured was Walter. From what he remembered reading, behind Walter could see a young girl wielding a large gun further down the hall. She smelled like a vampire, so he assumed that was Sarah's Victoria, Alucard's fledgling. "Oyu!" he shouted at the vampire next to the ghouls. All eyes turned to him as no one had heard his approach. "You the dipshit that's been sending these things after me?" he asked. The vampire laughed. "Yeah, what about it? You Hellsing fuckers got what you deserved. You should have run away when you had the chance, kid," he shouted, laughing maniacally. Naruto sighed. "Fucking vampires. I've run into 3 since I've been here and they're all as messed up as this guy. My name's Jan Valentine and I'm the one that's gonna be splattering your brains all over the ground. What's your name, kid?" Jan asked as he and the vampires in the rear pointed their guns at Naruto. "Uzumaki Naruto." A voice behind him spoke as the Naruto in front of him seemed to shimmer and disappear. Turning quickly, Jan spotted his target down the hall, standing next to Walter with his back turned towards him and a sword in his right hand. His eyes, as well as Walter and Saras's, widened at the display of pure speed. "What the fu?" Jan's question was cut off as all he and his ghouls exploded in a shower of blood before falling to the ground. Returning his sword to his back, Naruto turned away from the shell-shocked Walter to inspect his kill. Some coughing and wheezing led him to the slashed-up body of Jan Valentine, who was still barely alive due to nature as a vampire. "Still alive, little boy?" Naruto asked. Jan's eyes widened at the little boy comment. What are you? No vampire is that fast," he gasped out. "Who said I'm a vampire?" Naruto replied as he stabbed his sword between Jan's eyes. The vampire immediately burst into blue flames as he died, leaving ashes behind. Ignoring the 2 Hellsing employees that were watching him, Naruto used his mastery over water manipulation to draw all the blood from the bodies and form a large ball from it. Sticking his hand within the ball, he formed hundreds of miniature mouths on his arm that began to greedily drinking the blood, adding more souls to his pool. Walter's eyes widened as the blood was seemingly absorbed into Naruto's skin as he couldn't see the hands beneath the sleeve. "He's like Alucard. I didn't know there was another vampire this powerful still alive. The question remains if he is on our side or not," Walter thought as he readied his wires should Naruto attack. Looking over at the 2, Naruto searched their minds quickly in order to discover the path to Alucard's location. Finding the information he needed in Walter's mind, he turned around and headed back the way he came, ignoring the 2 as he went. Walter released a breath he didn't know he was holding as the boy turned the corner and left. Hearing footsteps behind him, he turned as Sarah's bounded up to him. "What should we do about him, Walter, sir?" she asked, sending glances at the corner as if expecting him to return at any moment. "I don't know what we can do. That boy gave me the feeling he could defeat us both easily," he replied as she nodded along to his assessment. "Let's return and report this to Sir Integra. Hopefully he'll leave or join us. If not, then we should hope Alucard can handle him." Reaching the door to the basement area, Naruto noticed it had been blasted open, something that must have happened after he passed by here. Entering the door, he was met with a long winding stairway with shadows blocking his view of the bottom. Taking the first step, he heard a voice screaming from the bottom of the steps. "Goddamn freak." Raising an eyebrow, he continued down the stairwell. A moment later, another voice responded to the first. "I see. You're just like the others then." The voice sounded disappointed as well as slightly angry. He recognized it as Alucard's voice from their telepathic conversation. "You're nothing but a worthless lump of flesh." "Piss off, Hellsing toy," the first voice replied. "You're just some vampire that's the Anglican Church's dog." Silence. He could hear the rage within Alucard's voice. "You're nothing but dog food." Naruto heard growling from what he assumed to be a dog, though he couldn't feel any animals with his telepathy. A scream followed by gunshots signaled the end of the other voice. Naruto turned the corner just as a few shadowy dog-like creatures with dozens of red eyes along their bodies stretched out from Alucard's body and devoured the rest of the vampire, splattering his blood all over the lower portion of the stairs. "So, that's all he was after all. Damn punk," Alucard whispered as his eyes left the body and caught Naruto's eyes. As Naruto watched, all the blood on the walls and floor began to flow towards Alucard and into his body. Naruto frowned. There had been no chakra or any other type of energy on this world, so he was still confused as to how the vampires were able to use various abilities like illusions and moving blood like that. "I hope you're not as weak as that punk," Alucard stated as he continued to watch Naruto. Smirking, Naruto held up his hands, showing Alucard his restraint seals. While they looked like simple tattoos, he could tell from the look in the vampire's eyes that he understood that they were more than that. "You'll find me to be more of a challenge vampire," he repeated as the seals glowed with a red light. Alucard broke out in a wide grin. "Good." Drawing his black gun, Jackal, he aimed at Naruto's head and opened fire. Chapter 23, Hellsing. Last time on Naruto. Revenge. As Naruto watched, all the blood on the walls and floor began to flow towards Alucard and into his body. Naruto frowned. There had been no chakra or any other type of energy on this world, so he was still confused as to how the vampires were able to use various abilities like illusions and moving blood like that. "I hope you're not as weak as that punk," Alucard stated as he continued to watch Naruto. Smirking, Naruto held up his hands, showing Alucard his restraint seals. While they looked like simple tattoos, he could tell from the look in the vampire's eyes that he understood that they were more than that. "You'll find me to be more of a challenge vampire," he repeated as the seals glowed with a red light. Alucard broke out in a wide grin. "Good." Drawing his black gun, Jackal, he aimed at Naruto's head and opened fire. Naruto grinned as he dodged yet another bullet from his opponent. Dashing in, he launched several strikes that were blocked by Alucard's dual pistols. Naruto had been repeatedly surprised as his sword was blocked by the twin guns. He had expected to cleave right through them, but they held up against his blade. Jumping back, he and Alucard took a temporary ceasefire to recuperate. They had been fighting for close to 2 hours now, and while they could still go on, neither wanted to end the battle too quickly. For both, it had been the most fun they had had in a long time. The battle had started in the Hellsing basement but was soon moved into the mansion. They had been interrupted several times by roaming ghouls the others had yet to handle, and after a short-lived truce had destroyed all enemies within the mansion. The battle had then moved onto the wide lawns of the Hellsing organization, with the survivors watching from the sidelines. Naruto had allowed them to stay as none had tried to interrupt their battle. Except for Alucard's little fledgling, who ran in from time to time to hand him new bullets. Naruto took this ceasefire to survey himself. His clothes had been nearly destroyed due to Alucard's bullets. He had allowed a few to strike him rather than give away his ability to be intangible. That had cost him his arms, head and torso, as the bullets had proved to be explosive upon contact. Rather than create new clothes, he had chosen to continue the fight in only his shinobi pants and some combat boots. His getas had proved to be disadvantageous against someone who could move just as fast as he could. Looking over at his opponent, he was proud to say he had damaged the vampire just as much. Alucard had already released his limiter seals to level 1 and wore only a pair of black pants and shoes with a black straitjacket. Both articles of clothing were covered in several slashes from his blade and were nearly shredded to pieces, while the skin beneath was unblemished. Naruto had discovered after a chance beheading that the vampire regenerated just as fast as he did, something the other vampires he had fought lacked. He smirked as Alucard finished reloading his pistols yet again. Deciding to take it up a notch, Naruto summoned Demos from his dimension and took a stance. He had mastered using twin blades years ago, and with his strength he could use weapons of any size with one hand alone. Alucard raised an eyebrow and grinned as the weapon seemed to just fall out of the air. "Go shishi. You're a very interesting boy. I do wonder what sort of creature you are." He spoke in an amused tone. His mood had increased more and more as the battle wore on, until he was laughing while they exchanged hits, something Naruto had taken to doing as well. "Since the battle began, I could tell you weren't a vampire. You smell human, and we both know that can't be right." Naruto chuckled in response. "Oh, I'm human, at least in part. Quite frankly, I'm not really sure if I still count as a human. The blood of many beings floats through my body," Naruto replied. Alucard laughed at the reply before firing more shots. Dodging around the bullets, Naruto rushed at the vampire with both blades held back ready to swing. Nearing his opponent, Naruto swung for his head with Gilgamesh while Demos was put towards piercing his heart. He was taken by surprise as he fell through his opponent's body. His eyebrows raised as he discovered Alucard could become intangible as well. Chuckling, he turned and swung his blades, cutting down the two shadow dogs that leapt at him. He shuddered as several dozed red eyes opened within Alucard's body. This disconcerted him each time he saw it. Leaping back, Naruto charged up a Sero. Not that it mattered. He had already nailed the vampire with several attacks and jutsu, but he always regenerated. Naruto had caught him off guard with the first few attacks, but Alucard had gotten used to them and knew how to dodge many of the attacks. Even his genjutsu failed due to Alucard's third eye, as he called it. It allowed him to see through all illusions no matter how powerful, and since the vampire was a being of the dead, Naruto was unable to manipulate any electricity with his body since he had none. He had yet to discover how the vampire was still able to move without electric signals from his brain to his nerves. The vampire was also a powerful telepath, and coupled with his eyes he was able to throw off Naruto's attempts at mind control easily. As Alucard's body broke apart into dozens of shadow animals, Naruto lashed out with a telekinetic blast. The attack slammed into the 3 shadow dogs that were about to fire at him with the guns coming from their mouths. The dogs were sent flying back as Naruto did a sweep with his other arm and let loose a wave of electricity and fire that destroyed the thousands of small shadow bugs crawling at him from the side. The 3 dogs formed into a shadowy many-eyed blow and began to regain human form. As Alucard's form came into view with repaired clothes and all, Naruto punched towards him and shouted, "Raiden! Heiken Kage Sume!" The dozens of shadow hands shot from his wrists towards Alucard. Each crackled with electricity. Alucard shot down as many of the hands as he could while dodging around the others. Pulling back the remaining hands, Naruto rushed towards the vampire and engaged him in melee combat once more. Their blows caused craters to form under each other's feet as they attacked with all they had. Having removed his seals already, Naruto released his restraint on his energy. Alucard, like many others in this world, had absolutely no spiritual energy within his body, leaving him unaffected by Naruto's spirit pressure. The sudden release of ki, on the other hand, was powerful enough to send him flying back as Naruto's dark blue aura flared to life at full power. On the sidelines, the Hellsing crew, consisting of Integra, Walter, Ceres and a few soldiers who had survived the attack, watched the battle in awe. Integra was fuming as the battle escalated more and more. Most of her manor had already been destroyed and her lawn had been reduced to a wasteland by their battle. She was also shocked at Alucard's opponent. The boy revealed far more power and ability than any being they had ever fought before, and from what Ceres had told her, he was still human, although she had overheard him say something about being made of many beings. She swore as he was covered in some sort of blue aura that surrounded his entire body and reached a few feet above his head. The shock waves from whatever new trick he had used reached her, and the others who stood yards away were powerful enough to force them back a step and even sent some sprawling. Their jaws dropped as the ground around him began to break up into large chunks that floated into the air around him. With a shout, the aura surrounding him exploded outwards, pushing them back another step and forcing them to cover their eyes in order to protect themselves from the dust cloud he expelled. Opening her eyes, she heard the others gasp as the blonde kid was revealed to be standing within a large crater several meters wide. At the edge of the grated stood Alucard, looking as gleeful as ever. In the center stood the kid. Even from so far away she could see that he had changed somewhat. His long blonde hair, which had been straight before, was now spiked in every direction and had been dyed black. His torso, which had been bare, was covered in red hair, leaving only his chest and abs visible. He also seemed to have grown in size. His muscles were much bigger beneath the fur. Like SSJ4 Vegeta, for those who didn't figure it out. I'll explain why he changes in a few paragraphs. She sighed at this weird occurrence. After years with Alucard, she couldn't really be surprised anymore when something such as this happened. Deciding to end this quickly before the rest of her lawn was destroyed, she signaled Alucard, giving him the sign to fully release his seals. When he looked over, she received a wide smirk in return. Naruto frowned as he examined his new form. The last time he had released all his ki, it had only made his hair spikier and longer, which he had expected. This time his hair had changed color and he was covered by this red fur. He assumed it had something to do with Vegeta's Saiyan DNA or Frieza's DNA. He was leaning more towards Vegeta due to the fact his power had increased since the fight began, which he blamed on the Saiyan's ability to grow in power after surviving from the brink of death, something he had done many times during this battle. Stretching his arms and back, he relaxed his muscles. With the full release of his ki, his strength and speed would increase by at least 100 times, something a being of this world would have problems dealing with. Vampire or not, Alucard still had his limits, whereas Naruto had no limits with his ability. The Saiyan DNA alone made him stronger as time passed. His attention was drawn to the vampire as he heard him speak. Alucard smirked as he received his signal from his master. It was time to bring this battle to a close. Perhaps the boy would survive. After all, this was the most exciting battle he had had in his lifetime, and he could tell the same was true for the brat. Spreading his hands out, Alucard smirked as the seals on his gloves began to glow. Cromwell Initiative. Restraint Control Technique Number 0. Open. Alucard returned to being a large shadowy mass with hundreds of glowing red eyes and gaping jaws with sharp pointed teeth. There was an explosion of light as the shadowy mass split into thousands of smaller parts which spread all over the lawn area. As Naruto watched, the shadowy part before him began to grow and change until it took the shape of a humanoid body. As the shadow cleared, it revealed a man who looked to be in his early 40s. He had Alucard's long black hair with a thick beard and mustache. All around the lawn, many different bodies began to form from their shadow parts as the souls within Alucard were given physical form. Naruto looked around at the army of thousands bearing down on him before turning his gaze back on Alucard. Impressive trick, vampire. I hope you have something else planned. With a grin, he thrust his sword into the ground and brought his hands into a cross. Taju Kage Bushin no Jutsu. There was a giant puff of smoke within the crater. As it cleared, it revealed hundreds of Narutos grinning within the crater, each holding their own blades. One of the clones standing mere inches away from Alucard chuckled at the vampire's surprised look. The chuckle brought Alucard's attention back to the fight. Grinning insanely once more, the vampire waved a hand forward, and with a cry the two armies charged each other. Ha ha ha, this has become quite interesting, human. You far more entertaining than anyone I've fought before, Alucard announced as he charged the Naruto in front of him with a spear. Grinning back, Naruto parried the spear and hacked off the vampire's left arm. I'll say the same to you, vampire. It's been a long time since I've had a fight this exciting. His grin widened as Alucard's arm regenerated. All across the battlefield, clones and bodies were being cut down. The clones were on the losing side due to being immensely outnumbered. As their numbers thinned, the last 20 clones decided it was time to truly start fighting back. With hieros activated, they struck back, cutting down their opponents as weapons bounced off their skin. Alucard staggered back as he blocked another blow with his guns. His spear had been easily cut through and he had resorted to his guns. They seemed to be the only thing that could stand against that sword. He found that to be harder now that the human's strength seemed to have increased. Before they had been nearly tied with him pulling out ahead. Now the human was smacking him back with the simplest of hits, and the ultimate vampire found to disconcerting. The battle was finally casting a toll on him. The constant fighting coupled with the odd mental attacks were wearing him down, and if he didn't end it soon he would most assuredly lose. Naruto leapt towards the vampire once more. He could feel his opponent weakening with each blow, and this spurred him on. He cursed himself as Alucard dodged another blow. He had been holding back many of his abilities during the fight, but even he was approaching his limits. His ki had all been used up in the last power-up, and his Ryotsu was low from constant Seros. If he could get a break and charge more ki, he could use some Jutsu and Sharingan abilities to end this, but every time he tried, the vampire would charge in and he would have to fight back. Or did he? Jumping back once more, Naruto began to charge up his ki. As he had the last few times, Alucard picked up a nearby weapon and rushed in, aiming to impale his foe. Ignoring the attack, Naruto continued to charge his ki. He paused for a millisecond to move his heart as the weapon pierced his chest, but he continued to create more ki, allowing his regeneration abilities to deal with Alucard's attacks. He had just gotten enough ki to start creating chakra when he felt something he hadn't felt in a long time: pain. Alucard heard the human gasp and smirked within his mind. It seemed something was finally working. He braced himself and prepared for the counter-attack that didn't come. Naruto gasped as he felt the pain. His eyes darted down and he spotted the cause. Right in front of him was Alucard with his fangs piercing his throat. He could feel the vampire drinking his blood. The pain he felt hadn't come from the wound. No, it came from something else. Naruto sagged slightly as he felt the souls within him being drained. 1bu1 The souls were drained out with his blood. His eyes showed him that even his chakra was being taken. Damn, I lost. He cursed in his mind. He had let a bloody vampire get close, and now Alucard was receiving not only his blood but his chakra and souls. Naruto stopped himself from attacking back. This was what Dracul had asked for, so he would let the vampire take as much as he deemed enough before fighting back. As the last spare soul was being drained, Naruto cocked back a fist and slammed it into Alucard's arms as the vampire blocked. The force behind the blow wrenched his teeth from Naruto's neck and sent the vampire flying back. Naruto cursed as he stumbled a step and fell to one knee. He was nearly drained both physically and spiritually. Alucard shakily got back to his feet and smirked at his opponent. Naruto was clutching his neck in pain. The wound from the vampire bite stung and refused to seal up. It was healing far too slow. The battle between the clones and the souls had ended with the 20 clones victorious. Signal from their creator had them rushing to his side. 10 of them began pouring their remaining chakra into him while the other 10 defended him should Alucard attack, but the vampire seemed to be in a daze. His eyes were glazed over and their eyes showed his body twitching in places. A further look showed new veins and arteries forming beneath his skin. "What's happening to him?" one clone asked. "He drained my chakra. His body must be forming new coils to hold it," Naruto supplied. "Why is it taking so long? His healing is as fast as yours, boss. This only takes you a second and he seems to be out of it," another clone asked. "Of course it's gonna take him a while. My body is used to having chakra coils. This is his first time. His body is probably trying to figure out the best places to put them," Naruto replied. A pop announced the end of the 10 clones helping him. A second later Naruto was able to stand as his chakra levels were now a bit higher. "You all set to fight, boss?" a clone asked. "I hope so, damn this blasted realm. If I could get some nature chakra I would be set. Hopefully I can make enough of my own before he's ready, if not I'll just have to use my Hiero or shapeshift and wear him down, and that's no fun." Naruto grumbled. His strange transformation had been dropped when Alucard drained him and he was now out of ki, putting him back at his normal strength and speed. Alucard was nearly finished creating his coils, so Naruto began to create as much ki and chakra as he could. "Want us to back you up, boss?" "Nah, one-on-one is more fun. Give me your remaining chakra, it should help," Naruto replied. Gathering around him, the clones began to pour their chakra back into his body while Naruto created more of his own. "What's going on? They're not moving." Sarah's asked her question was left unanswered. The other members had no idea while Walter and Integra were still shocked. "Who is this kid? He just destroyed all of Alucard's spare bodies. How can he keep up with Alucard at full release?" Integra wondered. With a snap, Alucard's eyes cleared as he shook his head and looked around. He spotted Naruto meters away from him studying him. "You should have attacked while I was distracted, kid," Alucard chided. "Yay, but what's the point in that, old man? By now you should know I'm not fighting to kill you," Naruto replied. "Oh yes, you have such interesting memories and delicious blood," Alucard replied as he licked his lips. Naruto smirked. "Don't think you got everything, old man. I had Gil filter what you saw. You know what you need to, so let's fight," Naruto shouted back. For a telepath of his level, he had easily felt his memories being copied and drained. He and Gil had destroyed most of them that had to do with his capabilities or events he didn't need the vampire to know. Alucard had received his early childhood memories and what he would need to know about using chakra. Alucard pulled his guns again and began firing shots. Naruto grabbed his blades and began deflecting the bullets as he rushed the vampire. Dropping in through his guard, Naruto's hands disappeared in a blur of movement as he attacked with rapid slashes. Alucard was a blur as he dodged each slash by a small margin while firing bullets at his opponent from close range. Naruto continued his attack at parts of his torso were destroyed and healed in moments. A lucky slip on a puddle of blood allowed him to land a blow to the vampire's thigh, cutting through the limb and removing both legs with Gilgamesh. As Alucard's body fell through the air with new legs growing while he fell, Naruto spun and landed a kick on the vampire's chest, sending him sailing up into the sky. Amaterasu. The black flames flew from his eyes seconds later towards the vampire. He swore as the flames sailed through his opponent and into the sky. Alucard had become intangible once more. He cursed again as the vampire turned into a swarm of bats that flew off in every direction, similar to Itachi's crow illusion. Kaden. Gokakyu no Jutsu. The cry came from behind as the vampire tried his first jutsu using Naruto's memories. Turning quickly, Naruto cleaved through the fireball with Demos while throwing Gilgamesh at the source. Alucard had been drained by the jutsu. His newly developed coils and non-existent chakra control had caused the jutsu to nearly deplete his chakra. This led to him being unable to move fast enough as Gilgamesh came flying at him. The blade pierced through his chest, pushing him back a step before he tumbled over. A wave of his hand had the blade sailing towards him with the vampire still attached. Naruto caught the hilt and pulled the sword from Alucard's chest while swinging Deimos at the same time. Alucard was able to bring his guns up in time to stop the sword from cleaving him in twain, but he was sent flying back as Naruto pulled the trigger. As Alucard went sailing back, Naruto resealed Deimos and brought his now open hand down in a swing. Alucard was slammed into the ground by a gravity-enhanced telekinetic crush, splattering his blood and organs all over the area as his body popped like a tube of paste. Naruto dropped to one knee once more. The Amaterasu and the last few attacks drained whatever ki and chakra he had been able to scrounge up. Even the extra ki he gained every time he had healed a fatal blow had run out. He was now left with 23% of his Ryotsu reserves until he could rest. Ha. I hope he can't regenerate all, damn it. Naruto cursed as all the blood upon the battlefield began to converge on one spot a few feet from Alucard's body. The bodies and organs on the field wavered for a second before they turned into shadows that flowed along with the blood. The blood and shadows flowed together in a large puddle before a shadowy figure rose from within the puddle. The blood rippled once before it flowed into the figure's feet. A moment later the shadows cleared to reveal and damaged and drained but whole Alucard. Seems we're both at our limits. The vampire commented as Naruto shakily began to stand. Looks like it. One last attack, old man? Last one standing takes the win? Naruto suggested. He only had enough energy for one, maybe two more attacks before he was drained. Gil had sent him information that might just win the battle should Alucard agree. The vampire smirked at him. Very well, one attack to end it all. Alucard replied as his body became the shadowy multi-eyed mass once more. Naruto held his sword up in his stance and shouted, "Unleash!" Gilgamesh. With a flash of yellow light, he was clad in the armored form of his Shikai. He saw the shadowy mass of Alucard quiver as his presence increased with the armor equipped. The vampire shrugged off the effect of the presence as some large fanged jaws formed in the mass. Puerta de Babilonia. The gate of Babylon crashed open behind him, tinting the battlefield with its red light. Holding his right hand open behind him, Naruto summoned the blade he would need. A ripple formed before a golden hilt with blue designs similar to his armor rose from its surface. Grabbing a hold of the hilt, Naruto pulled the blade out from the gate as they closed. It was a cylindrical, drill-shaped sword engraved with crimson cuneiform lettering on three independently rotating segments that slowly spun in different directions. The multiple eyes widened slightly as they took in his blade. The many mouths growled lowly and tendrils of shadow slapped the ground around the shadow, causing gashes to form on the ground. Meet Aya, the sword of rapture and the instrument of your defeat, vampire. Naruto stated as he hefted the blade. Aya, according to Gil, was one of the most powerful weapons within the gate and was suited for opponents with Alucard's ability. It was a wind elemental weapon and would work greatly with Naruto's base element. The mass growled once more before the many tendrils now forming from it lashed out at him. Taking a deep breath, Naruto called up the last of his strength and rushed at the mass of shadows with his blade glowing. Deflecting and dodging tendrils, he fought his way towards the center of the mass while the tendrils continued to lash out, trying to cut or crush him. Naruto formed some kunai and shuriken and threw them at the mass, but they all flew through the shadow and even the eyeballs, leaving no damage behind. In response to his failed attacks, larger tendrils shot out from the mass in an attempt to grab him. Ducking down, Naruto avoided those. He rolled to the side as several smaller tendrils tried to pierce him. Jumping to his feet, he rushed towards Alucard at top speed. Using a larger tendril as a step, Naruto jumped up towards the main body. Using his Ryotsu and the Jeppo technique to dodge midair, he began to pour wind-natured Ryotsu into the blade. As his Ryotsu poured into it, the crimson lines on the sword began to glow as the three segments began to spin. As he approached his goal, the wind surrounding the blade roared as it was spun faster and faster, the lines casting their crimson glow on it. What seemed to be a red tornado formed around the blade as it spun faster and faster. The smaller tendrils were blown away by the wind as they tried to stop him. Dodging around the larger ones, Naruto reached the main body. All the eyes were locked onto him as the mouths tried to bite him when he got close. Rearing his arm back, he jabbed the blade forward like a lance. Inuma Elish. The winds around the blade spun faster around and through the sword as he stabbed it into the center. The wind began to compress in on itself over and over, forming a vacuum. All of Alucard's eyes widened as the shadows began to shake and slowly flow with the wind into the vacuum. This continued for a second as the shadowy mass was drawn into the blade. Once all but one tendril that had tried to escape was within the blade, Naruto cut off the attack. The sword glowed brightly for a moment before a loud boom was heard as all the wind crashed together. The shadowy mass of Alucard was gone, destroyed with the void, leaving only the one tendril lying on the ground. All around Naruto's outstretched arm, cracks had formed in the very air as if the space itself had been damaged. Naruto's arm itself was nothing but bone and chunks of meat, the rest destroyed by the fast-moving winds. Holy shit, he thought as his arm began to heal, the cracks in the air fading slowly as they sealed. I can't believe I never had you practice with Aya. Had you not stopped it, soon everything on the planet would have been sucked into the void and destroyed, Gilgamesh commented from his mind. Thank God for that. I could hardly control it. I was only able to stop it because I'm so low on energy. He was down to about 1 or 2% of his Ryotsu. The sword had kept on draining him, and even his large reserves had been drained in the few seconds the attack had taken. A groan to the side drew him out of his musings. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw the people lying around him. The spectators who had been several hundred meters away had been pulled in by the attack. They all lay scattered around on the ground a few feet away from his position. His attention turned to the tendril of shadow on the ground. Tea was dissolving in wisps, leaving the unconscious form of Alucard behind. He was covered in many cuts that were healing slowly. His clothes had been ripped to tatters by the winds of the blade. Hey, seems he was barely able to escape. Naruto thought. His hand, now healed, released the blade as he deactivated his Shikai. The sword disappeared in a flash of red. Naruto stumbled as he attempted to move forward. A sound to the side showed Integra S. She stood to her feet slowly. She was looking from Naruto to Alucard's unconscious form. He gave her a grin as the last of his power was used to open a short-range Garganta. He heard her shouting out muffled comments as he fell into the portal. The portal opened up in the hotel room he had spent the night in, dumping him onto the bed. Naruto barely had time to set Gil aside as he lost consciousness. Naruto awoke several hours later. He sat up and stretched his muscles. A look at the clock showed he had been sleeping for close to 9 hours. A check of his reserves showed they were barely a quarter full, leaving him with Jonin-level reserves at the moment. About time you woke up. I've been trying to contact you for a while now. Gil's voice rang through his mind. What's the problem, Gil? He asked as he stumbled to the bathroom. The problem is that we're merely a few hours away from that mansion. Your fight drew a lot of attention, and it's only a matter of time until a description of you reaches the ears of someone who saw you here. We need to head out soon. The sword snapped. Ah, calm down, I'm better now. I can handle any random person who comes calling to check if it's me. Naruto replied. He washed his face and frowned as he saw his reflection. His neck spotted 2 marks from where the vampire had bit him. The wound had stopped bleeding but had yet to heal completely, which was strange since he should be immune to any poison that would keep wounds open. Shrugging, he poured some chakra into the area. The wounds sizzled as they closed faster. A moment later his skin was clear of any marks. And what if that other vampire tracked you down? She could be as strong as the male. That would be a problem for you as you are. Gil continued, obvious to Naruto's situation. Fine, if it makes you happy we can leave. I've kept my part of the deal to Dracul. There's no reason to stay here any longer. Naruto replied as he walked out from the bathroom. Picking up the sword he slung Gilgamesh along his back and prepared to leave. At that moment someone began pounding on his door. London police. Open up in there, a voice shouted from the other end. See? The sword asked smugly. Shut up, Naruto grumbled as he disappeared in a flash of black. Chapter 24. Marine. Last time on Naruto. Revenge. Naruto awoke several hours later. He sat up and stretched his muscles. A look at the clock showed he had been sleeping for close to 9 hours. A check of his reserves showed they were barely a quarter full, leaving him with Jonin-level reserves at the moment. About time you woke up. I've been trying to contact you for a while now. Gil's voice rang through his mind. What's the problem, Gil? He asked as he stumbled to the bathroom. The problem is that we're merely a few hours away from that mansion. Your fight drew a lot of attention, and it's only a matter of time until a description of you reaches the ears of someone who saw you here. We need to head out soon. The sword snapped. Ah, calm down, I'm better now. I can handle any random person who comes calling to check if it's me. Naruto replied. He washed his face and frowned as he saw his reflection. His neck spotted 2 marks from where the vampire had bit him. The wound had stopped bleeding but had yet to heal completely, which was strange since he should be immune to any poison that would keep wounds open. Shrugging, he poured some chakra into the area. The wounds sizzled as they closed faster. A moment later his skin was clear of any marks. And what if that other vampire tracked you down? She could be as strong as the male. That would be a problem for you as you are. Guilt continued, obvious to Naruto's situation. Fine, if it makes you happy we can leave. I've kept my part of the deal to Dracul. There's no reason to stay here any longer. Naruto replied as he walked out from the bathroom. Picking up the sword he slung Gilgamesh along his back and prepared to leave. At that moment someone began pounding on his door. London police. Open up in there, a voice shouted from the other end. See? The sword asked smugly. Shut up, Naruto grumbled as he disappeared in a flash of black. Naruto reappeared in front of a familiar door. Taking in his location he smiled sadly and opened the door. Yo, welcome back. A figure to the side said with a wave. Hey D, how are you? Naruto asked, waving back. Meh, I be doing alright. Ya, ta visit your buckos Naruto? D asked. I'm not sure, it's been over half a century. I don't even know if they're still alive. Naruto replied sadly. He was interrupted by D's chuckle. Time works strangely in each realm Naruto. Ta them 'tis only been 3 weeks since y'all left, D explained. Naruto stared back incredulously. That makes no sense. Last time I was here for over 2 weeks and the same amount of time had passed when I got back to my realm. Strange, I wonder how that happened. Maybe 'twas was a miracle or an act, oh god, D asked sarcastically. Shut up. Naruto pouted. How was I supposed to know that? Har 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 har, de door be over thar Naruto, I'll be seeing ya. D stated. He then pulled a fishing rod from his back and cast a line into the large pond that made up the room. Whatever, don't think I've forgotten about you dumping me 1,000 feet in the air last time. Naruto stated as he stepped through the door. Naruto found himself standing in a mob of people that were rushing around screaming into Den Den Mushi. As one person ran by, Naruto grabbed a hold of him. Oi, what's going on? He asked. The person looked over at him for a second before screaming. It's Diamond Eyes, Uzumaki Naruto, he yelled, help me. All action ceased as everyone turned to face him. There was a moment's silence before the people shouted and ran from the area. Naruto glared down at the man he was holding onto. Well, that didn't help at all. He said. The man whimpered in his grip. Please don't hurt me, please don't hurt me, please don't hurt me, he chanted. He was interrupted by a flick to the forehead. Oi, calm down. I'm not gonna hurt you. Naruto trailed off. The flick had rendered the man unconscious. Sighing, he placed a hand on the man's head and viewed his memories. Naruto swore as he finished watching the memories. The man was reporter covering a big story. Somehow the boat with Ace had been captured on the way to Water 7. The Marines were now facing off against the Whitebeard pirates at Marineford. All communications had just been cut after Luffy had arrived at the island with a crew of random famous individuals. Naruto dragged the information on Marineford from the reporter's mind and dumped the man on the ground. Punching the world noble, you're hilarious Luffy. He chuckled as he walked away. A shout from a Marine was heard behind him, but Naruto vanished an instant later. Luffy! Ace screamed as he ran towards his brother. He cursed. This was all his fault. They would have escaped, but then he had to stop and argue with that bastard Akainu. Now Luffy was going to die if he didn't make it in time. Die Straw Hat. Akainu whispered as he brought his fist down. Ace sighed as he managed to get between Luffy and the lava fist. He closed his eyes and waited for the blow to come with a smile on his face. At least Luffy is safe, he thought. Sensing the fist approaching, he tensed up to receive the hit. Thump. Oi Luffy, sorry I'm late. A voice from behind him said. Snapping his eyes open, Ace looked behind him. Standing just an inch away was a tall blonde-haired boy looking back towards him. He had strange purple eyes with a black diamond instead of a pupil. He looked to be about 17 years old, and Ace watched in amazement as the boy just stood there holding Akainu's lava fist squarely in his hand. As Ace watched the fist turn from lava into a normal hand, and from the look on Akainu's face, he wasn't doing that on purpose. Okay, for those of you that have read One Piece, you should know that 60% of dialogue is just random extras screaming out information we already know. As such, I will be representing such instances like this. Dialogue. Thank you. Now back to the story. He caught Akainu's fist. Naruto, Luffy cheered. Ace's eyes widened. This was Uzumaki Naruto, the guy who defeated Teach on Banero and saved him. Ace stumbled a step and fell down next to Luffy. You two just hang tight. I'll have you out of here in a jiff, okay Luffy? Naruto asked. Sure thing Naruto, kick his ass, Luffy shouted back, a wide grin on his face. Diamond Eyes, Uzumaki Naruto. So we meet at last. I've been searching for you since you left Enies Lobby and defeated Blackbeard. Akainu growled, trying to push Naruto back, but his fist was held steady. Yeah, that's great. Look, I don't know who you people are. I'm just here for my pal Luffy and his brother. So can you back off? Naruto asked, ignoring the marine and surveying the battlefield. There were giants, pirates and marines lying strewn about. Those still standing were far too tired to fight and were watching the exchange between him and the lava guy. I am Admiral Akainu. You, Straw Hat and Fire Fist will face justice. I don't know where you've been hiding, but you will die here. Akainu shouted as his other arm turned into a giant fist of lava and swung at Naruto. Dai Funka, Great Eruption, Naruto sighed as he watched the fist approach. He let go of Akainu's other fist and moved his hand, palm open, in front of the large mon's chest. Shinra Tensei. The telekinetic attack slammed right into Akainu's chest. Rather than fly away like he expected, the admiral exploded backwards into a splatter of lava that covered the ground behind him and a few of the men who moved too slow. Well, that was interesting. Naruto stated. Yeah, that was kinda cool. Luffy added from behind him. Naruto ducked as a large sword made of ice sailed over his head. He turned to look at the man holding the sword. That was an impressive use of haki for someone so young, but it won't be enough to win. The man drawled out in an even tone. And who are you? Naruto asked. Admiral Aokiji, at your service. The man replied as he hefted his sword. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto replied in a blur of movement. Naruto disappeared and reappeared beside Aokiji, his arms slammed into the mont's gut. Aokiji groaned as the attack caused him to explode into many small pieces of ice. Naruto frowned as the admiral reformed next to the now complete form of Akainu. Nice try kid, but you can't beat Use that easily. Give up, your arm's useless now. Your chances of making it out of here are non-existent. He stated, pointing to Naruto's arm, which was now frozen all the way up to the bicep. Hooray, Admiral Aokiji got him. The pirates are almost finished, the marines shouted. Naruto looked down at his frozen arm and snorted. Peeved fools. Grabbing the frozen half of his arm, he pulled on it and ripped off the appendage. Everyone watched with widened eyes as the limb regrew, sleeves and all. What the hell? What kind of fruit ability do you have? Your powers are far too diverse, Akainu shouted. Naruto didn't eat a fruit, he trained with the goat people on a sacred mountain, Luffy exclaimed. Naruto's sweat dropped. He had forgotten about his little lie to the Straw Hat. He almost cried when the two admirals seemed to believe what Luffy had said. I don't know of these goat people, but there are only a few sacred mountains out there. We will find them, Akainu replied. Naruto sighed. Can we just hurry this up? I want to meet the rest of my friends. Akainu growled. He's the only one with enough energy to fight back. All marines attack, he shouted. He, Aokiji and some surrounding marines rushed Naruto. Those farther away were attacked by the remaining pirates and the Battle of Marineford began anew. Creating a clone, Naruto had to grab Luffy and Ace and drag them away from the battle. The real Naruto rushed the approaching marines, dodging bullets as he went. Swinging his blade, he cut through the first three with one swipe and then punched a large marine that came up behind them in the face. The man went sailing back over the execution platform and splattered against the side of a building. The nearby marines looked on wide-eyed at the display of strength but attacked ferociously afterwards. Partisan, Naruto dodged to the side as several trident-tipped spears stabbed into the ground where he stood. Looking up, he spotted Aokiji in the air coming down at him. Naruto smirked as he went through some hand seals rapidly. Hayatan. Daiyaburuku, Ice Release. Diamond Berg. He shouted as he slammed his palms on the ground. The ground in a 10-meter radius around him froze before several different-sized ice stalagmites burst from the ground. They impaled all the nearby marines while one large spire burst up from in front of Naruto towards the surprised Aokiji. Pouring more chakra into the attack, he caused the stalagmites to grow in size while the field of ice spread. Ryusei Kazan, Meteor Volcano. He heard Akainu's shout from several meters behind him. Naruto used a Soru to move as several fists made of lava rained down from the sky, destroying his field of ice and stopping the attack from spreading further. He spotted Akainu standing across from him on the other side of the large puddle of lava. Aokiji landed next to his comrade, having avoided the ice spire. The two waded across the lava puddle while several more Marines attacked Naruto from behind and to the sides. Ignoring the incoming Marines, Naruto brought his hands up once more and the two admirals tensed as he went through some more hand seals. Yoden. Shino, lava release. Epicenter. The two admirals watched in shock as lava seemed to explode from Naruto's pores, splashing onto the nearby Marines, killing and melting them in seconds. The survivors ground to a halt and stared at him fearfully. Naruto smirked at the look of rage on Akainu's face as the admiral rushed at him across his lava puddle. He flew through ore hand seals when the man was close. Sweden. Awood Tama, water release. Froth sphere. Inhaling, Naruto released a deluge of ice-cold water bubbles which struck the admiral. Now soaked with water, Akainu lost use of his devil fruit powers and fell into the lava below him. Naruto continued his attack as the man melted within his own lava. The lava hardened into rock wherever Naruto's attack struck, creating a statue in the form of the screaming admiral as the lava covering him hardened. Seeing his comrade struck down, Aokiji rushed towards Naruto. He had gotten closer while Naruto targeted Akainu, and right as the blonde finished his attack, Aokiji grabbed him by the shirt. A wave of ice spread along the shirt and covered Naruto entirely. In less than a second he was flash frozen. The Marines watching cheered as he was finally brought down, but the cheering turned to yells as Naruto's frozen form wavered and then disappeared. Aokiji gasped as a beam of red-hot energy burst through his back and out his gut, incinerating everything it touched. The beam flew several yards before hitting a building in the distance and exploding. The explosion took out a large portion of the Marine base, killing those that were in the Marine HQ. Kaden. Shikunetsu Baimabura, fire release. Searing beam blast, Naruto announced from his spot behind Aokiji as the admiral's body fell. His attack had attracted the attention of those still fighting. They saw him standing there unharmed above the body of Aokiji, a large part of his torso missing, and behind him was a screaming statue of Akainu half submerged in the ground. Naruto ducked as a beam of light flew over his head, exploding when at the ground in the distance. Turning to the source, he came face to face with a tall man in a yellow striped suit with a look of rage on his face. "My name is Admiral Kizaru. You will pay for your crimes, Diamond Eyes," the man said as he disappeared in a flash of yellow. To the others, Kizaru had disappeared in a flash and appeared right next to Naruto less than a second later. Naruto would have confused it for the Hirishin had his eyes not picked up the small beam of light bouncing on different surfaces headed towards him. The light bounced to a spot to his left and back. It then transformed into Kizaru, who aimed a punch at his head. The attack was incredibly fast, but against his Kote Nomi it was moving at a snail's pace. Ducking under the attack faster than the admiral could follow, Naruto lashed out with Gilgamesh, bisecting the admiral at the waist. He leapt away as the man turned into light particles that moved and reformed a few meters away. "Your attacks won't work on me. I ate the Pika Pika no mi. I'm a light man," Kizaru explained. "Damn, I don't have any techniques that are pure light." Naruto thought, oh well, I'll go with the opposite then. He had only just started on using light and dankness elements. Unlike the other elements, he had no one to drain the information from due to their rarity, and his only darkness techniques were the 3 he stole from Marshal D. Teach and 1 he had invented. Grinning, he flew through another set of hand seals. Mighten. Kurashu Nami, dark release. Crashing wave. Sweeping his arm in an arc, he sent a wave of pure darkness towards Kizaru. The wave swept along the ground and reached up several meters. Everything it touched was crushed into the ground and flattened. Yasukani no Magatama, 8 Shaku curved jewel. Using his hands, Kizaru fired a torrent of light particles into the dark wave. He swore as his light was absorbed and destroyed by the darkness. Using Jippo, Kizaru jumped up above the wave. His eyes widened as Naruto met him mid-air with his fist cocked back. Kizaru threw his hands forward and projected a thick shield in front of himself. Having seen Aokiji and Akainu go down, he wasn't going to hold back in this fight. "Busashoku Haki, color of armaments," Kizaru shouted. Naruto smirked as his eyes spun. "Amaterasu Yari, illuminating heaven spear." He shouted. A spear of black fire formed around his arm. Jabbing his arm forward, the spear pierced right through Kizaru's haki and into his chest. The admiral gasped as his insides burned before gravity took over and he fell down into the darkness wave. Naruto landed and looked around at all the frightened faces. He had just taken down 3 of the strongest in the Marines, and none of the other Marines wanted to try their luck. In fact, they each fell back a step as he surveyed the battleground. Seeing as no one was going to challenge him, Naruto decided to go find Luffy. He immediately came to a stop as he felt a tickle at the back of his mind. Closing his eyes, he focused on the feeling and tracked it to the source. Standing on top of a wall several yards away, he spotted an extremely tall blonde man with bright clothes and a large pink feathered coat moving his fingers like one would a puppet. The man seemed to be frowning and smiling at the same time, giving him an odd frustrated look. In a flash, Naruto was gone. A moment later, he was standing on the wall holding the blonde man up by his throat. "You know it's not nice to play mind games. Someone like you is far too weak to control me," Naruto whispered into the man's frightened face. "Oh ho 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 ho. You're an interesting person, Uzumaki Naruto. I'm Don Quixote Doflamingo of the Shichibukai. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." The man, Doflamingo, replied with his mouth now in a wide smile. With a quick flash of his hands, Doflamingo leapt back as Naruto's head and arm flew off into the sky. "Not interesting enough, I guess. Oh ho 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 ho." Doflamingo laughed. He stopped laughing and watched curiously as Naruto's head and arm regenerated. "Oh ho 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 ho." Doflamingo laughed loudly. "That was scary. Interesting, invisible wire? No, that's not right. Those seem to be made of some type of energy," Naruto stated, cracking his neck. "I wouldn't have noticed if you didn't attack with them." "Oh ho 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 ho. You're the first to figure it out. That's right, I've eaten the moji no mi. It allows me to make invisible strings to either cut or control others with," he explained. "How pathetic." Naruto sighed, as his eyes began to spin faster. "Let me show you true mind control," she stated silently. Doflamingo's eyes widened for a second before he screamed and began lashing out with his arms. His invisible stings cut through nearby marines and buildings as he continued to scream and attack randomly. Naruto smirked as he watched the pirate. This was one of his simpler genjutsu and the pirate had succumbed to it easily. Doflamingo's rampage was soon cut off. Literally, the man was sliced in half by a large black blade being held by a shorter man who looked strangely like Dracul from the last realm. The only difference was his clothing, the plume on his hat and his large yellow eyes that were reminiscent of a hawk's. The man raised his sword and pointed it towards Naruto. "I am Dracul Mahawk, strongest swordsman in the world. You have proven your abilities, I challenge you, will you match blades with me, Uzumaki?" he asked. Naruto shuddered. The man had the exact same voice as well. He didn't sense as much energy rolling off him as it had with the god, but it could always be trick. Shrugging, he decided to give it a try. If his opponent was a god in a really bad disguise, he figured he wouldn't really have much of a choice anyways. Drawing his blade, Naruto took his stance as the swordsman did the same. Rushing at the man, Naruto grinned as he noticed the golden eyes following him perfectly. He increased his speed slightly as he zigzagged, but the eyes still followed his movement. Deciding to test his opponent further, he dashed in close and swung horizontally at Dracul's midsection. The strike was blocked by the large black ball the Mahawk carried. Pushing the blade aside, Dracul aimed a vertical strike down on his head. The sword smashed the ground apart as Naruto moved to dodge. He ran to the side, noticing the yellow eyes following his high-speed movement still, and aimed another horizontal strike at Mahawk's head. The blow was blocked as the swordsman brought his sword up to block once more. Dracul was caught by surprise as Naruto had put more force into the attack. The swordsman was sent sliding back a few feet, but he stayed standing. "Interesting, you know how to handle a blade for one so young. This is Kakuto Yuru, Black Sword. Knight. One of the 12 Seijo o Wazamono, supreme grade swords. Does your blade have a name?" he asked. "This is the King of Heroes Gilgamesh," Naruto answered with a nod. "A strange name for a sword," Dracul said as he leapt up into the air. "Kakuto Arahoshi, Black Blade Heavy Star," he shouted as he stood on the end of the sword and descended rapidly. "I didn't pick the name," Naruto replied. He pointed his sword straight up towards the descending swordsman and used his left hand to brace the right. His sword glowed as a bright red ball began to form at the sword's tip. Kenjutsu. Diadama, Sword Art. Great King Menacing Ball. The ball soared upwards towards Dracul with a loud boom. Canceling his attack, Dracul grabbed hold of his sword and swung it rapidly. Kakuto Issen, Black Blade Single Flash. A glowing wave of compressed air flew towards the ball from his sword. As the two attacks me, Dracula's eyes widened as his attack seemed to be sliced apart by invisible blades before the ball exploded. The shock wave from the attack pushed the swordsman back and sent him plummeting onto the ground, landing on his back with a loud crash. Naruto smirked at his opponent. The diadema was a distraction technique. The explosive ball at the center distracted his opponents from the invisible airblades circling it. He waited as Dracula shakily got back on his feet and charged him once more. They engaged in a sword battle, with Naruto easily parrying the larger Mont's strikes with his greater speed. After a few exchanges, he slipped in under the Mont's guard and delivered a diagonal slash that cut a gash into the Mont's chest. "Good thinking," Naruto stated. "I meant to kill you with that blow, but you managed to move back. Congratulations." Dracula coughed as blood flowed from his wound. "You are a strong opponent, Uzumaki Naruto. I concede my defeat." He wheezed, falling to one knee. One hand was holding onto the flowing wound while the other used his sword as a crutch. "It's over, finish me," he whispered. Naruto nodded. "You are a fine swordsman, Mihawk. Die with honor." There was a crackle of power as electricity surrounded his blade. With a lightning-fast swing, Naruto cut right through the black blade and its wielder. A moment later, the corpse was ablaze with black flames as Naruto walked away towards his clone. His path was blocked. A large foot slammed down in front of him. "Gishishishishi. You're very strong. You'll make a better zombie than that Straw Hat," the large rotund man standing in front of him said with a laugh. Naruto sighed. Every time he turned around, some fool wanted to battle him. It was getting annoying. "Alright, who are you now?" he asked, putting his sword back as its place. "Gecko Moria." "Gishishishishi," the man laughed. "You should be glad, Uzumaki. You're going to be one of my greatest zombies," the man exclaimed. Reaching down, his hands seemed to sink into the ground as he grabbed a hold of Naruto's shadow. Naruto raised an eyebrow as the man pulled out a ridiculously large pair of scissors. "Don't worry, this will be over quick, Ga." Moria was cut off as Naruto's shadow slipped through his fingers and wrapped around him like a snake. "Please, just die." Naruto sighed as his shadow snapped Moria's neck, before returning to its place at his feet. He was actually surprised that had worked. This was an old Naruto trick used to increase their control. It was easily thrown off by a flare of chakra, no matter how small. Walking past the dead pirate, he made his way towards Luffy. Until a large golden man who looked strangely like a Buddha landed in front of him. "Oh, it's Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and he's using his fruit ability for the first time. God damn it, can't you people just leave me alone? How many of you do I have to kill today?" Naruto shouted. The large man glared at him as several identical men encircled them. "Surrender now, Uzumaki Naruto. You can't defeat me and 10 pacifistas at the same time," the golden man, Sengoku, roared. The 10 identical men pointed their palms at him with their mouths open. Inside their hands and mouths, Naruto could see little turrets charging with light. Turning back to Sengoku, he sighed and drew his sword again. Taking this as a sign of aggression, the 10 pacifistas fired their weapons at the same time. The resulting explosion rocked the whole island of Marineford as the light beams all struck Naruto's position. As the smoke cleared, everyone gaped as Naruto stood floating above a 20-meter deep hole, completely unscathed. Sighing once more, he slid his feet apart, taking a low stance with his sword held horizontally. "Unleash Gilgamesh." In a flash of light, Naruto was dressed in his golden armor, still in the low stance. He held his hands out to each side, fingers up and palm out. Appia, King's Court. An orb of red light surrounded him before pulsing out and forming a dome 10 meters high and 20 meters across. The dome was clear from the inside, allowing the inhabitants to see out, but the outside was like murky red water that swirled around, blocking the inside from view. Sengoku and the few Marines unlucky enough to be trapped within looked around fearfully. Some attempted to escape but found all attacks negated against the wall. As they watched, ripples began to spread across the surface as various bladed slid out of the dome, pointed towards the center. "Concentrate on Uzumaki, bring him down," Sengoku roared. He and his men all attacked Naruto, firing bullets or throwing weapons from the edge of the chasm. They panicked as all their attacks passed through him as if he were a ghost. Even Sengoku's Haki-reinforced blows passed right through him. Naruto stood in the center of his dome and slowly stood up straight with both hands up above his head. Bringing his hands down quickly, he shouted, "Mil Palace Celeste, 1,000 celestial blades." As when all the blades fired from his dome, They cut through everything in their path, cutting down Marines by the dozens. Those that struck the ground disappeared in a flash of yellow, while the ones from the sides sunk into the dome as they hit. In less than a second all the blades had launched from the dome, and reloaded, ready to fire once more. Naruto surveyed the damage from his attack. All his opponents had been reduced to chunks of flesh. The pacifista lay strewn about, their wires and circuits splayed around, while Sengoku was reduced to several hundred lumps of gold. Naruto sighed once more as he released his Shikai. The dome cracked before shattering like glass that turned to dust mid-air and blew away in the wind. A gasp resounded around the battleground as the survivors viewed the remains of his attack. Naruto took a look around. All the pirates had managed to retreat while he fought the Marines, and the remaining Marines were much too frightened to fight back. Locking onto his clone's chakra signature, he took a step forward and vanished from sight. Naruto reappeared on a ship several clicks from Marineford. The second he appeared there were dozens of blades aimed at him. Disregarding the blades, he walked right through a large sword and the larger man holding onto it, and followed his senses to his clone. The pirates moved out of his way once they recognized who was now on their ship. Naruto found Luffy in a room below deck, sitting next to the unconscious forms of Ace and a large old man he recognized as Whitebeard. Between the two, his clone was kneeling with one hand over their chests. The clone's hands were glowing with a green aura signifying medical jutsu at work. A tall man with blonde hair was nearby watching the clone intently. Sensing the low amount of chakra left within the clone, Naruto created two more clones with a large amount of chakra. One to take over here and another to help the other injured parties on the ship. The jutsu attracted the attention of the two conscious members in the room. "Naruto!" Luffy exclaimed, jumping around. "You were so awesome back there, man. Thanks for saving my brother," he shouted. "No problem, Luffy. Say, where are the rest of your crew?" Naruto asked. He frowned as Luffy took on a sullen look. Taking a seat, he listened intently as Luffy explained all that had happened after he had left. He whistled appreciatively once the story was finished. "No problem, Luffy. I'll help you find them. It shouldn't be too hard if you all plan to meet in a few weeks. They'll probably head to Shanbody Archipelago as well," Naruto announced, lifting Luffy's spirits once more. After a night of partying and meeting Luffy's brother, Naruto created a large ship with his Mokuton, and the two set sail for Shanbody. The two met up with Rayleigh along the way, who had come in search of Luffy after seeing his display of Haoshoku Haki at Marineford. After a few minutes of arguing, Naruto and Rayleigh talked Luffy into taking time off to train his ability. Naruto agreed to pass on the message to Luffy's crew since he could track them down easily by searching for their energy. As he watched the two sail off on Rayleigh's boat, Naruto sighed to himself. "Now I have 2 years to kill. Oh well, it's a wide world to explore." He vanished as the Mokuton ship sunk beneath the surface. Chapter 25. King. After a night of partying and meeting Luffy's brother, Naruto created a large ship with his Mokuton, and the two set sail for Shanbody. The two met up with Rayleigh along the way, who had come in search of Luffy after seeing his display of Haoshoku Haki at Marineford. After a few minutes of arguing, Naruto and Rayleigh talked Luffy into taking time off to train his ability. Naruto agreed to pass on the message to Luffy's crew since he could track them down easily by searching for their energy. As he watched the two sail off on Rayleigh's boat, Naruto sighed to himself. "Now I have 2 years to kill. Oh well, it's a wide world to explore." He vanished as the Mokuton ship sunk beneath the surface. Naruto sighed in content as he lounged on his small raft floating through the sea. Kicking his feet up, he leaned back against the mast and watched as a figure in the distance approached steadily. It had been 2 years since he had left Luffy with Rayleigh, and it was finally time to meet up at Shanbody. After leaving the Straw Hat Captain, Naruto had traveled to the location of each of Luffy's crewmates and informed them of what had happened. It was on one such trip that he had picked up his first student in a decade. Naruto smirked as his student finished his final lap around the small vessel and collapsed onto the raft. "Good job, Zoro. Now give me 500 push-ups and 2,000 sword swipes in alternating directions," Naruto ordered with a grin. The green-haired man groaned and cursed silently as he began the routine. Naruto had picked up Zoro after he met the man on the small island he had been sent to by Kuma. Zoro, after hearing of Naruto's victory against the strongest swordsman in the world, had practically begged the blonde to teach him, and after an hour of this, Naruto had finally conceded defeat and accepted Zoro as his student. He then enjoyed a month of peace as he forced Zoro to face off against the warrior baboons native to the island they were on. Once Zoro was strong enough, they set out to sea. The next 2 years were spent sailing the sea randomly and training. They went through all 4 sections of the world while avoiding the Grand Line. Naruto had introduced Zoro to chakra and had taught the swordsman how to walk on all surfaces as well as water. He had even transfigured 3 chakra-conductive blades for Zoro, and with some seal work had made them more powerful than any blade in this world. Once Zoro had mastered the chakra exercises, Naruto had taught him a powerful kenjutsu style that worked well with 1, 2 or all 3 blades at once. The style had been taught to him by Killer Bee, who used 7 blades at a time. Naruto had also helped him learn Gai's strong fist taijutsu style, which Zoro had easily learned, having already built up the proper muscles for it over the years. With liberal use of gravity and resistance seals as well as some genjutsu and mental modifications, Naruto had turned the swordsman into one of the most powerful people in the world in less than 2 years. "Damn you! Bastard! Slave driver!" Zoro grumbled out an insult with each swing. He had stopped keeping count with numbers and had switched to insults after the 1360-second swing. Another 20 minutes later and he was finished the exercise. Collapsing onto the deck to catch his breath, he glared at his friend and teacher. "Ah, don't look at me like that. After all, today is our last day as teacher and student," Naruto stated with a wide grin. Zoro quirked an eyebrow at this. "I can already sense the others converging on one location. We'll reach Shanbody by tomorrow and join up with the crew," Naruto explained. Zoro sighed in relief. It was good to know that everyone was doing all right. His attention snapped back to Naruto as he felt his body lighten up. "What did you do now?" he asked, seeing Naruto's hand in an all-too-familiar hand sign. "Don't worry, I just released your seals. Your body will need time to rest and get used to normal gravity and resistance if you want to fight at top form. Your training is complete, Zoro. While there are many more things I could teach you, you're already one of the most powerful pirates out there and you can forge your own path and learn whatever you want from this point on," Naruto explained. Zoro nodded in acceptance and the two passed the rest of their time in silence. A silence that was immediately interrupted by a loud roar as a large sea serpent rose from the water a small distance away. "Dibs out!" Naruto exclaimed, quickly grinning at the angry form of Zoro as the swordsman rose to his feet. Zoro groaned as he flexed his sore muscles and drew one of his blades. This was the first blade Naruto had created for him. It had a red hilt with a white cloth wrapping. The guard was in the shape of a buzz saw while the blade was that of a traditional katana and was 65 cm long. The sword's blade was completely white in color with a saw-like edge, and Zoro had noticed that it never stained. Even blood seemed to vanish off the surface of the blade in the blink of an eye. He had named the sword Shiro Noko, White Saw. Like his other 2 blades, this one had seals built in that made it indestructible, weightless, and kept it from dulling. Holding the sword above his head, Zoro began to channel his chakra into the blade while spinning it. The sword spun faster and faster with his chakra until it resembled a large white saw with a blue-outed edge held above its head. Itoryu. Tairiku Bunsui Kai. One sword style, Great Divide. Zoro shouted out as he threw the blade. The sword flew rapidly towards the serpent, tilting as it flew until it was spinning vertically like a wheel as it reached the large creature. Making contact with the serpent's skin, the chakra surrounding the sword expanded outwards until the small white blade saw spinning in the center of a 25-meter-long disc. The chakra disc sliced right through the serpent and cut a groove through the ocean behind it. A simple hand sign later and the blade reappeared in his hand, vibrating slightly and radiating heat from his attack. Naruto whistled appreciatively as the 2 halves of the enormous serpent fell apart into the sea, allowing them to sail through the center. Tairiku Bunsui Kai was an original kenjutsu created by Zoro. It was simple chakra manipulation using the blade as a medium, but the chakra saw created could cut through damn near anything. Now thoroughly exhausted from his exercise and using a large amount of chakra, Zoro lay back down on the deck and passed out moments later. Naruto smirked at his unconscious student. Expending his killer intent around the ship, he kept back any more Sea Kings and with a wave of his hand created a gust of wind to move their vessel across the calm belt. Closing his eyes, he hummed softly, drowning out his student's snores. The next day brought about their arrival on the Shanbody archipelago. Zoro immediately wandered off to explore while Naruto, after sensing Rayleigh on the island, headed towards the old Mont's location. As he walked he noticed the strange glances he was being given. People stared at him in either awe or fear as they tripped over themselves to get out of his way. Naruto chose to simply shrug it off as he walked past a bar. He could feel the familiar signatures of Nami and Usopp within but chose to meet them later with the rest of the crew. He did grin widely as he could feel their increase in power. While not as large an increase as Zoro's, they had gotten stronger over the 2 years. His senses led him to a small building with a sign out front that read, Shaki's Ripoff Bar. Smiling widely Naruto entered the bar. He noted that there were only 2 people inside. Behind the counter he spotted a tall slim woman with short black hair who he assumed to be Shaki, the bar's owner and Rayleigh's wife from what he had heard. Sitting across from her at the counter with a drink in hand was the very man he had come looking for. Hey Rayleigh-san. Naruto greeted as he entered the place. Rayleigh waved towards him with a wide smile while the woman looked at him with slight awe and fright as he entered the bar. Hello Naruto-san, so good to see you once more. Rayleigh replied, shaking Naruto's hand. I see you got a new outfit, it looks far better than the last, he added. Naruto nodded in reply as he took a seat beside the old man. He had adopted a look similar to Rayleigh's after their last meeting. His hair was shortened so it hung loosely on his shoulders. His ninja-style shirt and vest had been replaced with a form-fitting, long-sleeved, green silk shirt with 3 large golden buttons and a low-cut neckline. His pants were replaced with a pair of dark brown Bermudas that hung down to just above his knees. The shorts had a long green stripe running down the left side. Instead of his geta he now wore a pair of brown flip-flops with a green band. On his shoulders rested a long black hooded coat with a forest green inside layer and similar golden buttons to his shirt. His arms were held within the coat allowing the sleeves to hang loosely, and slung across his back with the hilt behind his left shoulder was Gilgamesh. All in all his ninja look had been replaced with that of a casual pirate. Naruto had also become more tanned from his time traveling and his hair had darkened going from almost white to a dark blonde color. Yay, I like it. It's pretty comfortable, he replied with a grin. Rayleigh laughed loudly as he grabbed the blonde a drink from behind the counter. Naruto quirked an eyebrow at the woman behind the counter who had continued to stare. Do you know who you are? She asked shakily after noticing his attention on her. Naruto nodded with a confused look on his face. Then how the hell can you just stroll about with no care in the world? She shouted at him. Naruto shrugged in reply. I don't see why I shouldn't. Rayleigh burst into laughter once more. I think she means your bounty Naruto. Have you seen it since Marineford? He asked. Naruto shook his head no and had a newspaper thrust at him by Shaki. Read it. I would think you had the common sense to cover up regardless, she spat. Opening to the bounty page Naruto smirked as he read his entry. Lord of Armageddon, Uzumaki Naruto. Above the name was a picture of him standing amidst a field of corpses in Marineford. Naruto briefly wondered when the picture had been taken. He was definitely sure there were no cameras around. Bounty. 850 million belly dead, 900 million belly alive. He whistled at this point. Impressive, he replied handing the paper back. Rayleigh exploded in laughter once more. Impressive, impressive. That's all you can say? Shaki screeched at him over her husband's laughter. Naruto nodded in reply, not really getting her point. You have the largest bounty in the history of the world government. You're more wanted than the revolutionary dragon. And you go waltzing around the island with no care in the world. She shouted, and worse of all you came right here. Every marine and bounty hunter on the island will be headed here to capture you once word spreads. As if to make her point the entire building shook as an explosion was heard from outside followed by a loud voice. Uzumaki Naruto, we have the place surrounded. Surrender and come out with your hands up. Shaki sent a glare his way while her husband chuckled and patted him on the back. Sighing Naruto downed his drink and stood. It was nice seeing you old man. I'll handle this and go catch up with the Straw Hats. You two have a nice day, he said heading to the door. Take care Naruto, drop by sometime. Rayleigh replied returning to his drink. Stepping out the door Naruto whistled. Surrounding the building were hundreds of men and women. A few were marines and the rest he guessed were bounty hunters. Behind the mob he sensed a few of his friends watching, most likely waiting to see if he needed assistance. His attention was drawn to a large marine in the front as the man stepped forward. Surrender Uzumaki, you're surrounded and outnumbered, the marine shouted. Smirking, Naruto raised both hands slowly. The leading marine grinned in victory. A moment later his world went black. Robin frowned at Sanji when they saw Naruto step out from the building. Their friend was surrounded and would be captured if they didn't help him soon. They chose to wait and see what he did before acting. As Naruto's hands rose in surrender, Robin nodded at Sanji and they prepared to jump in. Their plan came to a halt as every single individual before them collapsed to the ground unconscious. The two watched in amazement as Naruto tucked his hands into his pockets and headed their way. Naruto continued to grin as his genjutsu took effect. His opponents dropped to the ground as the illusion replaced their memory of what happened in the last 20 minutes. They would soon wake up one by one and wander off, never remembering what had happened or their ever seeing him. Placing a secondary genjutsu around himself to hide his identity from others except a select few, he strolled over to the two members of the Straw Hat crew. "Hey Sanji, Robin. It's so good to see you both after so long," he stated with a wave. The two just stared at him in surprise. Robin was the first to regain her bearings. "It's good to see you as well, Naruto-san. We were just about to assist you, but it appears that you don't need it," she replied with a smile. "PSH, small fry like this are easy to handle," Naruto commented. "How did you do that? I looks like the same thing Rayleigh-san used in the auction house," Sanji asked. He received a simple shrug in reply. "So, where's everyone else?" Naruto asked conversationally as they walked further into the island. "I'm not sure. I got here fourth and I know Frankie is on the ship with Chopper," Sanji replied. "Well, let's round them up and set sail then," Naruto shouted excitedly. Robin smiled at him. "Are you coming with us, Naruto-san?" she asked. "Of course, Luffy made me part of the crew before we parted," Naruto responded with a grin. Following behind Naruto, they headed for the ship, collecting members of the crew as they went. The journey through Shanbody was surprisingly quick and uneventful, mostly due to all Marines being unconscious at that moment in time. Meeting up with the rest of the crew, Naruto grinned widely as Frankie prepared the ship to set sail. After a send-off from Rayleigh, they sunk into the ocean and began the journey to Fishman Island. XX time skip XX, Naruto sighed as he surveyed the scene before him. It was another day on the sea and they were already surrounded by close to 50 ships. Some pirate, the rest Marines. Sighing once more, he jumped from his spot in the crow's nest to land right next to the steering wheel. "You know this is your fault, right?" he spoke to the figure standing next to him. "Oh, cheer up, Naruto. I thought you liked a good fight," a deep voice answered as the man beside him grinned. "Yes, a good fight once in a while, but we've been attacked at least 3 times a week for the last 5 years, Luffy," he shouted at the man. Luffy smirked in response. It had been close to 6 years since they had set sail from Shanbody, 3 years since they had found One Piece, 2.5 years since he had become Pirate King. He laughed as Naruto continued to grumble from his side. Of the original crew, only he, Naruto, Zoro and Robin remained. The others had gone their separate ways long ago after they had sailed the world. Brook had left them at the Red Line after finally reuniting with Laboon the whale. The immortal swordsman had chosen to spend the rest of the whale's lifetime playing his music on the Red Line. Sanji returned to the Bharati after discovering the All Blue. His restaurant was now one of the greatest in the world, although the occasional marine attack kept business low. Nami, having sailed the world and mapped out every ocean and island on the Grand Line, had returned home to her sister and friends. Usopp, the greatest marksman in the world, was now married to his love Kaya. He had returned to Syrup Village when word had come that she was with child. Frankie the cyborg had returned to Water 7 after the island had been made into a giant ship. He was now in charge of defending the island from the world government with the help of the Frankie family. And lastly, Chopper, after the death of Dr. Kureha, he had returned to Drum Island as head doctor of the island. His bounty never exceeding the 50 belly originally placed on him, he was left alone by the Marines. Of course, all the crew had stuck together until Luffy had realized his dream. They had sailed the Grand Line, fighting pirates and Marines alike in the search for One Piece. "What should we do, Luffy?" Zoro asked from his position on the deck. He had continued to sail the seas with Luffy after the Rubberman had been declared Pirate King. With Naruto still around, Zoro could never achieve his dream of world's strongest swordsman, although his name and immense skill was known by all. "We could just fight them all," Robin commented. She had stuck along with the Straw Hats through all their adventures, and had yet to find all the poneglyphs but was close to the end. "That's what we always do." Naruto groaned. It's getting boring after all these years." His comment was met with large agreement by the other crew members. Their crew had gone from the original 10 up to 20 after finding One Piece. Many pirates had joined up with the Pirate King, and Luffy was now commander of an armada made up of the other 10 supernovas, as they were called. Their armada was made up of over 500 men, who sailed the seas having adventures and defeating marines whenever they could. They would meet once a year on Raftel, the last island of the Grand Line, with Luffy's father Dragon to make plans against the world government. Naruto had already harbored thoughts over the years to simply destroy the world government by himself, but had received a message from D to only support Luffy and avoid changing anything. "Arg, fine, if you're gonna be that way, someone just beat them already so we can go," Luffy grumbled. Grinning, Naruto turned to survey the crew. He smirked as he spotted one member. "Would you like the honors, Robin-chan?" he asked. The brunette smiled back. "Gladly." Turning to the 50 or so ships bearing down on them, she crossed her arms in a familiar position and called out her attack. Giante Fleur, giant flower. From the depths of the sea, several giant-sized hands reached up to grasp each of the opposing vessels, lifting them above the sea and throwing objects and people off. Crush. The hands holding the vessels closed tightly, at the same time crushing the ships and dropping the debris into the ocean where it was used by survivors to float. "Good job, Robin-chan," Naruto exclaimed as they sailed past the wreckage. Robin grinned in response. XX timeskip XX. Naruto frowned from his position in the sky. It took all of his willpower not to rush down and kill every one of the people below him. Tearing his eyes from the crowd, he focused on the form of his captain Luffy, the insufferable twit that was the cause of this gathering. It had been a month since the world government had been destroyed and a new order had taken its place. Thanks to the efforts of pirates and revolutionaries, the corrupt government was now gone and a fairer system was in place. But Luffy had decided that the world no longer needed a pirate king. He had sacrificed himself for peace and was now kneeling on the execution stand like his idol had done years ago. Naruto wanted nothing more but to save him, but Luffy had been adamant in his decision. He had handed over all his treasure to the new government after splitting most of it with his fellow crewmates and had surrendered himself as a criminal. While the rest of his crew had gotten pardons, he as the Pirate King was exempt from that rule. Naruto sighed as the twin blades descended on Luffy's neck. Turning from the scene, he smiled sadly as he disappeared in a flash of black. Naruto tumbled as his teleportation ended. He took a moment to assess his situation. He was now in a large circular room with several multicolored doors on the walls and a large table in the center of the room. Around said table were 3 chairs, 2 of which were empty while the last was filled by a dark-haired man. The Mont's crimson eyes locked with his and both smirked. "Welcome home, Naruto." Kyuubi greeted. Chapter 26, Naruto. Naruto tumbled as his teleportation ended. He took a moment to assess his situation. He was now in a large circular room with several multicolored doors on the walls and a large table in the center of the room. Around said table were 3 chairs, 2 of which were empty while the last was filled by a dark-haired man. The Mont's crimson eyes locked with his and both smirked. "Welcome home, Naruto." Kyuubi greeted. "Kyuubi?" Naruto asked in confusion. "No, your fairy godmother," the demon said sarcastically. "So good to see you again," Naruto replied, rolling his eyes. "So what am I doing here? I expected to end up back home in my universe," Naruto added. "Yeah, about that. Well, your universe is gone," Kyuubi stated. Naruto blinked. "What do you mean gone? Where did it go?" he shouted. "I'm sure D explained it to you. You were gone a long time, Naruto. Your universe was slated to be destroyed eventually," Kyuubi replied. Naruto slumped to the ground, his head hung low. Everyone was gone? His friends, wives, kids? All gone? "What are you moping about? You knew you wouldn't get to see them again when you left." Gil cut into his thoughts. "Yeah, but still, I loved them and now they're all gone. I thought I would come back, find out I had grandkids or great-grandkids that I could train and raise," Naruto replied sadly. "Well, too bad. Suck it up, Naruto. This is the price for immortality, so get up and move on. Remember, no regrets," Gil shouted. Naruto's reply was cut off by a hand waving in front of his face. "Hello, anyone in there? What do you want, Kyuubi?" he asked. "Just checking that you're still alive in there. You kinda zoned out for a while," Kyuubi replied. I'll be fine. I just needed a moment to clear my head," Naruto said. Good, I was beginning to think you were going soft without me there to set you straight. Kyuubi replied with a chuckle. Naruto gave him a mock glare. Well, if my world's gone, what do I do now? He asked. What else? Kyuubi asked, waving at the other doors. Go wild. Naruto grinned. I think I just might. At the very least I can see my old friends again, he said, heading for a big yellow door. Opening the door wide, he stepped through. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, Kyuubi shouted as the door closed. Naruto simply scoffed as he dropped into a new world. Naruto dropped down from the tree he had landed in. He could sense several chakra signatures nearby, and the area he was in looked familiar. Somewhere near Konoha, no doubt. Boom! An explosion was heard a fair distance away, followed by few flared of chakra. Shrugging to himself, Naruto took to the trees and headed for the source of the chakra. His path brought him to the edge of a large cliff. To his right was a large river leading to a waterfall, and on the other side he spotted a young red-headed woman surrounded by some ninja. They had yet to notice him as all their eyes were turned towards the bottom of the cliff, where explosions and the sound of fighting could be heard. Stepping up to the cliff's edge, Naruto peered down into the battleground. He immediately spotted two ninja battling at fast speeds. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the battle. Those two looked familiar, but he just couldn't place them. That is until they each used a jutsu and he gasped. Amaterasu. Mokuton. Mokujoheki, wood release. Wood locking wall. The black flames impacted with the wooden half-dome, causing it to explode and shower the battleground with burning shrapnel. Naruto watched on as amazement as Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha battled within the Valley of the End. His eyes snapped over to the woman across the river, searching until he found what he sought. Around her neck was a hiat with a familiar-looking symbol on the front. The swirl of the Uzumaki clan and the symbol of Uzushiogakure. Uzumaki Mito, Naruto thought with a smile as he turned his head back to the battle. It would seem the Shoden Hokage had just gotten the upper hand, as Madara was on his knees holding a wound at his side. Naruto smirked down at the weakened form of the first Uchiha but frowned as Madara went through a familiar set of hand seals. Madara cursed as the wooden stake pierced through his side. Hashirama was putting up a tough fight, and Madara knew he would lose if things continued this way. He had yet to accustom himself to Izuna's eyes, so he couldn't fight at full strength, and that was all Senju needed to defeat him. Luckily for him, though, Hashirama was also weakened by their battle, and Madara had just what he needed to gain the upper hand. Bringing his blood-soaked hands up, Madara began to go through hand seals. He smirked as he saw Hashirama's eyes widen, and the Hokage recognized the jutsu. Kachiyose no Jutsu. Kyuubi no Yoko. Madara cackled maniacally as a wave of malevolent chakra blanketed the battlefield as the strongest of the Tade beasts answered his summons. He grinned at the horrified look on Hashirama's face as the Kyuubi rose from the ground behind him. Crush him, Kyuubi, he shouted as he saw Hashirama about to use a jutsu. Madara frowned, however, when instead of following his orders the demon turned to look at the cliffside where those pesky Uzumaki were located. What are you doing, Kyuubi? Kill Hashirama, forget about those pests, Madara yelled loudly. He got annoyed, however, as not only did his summon ignore him, but even Hashirama ignored him and peered towards the cliffside. You should probably duck, Madara, Kyuubi's voice boomed. Wah! Was as far as Madara got before a beam of concentrated energy pierced through his head, killing him instantly. Hashirama grimaced as his rival and enemy summoned the most powerful creature on the planet to battle him. It took all his willpower to not run off and hide from the crimson gaze of the fox. As he prepared to use his strongest jutsu and hope he could tame the demon, he noticed that it was completely ignoring both he and its summoner as it stared off towards the cliffs. His gut clenched as he remembered that Mito was at the cliffs. Could the demon sense her and her fellow nin? Turning his head to look, he spotted a strange blonde man standing on the other side of the river from Mito, the blonde man who was now being examined by a demon lord. As Hashirama watched, the man raised a glowing hand towards them. Or more likely towards Madara, as the Uchiha raged at his summon. Hashirama was about to yell a warning to his one-time friend when he heard the Kyuubi do so. Unfortunately, the attack was way too fast and in the blink of an eye had covered the distance between them and struck down Madara. Mito cringed as the demon looked towards them. After a moment, though, she and the others realized that it wasn't looking at them but at something near them. Turning her head, she spotted what caught its attention. She almost jumped when she realized there was a man standing just a few meters away, and none of them had sensed his approach. She frowned at this though. What was so interesting about the blonde-haired man that the strongest of the tailed beasts would be interested in him? She watched as the man seemed to look from the Kyuubi to Madara and back again before holding up his right hand with two glowing fingers extended. She heard the Kyuubi say something in its loud booming voice but blocked it out as her eyes followed the beam of blue energy that flew from the man's fingers and through Madara's skull. Kyuubi growled as he felt the cursed Uchiha pull him once more into the mortal realm. He was about to give the pompous human a warning but stopped as he sensed a being of immense power nearby. Turning his head in expectation of powerful summon or a fellow tailed beast, Kyuubi was surprised when he locked eyes with a human no less. It only took him a moment to understand the implications of a human with such power. Demigod. Ignoring the screaming form of his summoner, Kyuubi observed the young demigod as the child watched both he and his summoner. As he saw the boy prepare an attack, he supposed he should warn Madara. After all, he was bound by a contract to serve the pompous twit and a warning would suffice as protection. His warning was ill received though, as the foolish human chose to question him instead of acting and was killed instantly. Boom! Headshot, Naruto whispered as he saw Madara's body fall. It felt quite exciting to kill the man once more. A loud barking laughter caught his attention. Drawing his eyes away from Madara's corpse, he focused on the laughing form of the Kyuubi. A puzzled frown settled on his face as he examined the demon lord. This Kyuubi was different from the one he had known. For one thing, the difference in power was immense, and even their voices seemed to be different, with his Kyuubi having sounded deeper and powerful. As he pondered this, the large demon stalked towards him. The Uzumakis, seeing the demon approach, cried out a warning to the blonde man before leaping away from danger. Hashirama called out his warning as well, but the blonde seemed to not hear them. He was about to try and restrain the Kyuubi but stopped mid-attack as the demon spoke. "You are quite interesting, godchild. I should eat you for daring to enter my realm, but the fact you killed that worthless fool of a summoner will buy you your life." The demon's voice resounded throughout the valley for all to hear. Naruto smirked in reply as he was now standing mere meters from the demon, staring deep into its eyes. "Come now, Kyuubi, you and I both know who would come out victorious in a battle. Madara was able to control you with those weak Sharingan eyes of his. What makes you think you can fight off my control?" Naruto replied. He giggled inwardly as the gaping face of the Shodem Hokage was burned into his memory. The Kyuubi growled at the human's response. He was almost tempted to strike and devour the human but stayed his hand. After all, the human was correct. Should they battle, Kyuubi knew he would not come out on top. The human had almost as much chakra as him and far more control, seeing as it was bound tightly around and within its master, not a single wisp of energy out of place. But that wasn't what turned the battle in the human's favor. No, even with the amount of raw chakra they both wielded, Kyuubi would come out in a battle of pure power. No, what stayed his hand was the human's soul, or souls as it should be. Within the human swam the souls of over 100 beings, and that was something the Kyuubi feared. If the human should somehow absorb his soul as well, Kyuubi would have no way of freeing himself. It would be like a battle against the Shinigami, something that would end in inevitable defeat. So in order to protect its life, power and soul, Kyuubi swallowed his pride and laughed. A loud barking laugh that shook the ground and sent shivers down the spines of the other humans within the valley. "You are quite interesting, human. Unfortunately you are correct. I fear even I would fall before your might," Kyuubi replied regretfully. "I will take my leave. This plane holds no interest for me." Naruto startled in surprise. He had expected death threats or even a battle with the demon lord, but had gotten the exact opposite. In the years he had housed the demon, he had never heard it admit any fault or weakness, so this had come as a shock. Smiling softly, he nodded at the Kyuubi. "Very well, Kyuubi, it was an honor to meet you today. Perhaps the next time we meet it will be on more favorable terms," he replied respectfully. Smirking slightly, the demon nodded back before exploding into a red mist and fading away. Hashirama gaped as the demon faded away. Just moments ago he had been prepared to rush in and save the foolish boy who would challenge the might of the nine-tailed demon lord, but when said demon not only backed down but chose to flee, his mind had simply shut down as he stared at the blonde-haired youth. He vaguely noticed when Mito and the other Uzumakis landed beside him and joined him in staring at the blonde as the red mist faded away. Snapping out of his daze, he turned to Mito and spoke. "Is he one of yours, Mito-san? I don't recognize him from any rumors or descriptions," he asked the red-haired Uzumaki. I wish, someone that could scare off the Kyuubi would be a great addition to the clan, but no, in fact I didn't even know he was there until the demon looked towards him. She replied. Some of the Uzushiogakure nin nodded in agreement with her comment. From his position on the cliff, Naruto smirked down at the gathered crowd. Their whispered conversation reached his ears easily and he chuckled in amusement as some speculated his origins. Seeing as he had nothing else to really do for another 60 or so years, Naruto decided to visit the man who he had once aspired to be like. But first he would need a new name. After all, the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans were well known and any claims to the clans would be investigated. Smirking, Naruto settled on a name to burrow while here. After all, it's not like the two brothers would really mind. Smirking, he disappeared in a flash only to reappear in front of the startled nin a moment later. XX time skip. Kakashi swore as the cave collapsed around them. He looked on fearfully as Obito shoved him out of the way of some falling boulders. Kakashi could only cry out in panic as the rocks descended on the form of his friend and teammate. His cries of panic turned into cries of surprise as all the boulders were reduced to dust that settled around them. He could only watch in shock as Obito looked around in confusion before picking himself up from the mound of dust and dusted off his clothes. What the hell was that? Did you do that, Obito? He heard Rin ask from Obito's side as she checked him for injury. I wish, but no, that wasn't me. Did you do it, Kakashi? Obito asked. Both teens looked over at Kakashi when he didn't reply. They grew afraid as Kakashi seemed to be staring at something behind them in shock and amazement. Suddenly sensing a presence behind them, both teens jumped away from their spot and landed next to Kakashi with weapons drawn. Their weapons dropped to the ground as they took in the figure standing just meters away. Clad in a simple orange shirt, black shorts and brown slippers with a long red coat slung over his shoulder blowing in the wind was a tall blonde-haired blue-eyed man who simply smiled at them. What really drew their attention was the legendary red blade in his right hand and the famous straw hat being held atop his blonde head by the other. First they had thought it was their sensei, but focusing on the two items known to all ninja on the planet, that thought was thrown out the window. No way. Obito whispered in shock. P. Portagas DL Luffy. Rin rasped out. Kakashi nodded absent-mindedly, struggling to believe what was going on. Before them stood a figure straight out of the history books. Portagas D. Luffy, friend of the Shoden and Konoha's Crimson Maelstrom, the man who had been said to have defeated the first, second and third Hokages at the same time, without breaking a sweat, and had single-handedly ended the Second Great Shinobi War. A man who had mysteriously disappeared over a decade ago. A man who should be well into his 80s but looked no older than 20, and a man who they had come to believe was only a myth after hearing his outrageous achievements. Their thoughts were broken as a flash-off yellow to the side drew their attention. Standing above Obito's dropped kunai in a battle-ready stance was their sensei Namikaze Minato. Looking from his shocked students to the man before them, Minato prepared to attack their opponent before he did a double take. Portagas sensei? He asked quizzically. His students all shot him surprised and shocked looks as the blonde man smiled back at them all. So good to see you once more, Minato-kun. I see you finally mastered the Hirishin. Luffy stated, amused at the look on his student's face. Minato only stared in shock as the man he had only met 3 times as a child, the first time they had talked and eaten ramen. The second time they had trained together for hours on end. The third time he had been given a scroll full of various jutsu and notes and told to master everything within. That had been 13 years ago on his 5th birthday. He was about to speak when a soul kunai whizzed by, distracting everyone from their thoughts. Turning to the source, they spotted over a dozen Iwa nin bearing down on them. Minato and his students were about to engage them when a soft voice stopped them. I'll handle things, don't interfere. Against their better judgment, the 4 Konoha nin found themselves rooted in place as the tall blonde figure stalked past them. They watched as the Iwa nin first laughed before one of them pointed out the 2 famous items the figure held. One in his hand, the other atop his head. The amused faces soon turned into shock before they changed to fear as the Iwa nin turned and bolted away, or at least attempted to. Minato and his students watched in awe as the legendary figure earned his name. They saw was a blur of red as all the Iwa nin exploded in a shower of blood simultaneously. Rin dropped to her knees and shook fearfully while Obito and Kakashi looked on wide-eyed. Minato tensed as his ex-sensei turned towards them. He relaxed when Luffy raised a hand in the peace sign and smiled. Yo, he said cheerfully. XX time skip XX Naruto smiled as he watched Minato's son, or in other words himself, take his position on the stage. Without the Kyuubi attack, this version of him had lived a very happy life. As son of the Hokage he had been raised loved by everyone and had grown quite arrogant and snobby because of it. A few training sessions with his younger version had beat it out of the boy and he had become more like he had been as a child. Naruto had soon after left the village once more to travel the world while Minato and Kushina took over grooming and training their son. He had visited familiar places and friends as he defeated tyrants, dictators and missing nin. He stopped by Konoha secretly a few times a year to see his younger self as well as report to the Hokage, but now as he watched his old dream was being recognized by his younger self. Today Namikaze Naruto would be named Godem Hokage and it was time for Portaga's D. Luffy to fade into a memory. He had taken care of Orochimaru in pain and banished all the Biju into this realm's demon plane before they could be sealed into vessels. After what had happened in the last war, Iwa and Kumo were nowhere ready to attack again. Suna was thriving thanks to a fairer alliance proposed by Minato. Kiri had signed non-aggression pacts with all villages and claimed neutrality, and Konoha was thriving. Naruto had once more brought a semblance of peace to his world and it was time to move on. Besides, the other Naruto would be able to handle any problems that arose. With a final smile down at his young counterpart he gave Minato a wave and a wink before disappearing in a flash of red. "Have fun?" a voice chuckled behind him. Turning, Naruto spotted Kyuubi sitting in his chair smirking back at him. "Yeah, loads, although I still wonder what the difference between that world and mine was supposed to be," Naruto replied, taking a seat across from the demon god. Kyuubi chuckled in response. "Madara was supposed to die in the battle with the Senju, except he was supposed to be eaten by that realm's Kyuubi. No Madara means no Kyuubi attack, which means the fox wouldn't get sealed within that realm's Naruto," Kyuubi replied calmly. Naruto nodded in reply. He had spent years looking for the change, but most things had gone the same as with his world except for parts where he interfered directly. His attention snapped back to Kyuubi as he remembered something. "Why was that realm's Kyuubi so weak in comparison to you?" he asked. Of course he was weaker, there can only be one Kyuubi, not just in each realm but in all realms. Since I am the Kyuubi, no other Kyuubi can achieve the amount of power to claim a 10th tail. Should any come close, that power is siphoned off and added to mine, hence the reason any you come across will be weaker than I was at their age," he replied nonchalantly. Naruto nodded in understanding. "By the way, why are you the only one here all the time?" he added as an afterthought. He had yet to cross paths with Shinigami again and he had never met Kami in all the time he had been here. PSH, the other two were off playing their silly game. Madara's soul put Shinigami ahead of Kami and she has been working hard to turn souls from the dark path to catch up, Kyuubi replied with chuckle. "Why aren't you playing?" Naruto asked, grinning. "Too far behind?" "Oh gods no, I'm in first place coming. What Shinigami forgot is that you're my champion as well as his. Any souls you kill or offer to him count towards the both of us, so I just have to sit back and let you keep racking up points for me," Kyuubi replied, smirking at him. Naruto chuckled. "Lazy ass, what about the souls I've absorbed?" "Those are yours to keep, putting you in 4th place," Kyuubi answered, sticking out his tongue. Naruto chuckled once more at the immortal's childishness before standing. "Alright, I better head out. Any ideas which door to take?" he asked. Kyuubi grinned widely and pointed out a door. "Take the pink one, it might prove entertaining," he replied with a dark chuckle. Naruto shook his head in amusement as he wandered over to the door. He rose a brow as the plaque informed him he was about to enter a world where he had been born a girl. Shrugging, he ignored Kyuubi's snickers and stepped through the door. Naruto frowned as soon as he landed within Konoha. The village was practically empty, but he could sense a large gathering of people towards the clan district. Uchiha clan to be exact. With a flicker he was gone. Reappearing, Naruto found himself at the back of a large gathering of people staring at a stage in the distance. The stage had been decorated with flowers and lace, and standing in the center with their backs towards him were a dark-haired man and a woman whose head was covered by a white curtain. Naruto was about to ask a nearby neighbor what was going on when he picked up talking from the stage. His face paled as he listened. "Do you Namikaze Natsuko take Uchiha Sasuke to be your lawfully wedded husband, to love and to hold until death do you part?" a gruff voice asked. "I do," a melodious voice responded. The last thing the people of Konoha heard was a loud No, as the world erupted in black flames. A moment later there was nothing but an empty space with the odd chunk of dirt where a planet once was. Naruto reappeared in a familiar room, breathing heavily as he clutched his heart. Back so soon? A voice asked mockingly from behind. Breath fuck. Breath you. Chapter 27. Twin last time on Naruto, Revenge. Naruto frowned as soon as he landed within Konoha. The village was practically empty, but he could sense a large gathering of people towards the clan district. Uchiha clan to be exact. With a flicker he was gone. Reappearing, Naruto found himself at the back of a large gathering of people staring at a stage in the distance. The stage had been decorated with flowers and lace, and standing in the center with their backs towards him were a dark-haired man and a woman whose head was covered by a white curtain. Naruto was about to ask a nearby neighbor what was going on when he picked up talking from the stage. His face paled as he listened. Do you Namikaze Natsuko take Uchiha Sasuke to be your lawfully wedded husband, to love and to hold until death do you part? A gruff voice asked. I do, a melodious voice responded. The last thing the people of Konoha heard was a loud No, as the world erupted in black flames. A moment later there was nothing but an empty space with the odd chunk of dirt where a planet once was. Naruto reappeared in a familiar room, breathing heavily as he clutched his heart. Back so soon? A voice asked mockingly from behind. Breath fuck. Breath you. Get the demon, kill him. There he is, he's trapped. 6-year-old Naruto pressed himself further against the back wall of the alley, trying to be invisible. It was his birthday yet again, and he had foolishly thought it was smart to go down to the Kyuubi festival. Well, now here he was cowering before a mob of villagers, each holding various sorts of weapons. We finally caught you, demon. A silver-haired chunin at the front said, drawing several kunai from his pouch. Naruto whimpered and tried to curl into himself. Silly Mizuki, it's I that have caught you. A deep voice said off to the side. All heads turned towards the voice, but all they could see was shadows covering the corner. Who's there? Show yourself. Mizuki shouted. A few more chunin made their way to the front to back him up, while the villagers focused their attention on Naruto in the corner. Naruto gasped with the others when a pair of blazing crimson eyes appeared in the shadows. He screamed with the others when hundreds of various-sized crimson eyes opened up within the darkness. Demon. One of the villagers whimpered, brandishing his weapon with shaking hands. Kukuku, close but not quite. The voice replied. It seemed to have now gone up in pitch, sounding like a child instead of the deep voice from earlier. Naruto, Mizuki and the crowd watched in amazement as the eyes closed one by one before the shadows parted to reveal a 6-year-old Naruto. Eyes widened as the crowd looked from the first Naruto to the second and back again. One looked like the same old 6-year-old they all knew, wearing his baggy, dirty and torn clothing. The other, on the other hand, spooked them. He looked like his twin, except he wore black shorts and an orange shirt with brown flip-flops. On his back was a long crimson blade that looked much too big for someone his age to carry, yet alone wield. The main difference though were the two burning eyes that stared back at them. Eyes that reminded many of a different creature. Kyuubi. Mizuki stuttered out. Closer, but still no, the demonic Naruto stated. Screams rose from the mob as they tried to run away. Many fainted or collapsed as a terror-filled pressure descended on the mob. Those that managed to resist it fell to their knees and could only shake as the crimson eyes surveyed them all. Mizuki and the other nin gasped as the eyes morphed into a strange-looking Sharingan Byakugan cross. Goodbye, Mizuki. You will never know how much it pleases me to do this. Amaterasu. Surrounding villagers shuddered as tortured shrieks rang out from the alleyway and across a good part of the village. Hurry, we might be too late, Sarutobi shouted as the shrieks rang out. Behind him a squad of Anbu followed towards the alley where a pillar of black flames could be seen. Landing on the rooftops, they surveyed the scene as the flames died down. All that was left of the alley was the charred stone of the walls and ground, and here everyone did a double take. Two Narutos. One lay unconscious while another stood amongst the dying flames, watching them with crimson-red eyes. About time you fools got here. Then again, you were always late when it was me. The red-eyed Naruto spoke, staring up at Sarutobi. He stared down at what could only be the Kyuubi, wondering how it got free, how Naruto survived and how to save him from the demon. Kyuubi. Sarutobi stated, causing some of the nearby Anbu to stiffen. Hee not quite, but you'll never guess who I am. The red-eyed Naruto replied with a chuckle. Sarutobi actually felt the tension in the air decrease as his men heard that it wasn't the Kyuubi before them. Then why don't you tell me, who are you? Sarutobi asked. Ah, but where's the fun in that? Just think of me as a bloodline of sorts, you can call me Ruto. The boy stated, walking over to the unconscious form of Naruto. Sarutobi stiffened and prepared to attack should the boy try anything. No matter what he said, any fool could obviously see that this was the Kyuubi given form. His Anbu prepared to attack as well should anything happen. No one was prepared for what happened next. They could only watch in shock and curiosity as the red-eyed boy seemed to sink into his twin's body until only one Naruto was left. Sarutobi landed in the alley next to Naruto's body. He shakily placed a hand on the boy but could sense nothing wrong with him. He picked up Naruto as he heard many others land behind him. What happened, Hokage-sama? What should we do? One of the Anbu asked. I don't know, Kakashi. Let's take him to the hospital first. We'll have one of our best Uchiha and Hyuga examine him and see what we can find. Either the demon is escaping or this might just be a bloodline. Sarutobi replied in a tired voice. But how could he have a bloodline like this? I don't know anyone else in the village that had a bloodline like that. Did his parent have it? Kakashi asked, glancing down at Naruto's body in disgust. Sarutobi sighed. If only you knew who his parents truly were, Kakashi, would you still hate him? No, I've never seen or heard of a bloodline like this, but something similar was spoken about from Gekito village, Sarutobi replied. Holding Naruto close, they jumped off towards the hospital. How did you gain a bloodline, Naruto? Kushina and Minato never had one. Eeeekkkkkkk. A scream tore through Gekito village, drawing the nearby authorities. Rushing to the source, they found a young woman sitting on the ground in fear and shock, staring into an alley. One of the police force helped her up and began to question her while the other looked into the alleyway. He gagged at what he found. Blood splattered the walls with body parts laying strewn about. At the end of the alley was a large music note and the number 4 drawn in blood within a circle and a large slash crossing it out. Below the picture were 2 small heads that the police officer easily recognized. Sakin and Yukon stared back at him with lifeless eyes. Naruto groaned as he opened his eyes. He jumped up as he remembered the alleyway, the mob, strange kid that looked like him and a wall of black flames. A splash drew his attention to his surroundings. He was within a sewer. Great, they probably killed that kid and threw me down here. Jerks, he thought. Seeing the way the water was flowing, he decided to follow it and look for an exit. Walking for a few minutes, he stopped when he heard sounds coming from up ahead. Coming to a stop, he tried to listen but wasn't able to make out anything in the sounds. Quietly moving so as to make no sound, he moved closer until he could hear 2 voices speaking. Get out of here before I kill you. You don't belong in here, godchild. A loud voice boomed. He could hear snarls and growls within the words as the voice spoke. Well, that's too bad for you, but I choose to be here. You can either share with me or I'll get rid of you. Another voice, this one sounding like him. The first voice growled before a sound was heard. After a moment it spoke. Very well, godchild. We shall share this prison. The voice spoke in a quieter tone. Don't think of it as a prison. It'll be getting better in here soon enough, trust me. The child's voice replied. It would also seem the guest of honor is here. Come in, Naruto. Naruto shakily entered the room. He immediately spotted the childlike voice. Standing across from him was the red-eyed version of himself from before. What shocked him was the large 9-tailed fox behind the other him. Welcome, to your mind, Naruto. The child version of himself announced. Now stay still, this might hurt. Wah-rrgh. Naruto collapsed in pain as images filled his mind and new knowledge was imparted onto him. A beautiful red-haired woman smiling at him. A blonde-haired man looking at him with pride. A demon fox attacking the village. A large toad with 2 blonde-haired figures on its head facing off against the demon. A cry of anger as the demon was sealed inside a baby. Him. Ruto and Kyuubi watched as Naruto thrashed around in pain as new information was added to his mind. So what did you do to him? The demon asked in a curious tone. Just some information about the sealing and his parents, Ruto replied. And what about you? Kyuubi asked as Naruto stopped his thrashing and faded from the mindscape. Ruto smirked darkly. As far as anyone in this world will know, I'm just some form of bloodline, he replied. Why not tell him what you are? Where's the fun in that? If he knew about me, the kid would come crying to me every time he has a problem he can't solve. Ruto replied in disdain. So you're not going to help him? Kyuubi asked, watching his new roommate. Ruto smirked at this. Oh no, you misunderstand. I plan on having lots of fun when the tough opponents show up. I just don't want him bitching to me to take care of the weaklings, he replied. Kyuubi smirked, turning his eyes to the front where a view of the outside world was now appearing. This should be entertaining then. All around them the sewer fell to pieces as a throne room took its place. Sarutobi jumped as Naruto's eyes snapped open. The boy took a moment to look around the hospital room before focusing on him. Smiling kindly, Sarutobi spoke, "Hello Naruto, how are you feeling?" He was taken aback as Naruto glared at him. "You have a lot to explain, Hokage-sama," Naruto said in a cold tone. Sarutobi winced as Naruto referred to him that way instead of with his usual name. "What do you mean, Naruto?" he asked cautiously. "What do I mean? How about when were you going to tell me I had a freaking demon sealed inside of me? Or how about that my father was the bloody Yondaime?" Naruto shouted angrily. Sarutobi paled. "How did you find out, Naruto?" he asked. "My tenants told me," Naruto spat back. "Tenants?" Sarutobi asked quickly. "Don't try to change the subject. I'll tell you about my bloodline whenever I feel like it," Naruto snapped. Sarutobi sighed. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Naruto. I was going to wait until you were older to let you know," he replied. "And all those times I asked you who my parents were or why the villagers hated me and you lied to me," Naruto stated. "Again, Naruto, I'm sorry," Sarutobi replied wearily. Naruto simply nodded and stared down at his feet, refusing to look at him. "Naruto, you may not like me right now, but I still need you to tell me about this bloodline of yours and what happened in the alley," Sarutobi stated. Naruto nodded and began to explain his bloodline and what transpired within the last few hours. "So basically it's like another person inside of your body that can come out and help you when you need it?" Sarutobi asked in disbelief. Naruto nodded. "And it also told you all about the Kyuubi and your parents?" Another nod. "And it gave you knowledge on chakra control exercises, a taijutsu style, a handful of elemental jutsu, weapons knowledge, exercise methods, and improved your senses?" Nod. "Right. Just wait here, Naruto," Sarutobi stated. Getting up, he made his way to the door and outside the room. "It's obviously the Kyuubi interacting with him, Hokage-sama," Kakashi whispered as soon as the door closed. "I know that, Kakashi, but what can we do about it? What's the demon up to? If it could leave his body, then why not just kill us all and leave?" Sarutobi replied. Kakashi pondered this. "I don't know, what should we do?" he asked. Sarutobi sighed. "I'll have Jiraiya come examine the seal, until then we'll just have to watch Naruto closely," he replied. Kakashi nodded. "Nothing's wrong with the seal, sensei," Jiraiya stated. He stood in the council chambers explaining his findings to the council members. "So it's not the Kyuubi?" Danzo asked. "Not at all. It seems this might actually be a bloodline like he said," Jiraiya replied. "That can't be possible. What sort of bloodline could do all that?" one of the council members snapped. "Well, bloodlines that come with ingrained knowledge have been documented before," Jiraiya replied. "The Rinnegan is one such bloodline." Fugaku Uchiha scoffed. "The Rinnegan is nothing but a myth. Actually, I have seen and trained a Rinnegan user," Jiraiya stated. Eyes widened. "Unfortunately, I received word that he had died a long time ago," he added. A few faces dropped at this news. Sarutobi decided to speak up to remain on subject. "So you think Naruto has a transcendent bloodline like the Rinnegan?" he asked. "Maybe, after all, only the villagers of Gekido village have a bloodline similar to this, and theirs doesn't impart knowledge, and the twin is usually born, not created," Jiraiya explained. A few more council members grumbled at this. "What do we do about the boy now?" Heishi Hyuga asked. "What do you mean? We obviously breed the demon for its bloodline," a civilian member stated, standing up. A moment later he dropped down as various bursts of focused killer intent hit him. Jiraiya scoffed. "Good luck with that. An assassin tried to get the kid while he was asleep the other night. They found his ashes on the floor the next morning and the kid slept through it all. If you try to attack him, you'll most likely activate his bloodline," Jiraiya explained. Jiraiya's right. His bloodline is too dangerous to fool around with. We'll simply keep an eye on Naruto while allowing him to continue his life like normal. If he chooses to train his bloodline, it will be his choice," Sarutobi stated. There were a few complaints, but he silenced those with a glare filled with killer intent. Reluctantly, the council could only agree with his decision. Ruto watched through his counterpart's eyes as the boy trained using the knowledge he gifted him. Behind him, the snores of the Kyuubi could be heard as it slumbered on. He smirked, sensing no nearby chakra signatures, meaning no one was watching over them at the moment. Naruto was currently working on his skills. A little prodding from Ruto and Kyuubi had been enough to impart the importance of training on him. Quite frankly, Ruto found this boring to watch and spent most of his time speaking with the demon fox that was so similar to Jubi yet different. In order to keep the timeline the same, he had made sure Naruto would continue school as normal instead of graduating early. He would need to lay low for 6 years until they graduated as genin, but it would be entertaining to say the least. After all, his counterpart was supposed to die the night before, so it would be entertaining to see how his survival and increase in ability would change this world. He had given Naruto the knowledge needed to make him at least Chunin level in just 6 years if the boy applied himself. Now he just had to sit back, watch and act when things were over Naruto's head. "Kage Bushin no Jutsu," Naruto shouted. 100 clones sprang into existence and attacked their opponent. Kakashi ducked under a high kick and killed the clone that had attacked. He growled as his arm went to his headband but stubbornly refused to use his trump card in a simple genin test, no matter who the genin was. The fight had been hard enough as he fought off Naruto's attempts to grab the bell, but now there were close to 100 opponents bearing down on him and the battle had just gotten harder. In the bushes, 2 other genin watched in amazement as their third teammate fought against their jonin instructor. "How is Naruto so strong? He always slept in the academy," Sakura thought. "That bastard, how can he be so strong? I need that power to defeat Itachi," Sasuke brooded to himself. Kakashi sighed in relief. He had just taken down the last clone and only one Naruto remained. Having been forced to use his Sharingan eye, he could tell this was the real Naruto. So with a deep breath he attacked. Naruto smirked as Kakashi came at him. He had been beating the jonin easily, but it was now time to end it. Kakashi lunged at him with a kunai in both hands but was stopped as both of Naruto's hands grabbed his by the wrists. They glared at each other face to face. "Looks like we're at a standstill," Kakashi snarled. "Oh, it seemed like I was winning back there, sensei," Naruto mocked. Kakashi smirked down at him. "Like you could beat me, Kyurk." He was cut off as a fist extended from Naruto's chest and slammed right into his chin, knocking him out. Naruto stood there above his sensei's unconscious form, staring at his chest. There was nothing there, no fist, not even a hole in his clothes. He looked up as his teammates came out from the bushes behind him. Neither questioned the strange fist that appeared from his chest, so he assumed they hadn't seen it. "I didn't need your help, Ruto. I could have handled it," he thought, looking back to Kakashi's groaning form, but got no reply in return other than a few snickers in his mind. In the bushes, an Anbu operative wrote some notes down on his scroll. "Look out, Naruto," Sakura shouted as the bladed claw came down on him. Naruto's eyes widened. How had he not noticed the genjutsu puddle? He berated himself in his head for his oversight. The claw was descending too fast to be blocked or dodged. He shut his eyes and waited for the hit to come. Nothing happened. Naruto peeked open his eyes to see the assailant laying at his feet with a kunai through his face. Kakashi came out of the bushes beside them as Sasuke defeated the other assailant. The jonin gave them a nod of approval before interrogating their client. Naruto stood in the same spot, just staring at the corpse. "What happened? Pay more attention to your surroundings next time. Idiot. Wow, Naruto. How did you do that? I didn't even see you move, and wham, he had your kunai in his face," Sakura asked hysterically. Sasuke simply grunted as he listened in as well. Naruto could only grumble at the two voices in his mind as he made up some kind of explanation or his teammates. Further down the road, some words were written down in a scroll by an Anbu. "Zabuza-sama," a hunter nin shouted as the jonin's head flew from his body. Naruto stood on the lake's surface staring down at Zabuza's lifeless body. What the hell, Ruto? He thought. The last thing he remembered was flying past Zabuza as he and Sasuke tried to free their sensei, but when Zabuza had dodged his kunai henge, he had felt a spike of chakra coming from himself, and the next thing he knew, Zabuza was headless. Just lending a hand, You really need to get used to killing Naruto, soon you'll need to stop relying on me, Ruto replied. You could always let me out to play. I'm just dying to slaughter someone, Kyuubi growled. Shut up, Fox. Be quiet, Kyuubi, two voices shouted back. Jerks. The demon pouted. Naruto ducked quickly as several senbon sailed over his head. A boy roughly his age glared at him before disappearing in a shushin. Kakashi surfaced from the lake and looked around. Spotting Zabuza's body and Naruto standing nearby, he pieced together what had happened. Good job, Naruto, he said. No problem, Naruto replied in confusion at the strange hunter Nin. Hidden in the forest, and Anbu watched added more observations to his already long list. Uzumaki Naruto. Here it is. According to this, he was the dobi of his grade but has high points in ninjutsu and taijutsu. He also has high chakra control and capacity. He's completed 1 C-turned A rank mission, 1 C rank mission and 34 D rank missions. The gray-haired teen read. Naruto also has a bloodline that allows him to URK. The teen was cut off as a crimson blade pierced his heart. All eyes in the room followed the blade and widened when they saw it was attached to an arm, sticking out from Naruto's chest. What the hell? Kiba stuttered out, summing up everyone's thought. Uzumaki. Are you trying to get disqualified? Killing a competitor before the exams have even begun? A fellow leaned in at that. Explain yourself. Ibiki shouted as he and the other proctors appeared in the room. Naruto's eyes darted around in a panicked manner until they seemed to glaze over before he smirked at the proctor. Well, for starters, Proctor-san. Naruto began. You should know that technically I didn't kill him. Ibiki glared at him. Naruto gulped under the man's fierce glare before continuing on. He also had classified information that a genin should not have had, making him a spy, he added quickly. Ibiki thought over the response for a moment before nodding to a pair of chunin that disappeared with Kabuto's body. He then returned his glare at Naruto. Well, you thought he was a spy, then why not attempt to capture him for interrogation rather than kill him? Ibiki growled. Naruto sweated a bit under the mon's scrutiny before his eyes momentarily glazed over again. He smells like snakes and little boys, he replied with a questioning tone. So he works for Orochimaru then, good work genin, Ibiki replied. In the corner a strange-looking grass nin seethed. In another corner a masked genin made some notes in his long scroll before silently disappearing from the room. Gogyo Fuin, Orochimaru shouted as his hand impacted with Naruto's stomach. As his body fell to the ground, Naruto appeared in his mindscape. Let me have a try, you said. I can take him. Good job, Fox, Ruto said mockingly. Be quiet, it's not my fault the brat can't handle more of my power, Kyuubi growled. Sure, just blame the 13-year-old boy. Real mature for a millennia-old demon. Naruto cut in. Ruto smirked as the demon grumbled under its breath. Whatever. Kyuubi added after a moment. What are we going to do about the sake man? Naruto locked eyes with Ruto. Kyuubi stared down at Ruto. Ruto whistled to himself while filing his nails. Ruto, brat. Two annoyed voices shouted. Fine, I'll handle it, he replied with a sigh. Moments later he faded from the mindscape. Kukuku, enjoy my gift Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru hissed as his head drew back to his body. God, that whole creepy pedophile snake theme you have going gets so annoying. A voice peeped from behind him. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he jumped from his spot, narrowly avoiding decapitation. 3 sets of mouths gaped as they spotted a crimson blade being held by a crimson-eyed Naruto. The two genin had strange questioning looks on their faces as they looked from the unconscious form of Naruto to the smirking form of Naruto standing mere meters away. Orochimaru licked his lips. Kukukik, so the twin has come out to play. Don't think I didn't know all about your bloodline, boy. It won't be enough to save you, he stated. Naruto simply smirked at him as he held his sword forward. Don't be so sure about that snake, he stated, bringing the blade back. Unleash, Gilgamesh. Orochimaru's eyes widened. A strange pressure threatened to force him to his knees. He noticed Sasuke and the pink-haired genin collapsed under the pressure coming off the golden glow that was Uzumaki Ruto. As the glow faded, he was confronted by an armored skull-faced teen. Kukuku, what an interesting ability, Orochimaru commented, shrugging off the pressure with a flare of chakra. I look forward to studying it more. That's assuming you live, Snake, Ruto replied in a deep tone, Puerta de Babilonia. As the gate of Babylon opened, as the countless blades slid out, Orochimaru's eyes widened as he spotted a familiar blade that had appeared near Ruto's head. A copy of his own Kusanagi blade was poised ready to strike him down. Camara de Cielo. One phrase passed through Orochimaru's mind as hundreds of blades bore down on him. Oh shit. Further into the forest a henge dropped as a startled Anbu reached for his scroll with shaking fingers. Sarutobi sighed as he looked down on Naruto's gift. Before him lay the severed arm of his student. The three of you faced off against one of the Sannin, he stated. The three teens nodded. He also managed to knock out Naruto and place his cursed seal on Sasuke. Three nods again. And you were losing until Ruto decided to help? He asked. Naruto nodded when the other two looked at him. So why is Naruto so angry considering 4 genin managed to take the arm of a Sannin? He asked, looking at the pouting boy. The bastard got away and KY the fox won't stop rubbing it in, Naruto grumbled. The twin head sticking out his back nodded in response. Sarutobi hummed as a scroll was subtly handed to him by a hidden operative. He raised a brow at the months shaking. This has gone on long enough, Sarutobi. The boy's bloodline becomes more powerful as time goes on. Danzo stated, I request that he be handed over to me to be trained as a root operative and his bloodline studied. No, Danzo, I refuse to let you turn Naruto into a mindless drone or test subject. Sarutobi replied with a glare. But feel free to keep trying. I enjoy watching your face as your constant attempts to kidnap him are foiled by his twin. Sarutobi smirked as Danzo's eyes widened at this fact. For the last 5 years constant attempts had been made to either kidnap or assassinate Naruto. All had been foiled by his bloodline. The kidnappers or assassins would be found the next morning killed by various means. One kidnapper had actually succeeded in capturing the boy and dragging him back to his base. The man and his cohorts had been found later that day reduced to a pile of ashes as Naruto slept on inside the cage they had placed him in. Danzo could only grumble in reply. Unlike him, though, the rest of the council had given up in their attempts to capture Naruto. After a meeting had been interrupted by an extremely annoyed Ruto dragging the corpse of an assassin behind him, the civilians had learned to keep their mouths shut about the boy. Any more questions? Sarutobi asked. None replied. Very well, meeting adjourned. I'm free, prepared to die, Shukaku shouted as screams rang out in the stadium. Shut up, you annoying twit, a voice shouted back. The demon glared down at the blonde-haired human that dared to shout at him. Ah, the Kyuubi's vessel, I'm going to enjoy squishing you. The demon laughed, bringing down a sandy paw on the boy and his friends. Gasps rang out as a second Naruto burst from the first's chest and easily caught the large demon's paw while the first Naruto pulled his friends to safety. Shukaku's eyes widened and his face took on a horror-filled look as he sensed the amount of power contained within the human beneath his paw. Sero. Those fighting in or around the stadium could only gape as a powerful blue beam of energy blasted through the demon and up into the sky, utterly obliterating the large sand tanuki. Gaara groaned as he was snatched out of the air as he fell. Wakey, wakey, sleepy head, a voice said in his ear. His eyes snapped open and he came face to face with the blonde boy from the exam. Except this one had red eyes instead of the blue he was used to seeing. Gaara shuddered as the demon within him screamed various sentences before going silent. You scare mother, he muttered weakly. The blonde boy grinned at him. I know. In the audience, an Anbu quickly jotted down some notes in his scroll before rejoining the battle. You'll never win, Orochimaru, as long as the will of fire lives on, so shall Konoha. Sarutobi stated, blocking the Kusanagi with his diamond bow staff. Kukuku, the will of fire? You're still going on about that, old man? Orochimaru sneered, attacking once more with his sword. He was caught by surprise as his sensei seemed to get sucked into a whirlpool and disappear. Hee, looky what I found. A lonely little snake out by itself, a voice chimed from behind him. Orochimaru shook as he fearfully turned his head to look at the familiar form of Uzumaki Ruto. How did you get in here? He asked shakily as phantom pains shot through his new arm. The barrier was supposed to keep the boy out so he could deal with his sensei and escape. Now he was trapped within a cage with one of the most frightening people he had ever met. Oh, you know. I just ripped apart the fabric of time and space and traveled through a separate dimension only to exit inside the barrier, The boy replied with a nonchalant wave of his hand. Orochimaru simply stared back at him. "That's impossible," he shouted after a moment. "Not really, I can show you how to do it if you want," the boy offered. Orochimaru smirked. Perhaps the boy had been roped in by his display of power. After all, who would side with a village that was about to be destroyed? "Very well, let's see it then," he ordered in a firm tone. His fear returned as the boy smirked at him evilly. "Very well, you asked for it," the boy stated gleefully. Orochimaru stiffened as he saw the boy's eyes change from two crimson orbs to a strange mix of the Byakugan, Sharingan and Rinnegan. His fear for his life overrode his scientific curiosity as he prepared to order his Sound 4 to lower the barrier and escape. "Kamui, crap," was the Sannin's last thought as his body was ripped to shreds and sucked into a vortex. Outside the barrier, the Hokage reappeared completely unharmed with his Enbu nearby. Gathering his wits, he looked into the barrier just as his failure of a student was ripped apart. He saw the Naruto sent him a grin before disappearing. Sarutobi sighed as his Anbu made short work of Orochimaru's guards. What is the Naruto playing at? He's far too powerful and advanced to simply be a bloodline created by Naruto, he thought wearily. Uzumaki Naruto, please come with us, the Sasuke look-alike asked as his Sharingan eyes spun lazily. The blonde boy in front of them smirked in response before his hand went to the crimson blade behind him. Itachi, didn't the report say his eyes were blue? Kisame asked. Who's at the door, Naruto? A voice shouted from inside the hotel room. The blonde's smile widened as his eyes glowed. Ida, what the hell? Sasuke shouted, coming to a stop. Stop right the what the hell? Jiraiya shouted from the other end of the hallway. What's all the noise, Abo, what the hell? Naruto shouted, coming out of his room. Oh hey guys, Itachi was just telling me about how he was framed for killing the Uchiha clan. Naruto replied nonchalantly. The three could only stare at the scene before them. Naruto sat comfortably sipping at his tea. He was sitting on the hogtied and gagged form of Hoshigaki Kisame. Bound and stuck to the wall in front of him was the form of Uchiha Itachi, nodding furiously at Naruto's comment. Right. Naruto drawled out, walking back into the room and closing the door behind him. Whatever. Jiraiya stated dazedly as he stumbled away with the unconscious woman still slung over his shoulder. Can I still kill him? Sasuke asked. It would have saved me plenty of time and anger if he had just told me he was framed. Naruto laughed and sipped at his tea. Across the street, Anbu placed his binoculars down on the table as he filled out his notes before promptly leaving to get a drink. We finally meet Uzumaki Naruto. You've been a thorn in my side for a long time. Madara drawled out. Naruto replied in a bored manner. Tell me, how did you know about my organization and our goal to capture all the demon containers? Madara asked, although he already suspected Itachi had spilled the beans. Voice in my head told me so. Naruto replied, still in his bored tone. Madara blinked. That he was not expecting. And how, pray tell, did the Kyuubi find out? I don't remember ever imparting the knowledge of my plans onto the demon, he asked. He doesn't know your plans. Naruto replied, giving him a look as if it was the simplest thing in the world. Then how did the demon tell you? Madara asked, getting a little peeved. He didn't, Naruto answered, now giving Madara a strange look. You just said he did, Madara snapped. Usually something like that wouldn't get to him, but the boy had utterly ruined his plans this past year. His control over Kiri and their cage was gone. All the other demon containers had disappeared mere moments after the boy was seen speaking with them. And just the other day, the last members of his organization were hunted down and killed by the same boy who was now giving him convoluted answers and looking at him as if he were a child. Madara was officially pissed. Oh. You thought I meant the Kyuubi? Naruto stated, understanding now flashing though his eyes. No, I meant the other voice in my head, he explained. Madara glared down at him with his one functioning eye. What other voice in your head? He seethed. This one, a whisper said from behind him. Madara's eye widened as a clawed hand pierced through his chest, holding his heart in its grip. He vaguely pondered why his abilities had failed before he felt a cold grip on his very soul before it was pulled out of his dying body. Naruto stood in the same spot, staring at his twin in shock. You killed him, he stated plainly. So? Naruto replied, raising a brow. Sasuke is gonna be so pissed at you. Naruto replied with a smirk. No, he's gonna be pissed at you. I'm your bloodline, Ruto replied simply. Naruto's eyes widened. Fuck. In the trees several meters away a team of Enbu simply stared as muttered insanely while he furiously wrote in a scroll. So you're finally leaving? Kyuubi asked. What do you mean leaving? Who's leaving? Naruto asked curiously. The other two ignored him. Yeah, it's time I go. Madara is dead, Orochimaru's dead, Konoha's safe and a better place. My friends are all safe. Not really much left to do here. Ruto replied to the demon. Wait, you're leaving? Where are you going? How can you even leave? You're my bloodline, Naruto asked, trying to draw their attention. I suppose you're right, at least I'll finally have some peace and quiet in here, Kyuubi replied. PSH, you know you'll miss me, Fox, Ruto scoffed. Will someone tell me what the hell is going on here? Naruto shouted. The other two finally looked at him. So much for peace and quiet, Kyuubi grumbled. Oh, be nice to him, he's gonna need you to look out for him, Ruto stated before locking eyes with Naruto. I'm leaving, Naruto. The world is safe and it's up to you to keep it that way. What do you mean leaving? You're my bloodline. This makes no sense, Naruto stated confused. Don't worry about it, Ruto replied, waving his hand. Take care, Naruto. You're gonna be a great Hokage. He finished and with a flash of red light disappeared. What the hell just happened? I'm so confused, Naruto muttered. He could no longer sense his twin. PFT, what else is new? Kyuubi mumbled. Shut up, Fox. Well, that was fun, Naruto stated, reappearing in the familiar round room of the multiverse. Oh, you're back, a voice deep rumbled from behind him. Turning, he was confronted with the angry form of Kyuubi. Oh hey Fox, so good to see you again after spending close to 10 years with another version of you in my own mindscape, Naruto replied sarcastically. Kyuubi mock glared at him. Thanks a lot for the whole saving your younger self for dying. Kami was bitching at me for the loss of his soul since you went and turned him darker after saving his ass. Naruto stuck his tongue out at the demon. You're welcome, he replied, running towards a black skull-covered door. Annoying brat, Kyuubi stated. You know you love me, Naruto called back before jumping through the door. Kyuubi smirked as the door closed. A glance at the plaque caused his smirk to widen as he rushed back to the viewing pool. Oh, this is gonna be fun to watch, he commented.